around continental financing compact that transforms fragmented rail projects into an integrated, bankable network driving the AfCFTA trade. So please help me in welcoming our panel of speakers. Firstly, we have His Excellency Ricardo Daniel Sandau, the Minister of Transport of Angola. Thank you, sir. And then we have His Excellency Adama Sogo, Minister of Infrastructure of Burkina Faso. We have Ms. Zainab Ahmad, who is the Executive Director of the World Bank. Mr. Eric, the Head of Transport and Mobility of the African Union. Ms. Maria Lafont, Senior Advisor for the African Region, International Union of Railways, UIC. Mr. Musa Ibrahim Kuchi, Gas by Rail Project Development Coordinator, Insight Dynamic Resources. Mr. Edison Nelumba, who's the Chairman of Board Directors, Copia Group of Companies in South Africa. Thank you. Please help me to welcome them. And lastly, we have Mr. Roberto Ferreira, Executive Director of Business Development and Concessions for Mota Engel. Hi, sir. How are you? Thank you. Can I please call Mr. Sergio from the European Union, please? Thank you. Welcome. Welcome to my panelists. Can you please give them another round of applause? I'm going to, especially because of time, I'm going to start by talking about the Lobito corridor, which I believe is what is trending, as the young people would say, currently in the railway and infrastructure investments space. His Excellency Ricardo, if I may start with you, sir. As the Lobito corridor gains new financing commitments, how can Angola leverage this momentum to position the corridor as a model PPP and attract private capital into the wider Southern Central Africa rail network?
Eu vou falar em português. Please use your translation.
Please use your headsets for translation.
Excelência, Senhora Vice-Presidente, distintos ministros, embaixadores, aos nossos representantes aqui do corpo diplomático, parceiros, muito bom dia. É um grato prazer podermos estar aqui para partilhar alguns pensamentos relativamente a esta temática tão importante a nível das infraestruturas e a necessidade de facto acelerarmos todo este processo de disponibilização de infraestruturas a nível do nosso continente. Talvez um breve enquadramento que achamos muito importante para percebermos a dimensão dos desafios que temos no continente africano e a pertinência desta mesma cimeira aqui em Luanda para debatermos de forma conjunta as soluções pragmáticas para ultrapassarmos estes desafios. Portanto, todos nós sabemos que a África cresce demograficamente de forma muito acelerada. Todos nós sabemos que em 2050 a África terá a segunda maior população do globo, mas ainda assim aquilo que hoje apresentamos de infraestruturas que sejam facilitadoras do desenvolvimento e também redutoras dos custos logísticos no continente para o comércio intra-africano, sabemos que ainda temos uma distância muito grande. Apesar de, em 2050, sermos o segundo continente mais populoso do globo, ainda assim a nossa rede ferroviária hoje no continente é ligeiramente superior a 50 mil quilómetros, não estando ela integrada e tendo muito poucas linhas, salvo em alguns países do norte da África, algumas linhas de alta velocidade. Temos na Europa uma rede ferroviária que é 4 vezes superior à africana. A China, nos últimos 30 anos, conseguiu assegurar a maior rede ferroviária do globo e a maior rede ferroviária de alta velocidade. E temos ainda outros países, como os Estados Unidos, com redes ferroviárias muito importantes, sendo que a ferrovia é uma coluna importante, ou um eixo importante para a promoção do desenvolvimento continental. Ora, aí, de facto, precisamos de ser audazes, ambiciosos e também inovadores nas soluções que podemos trazer para o financiamento destas infraestruturas. Gostaria de lembrar que, se nós recuarmos 120 anos atrás, no estabelecimento da primeira parceria público-privada em Angola, que foi exatamente o corredor do Lobito, a questão que eu gostaria de colocar e o desafio que coloco também às instituições financeiras aqui presentes era qual seria a bancabilidade desse projeto exatamente há 125 anos atrás. E que soluções é que na altura foram encontradas para conseguirmos pôr esse projeto em funcionamento 25 anos depois. Hoje, provavelmente, a tecnologia evoluiu ao ponto de não demorarmos 25 anos para construir 1.300 km ou 1.700 km. Mas ainda não conseguimos resolver o tema do tempo entre a decisão de executar o projeto e o início da sua implementação. Portanto, nós continuamos com este desafio, não só por razões de natureza financeira, portanto, porque, conforme o nosso plano diretor do setor dos transportes e logística e infraestruturas rodoviárias em Angola projetou, Angola precisa de 2,5% aproximadamente do produto interno bruto de fluxo de investimento em infraestruturas de transportes e logística nos próximos 25 anos. E, assim como o plano diretor refere, esse fluxo financeiro não depende exclusivamente da capacidade de investimento público. Precisamos de financiamento privado a ajudar-nos a fazer esse percurso. Ora, a verdade é que encontramos desafios nessa tal atração do setor privado para nos ajudar a co-investir em infraestruturas. Desafios porque lá se coloca a tal expressão da bancabilidade dos projetos, do tempo de decisão para esses mesmos projetos. O corredor do Lobito é um excelente exemplo, quando Angola decidiu em 2019 iniciar o processo de reativação desse projeto. E reativação previa exatamente a atração do setor privado com a concessão do corredor do Lobito a uma entidade privada, a Lobito Atlantic Railway. A verdade é que nos levou até à tomada de gestão, exploração e manutenção dessas infraestruturas levou-nos um período de 5 anos. 5 anos entre 2019 até o início da exploração por parte da Lobito Atlantic Railway dessa infraestrutura, hoje já em total funcionamento e em investimento de melhorias operacionais e de segurança para garantirmos um serviço eficiente no corredor do Lobito. Demoramos 5 anos, eu costumo dizer que, com sorte, o presidente João Lourenço venceu as eleições de 2022 e o que permite que continuássemos o processo neste segundo mandato, e a verdade é que hoje temos um projeto plenamente funcional, embora a componente financeira ou de financiamento ao Lubito Atlantic Railway ainda esteja em fase de conclusão. Portanto, são 5 anos. 5 anos, se olharmos para as democracias constitucionais, é exatamente o período de uma legislatura, o que cria ainda mais desafios políticos. Não só para o governo, do ponto de vista da sua execução, mas também para aquilo que é a entrega destes projetos à economia e o seu pleno funcionamento. Esta concessão despertou o interesse para completarmos aquilo que é o corredor do Lubito com o projeto Greenfield de ligação à Zâmbia. O projeto de Greenfield de ligação à Zâmbia já vem numa perspectiva de total envolvimento de setor privado. Portanto, são 730 quilómetros, um projeto estimado em 4,5 mil milhões de dólares, totalmente, digamos, orientado para a atração do setor privado, buscando aí também soluções de financiamento para a sua execução. A verdade é que, mais uma vez, voltamos ao tema da bancabilidade do projeto. E é aí que, mais uma vez, também dizemos que as nossas instituições financeiras africanas têm que assumir um protagonismo muito maior no sentido de garantirem que, de facto, temos os projetos em execução. Uma das questões técnicas essenciais que nós vamos encontrando dificuldade é na elaboração dos estudos de viabilidade económica e financeira, é a viabilidade destes projetos, quando hoje, se nós formos olhar em termos de volume de pessoas e bens a atravessar a fronteira entre a Zâmbia e Angola, os números são muito conservadores ou modestos. Mas a verdade é que nós não podemos ter dúvidas da importância chave que essa infraestrutura vai ter para maior conectividade africana, para reduzir os custos logísticos entre os nossos dois países e no comércio da região, e claramente o impacto que isto pode ter no desenvolvimento da nossa economia, da economia regional. Portanto, quando nós falamos hoje da bancabilidade dos projetos de infraestruturas por via das parcerias público-privadas, precisamos de ser um pouco mais ambiciosos e audazes nas soluções que precisamos de apresentar, porque eu citaria, não ferroviariamente, mas citaria um outro exemplo, que é o mercado único do transporte aéreo africano, que todos nós falamos de open skies e mais conectividade africana. Mas a verdade é que continuamos a ter a dificuldade de resolver o tema do gap, da viabilidade das ligações. Ora, nós não temos dúvidas que no dia que esta ferrovia estiver pronta, a ligação de Angola com a Zâmbia, terá um impacto fundamental nas nossas economias. Agora, como é que nós temos uma visão mais holística daquilo que é o significado da bancabilidade numa lógica de desenvolvimento económico? Por isso é que Angola também está neste momento, e com o apoio do Banco Mundial, a trabalhar no plano diretor do corredor do Lubito, onde no modelo de governação nós queremos instituir uma entidade corporativa que seja o driver de investimentos de desenvolvimento ao longo do corredor. Exatamente para introduzir mais conteúdo para dentro do corredor e promover então a criação de emprego, a criação de indústrias, outras atividades económicas que contribuam para o desenvolvimento deste corredor. Portanto, essas seriam as minhas notas de abertura e estamos totalmente disponíveis para continuar a conversar. Muito obrigado.
Thank you so much. That was a mouthful. Obrigado. Ms. Zainab, His Excellency talks about the challenges around bankability and investments. So given that, how is the World Bank adapting to transport investment tools such as sovereign loans, guarantees, sovereign loans guarantees, IFC, triple P platforms to crowd in private investment for cross-border rail projects that are aligned with the African free trade, continental free trade.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, and thanks to the government and people of Angola for the excellent hospitality that we've received so far. The World Bank Group remains committed to advancing Africa's economic integration and sustainable development through strategic mobilization of private sector investments, particularly in transformative projects like the Lobito Corridor, which are aligned to the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, the AFCFTA. To this end, we are actually actively adapting and innovating our transport investment tools, namely this includes sovereign loans, guarantees, and the IFC's public-private partnership platforms to effectively crowd in private capital for cross-border rail projects that underpin the regional integration and economic agenda of our countries. How do we do this? First of all, we work towards enhancing sovereign loan instruments with blended finance and risk mitigation instruments. Our sovereign loan programs are increasingly now being complemented by blended finance approaches that leverage concessional and non-concessional funding sources. These structures reduce the risk profile of large investments like cross-border rail projects, making them more attractive to private investors. We're also utilizing innovative risk instruments such as political risk guarantees and currency risk hedging to address fundamental barriers to private sector investment across borders. And this does help to enhance the project bankability and investor, as well as investor confidence. Secondly, we're developing and expanding our guarantees and credit enhancement tools, and this is done to catalyze private investments. The World Bank employs guarantees that cover various risks such as offtake risks, construction risks, and even operational risks that are associated with cross-border infrastructure, especially rail. These guarantees serve as catalytic mechanisms that will leverage limited public sector funds to mobilize private sector resources in large volumes, private capital. Additionally, we're also exploring the deployment of partial risk guarantees that are tailored to specific challenges faced in cross-border projects, ensuring that private investors are protected against policy or sovereign-related risk guarantees that often impede infrastructure investments. And thirdly, we're leveraging IFC's PPP platforms and advisory services, like the Honorable Minister has mentioned. The IFC advisory services and investment platforms are central to the strategy of developing corridors such as the Lobito Corridor. We provide technical assistance to structure bankable cross-border rail projects, facilitating the development of robust legal and regulatory as well as contractual frameworks that align with regional integrated objectives under the FCFTA. Our IFC platforms actively promote innovative financing models, such as revenue sharing arrangements, concession agreements, and green finance mechanisms to attract private operators and financiers. This includes supporting the development of regional PPP pipelines that are bankable, sustainable, as well as aligned with Africa's development priorities.
Thank you so much for that. I'm going to go to Mr. Eric, Head of Mobility and Transport at African Union. What governance reforms or the AU level mechanisms are envisioned under the African Integrated Railway Network Initiative to harmonize standards, procurement, and financing the pipelines?
Thank you very much, moderator. Once again, I'm here standing in for the Director, Dr. Kamugisha Kazaura, Director of Infrastructure and Energy. And we are pleased to be here talking on this very important topic. First of all, I just wanted to highlight 4 key strategic initiatives that we are taking for the railway sector at the African Union Commission. The first one is that we are implementing the African Integrated Railway Network, which is one of the flagship projects under the AU Agenda 2063. This is an initiative to support mainly the African Continental Free Trade Area in terms of reducing the cost of logistics by at least 40%. We have seen that many projects have been going on different gauges. We are promoting standard gauge railway under this project. And we have 13 priority projects which cut across all the 5 regions of Africa. And this is on a 2-phased approach. We have one phase which is going up to 2033, and the second phase which is going to be completing the Agenda 2063. So we have 13 priority railway links. Some of them are those that World Bank mentioned that they are supporting, and also including the Rovito corridor. So these are projects which are based on a corridor approach, and also they are regional in nature. The second strategic pillar is to finance bankability for railway corridors. So our approach is a corridor approach. So what we are promoting is to highlight some of the innovative financing instruments, as mentioned by the World Bank, including blended finance, sovereign private partnerships, and green bonds, so that we can accelerate implementation of selected bankable standard gauge railway projects. So one of the critical challenge here is that we see countries are still struggling to find what are the best models to get the financing of this railway project, which are taking a lot of capital costs, especially when it comes to the rolling stock. But also the governments have to put up infrastructure and then be able to have this project. So we are looking at these different various of financing models, of course working hand in hand with our partners, including the World Bank, including the African Development Bank, and also we are also discussing with the European Union. I think they will mention this. Strategic area number 3 is on regulatory harmonization and interoperability framework. So you understand that we have different railway systems in Africa, which were being developed in different, systems and different partners and different countries. For example, we have standards, European standards, we have Chinese standards, we have different standards. So our critical priority is to have harmonized standards in terms of interoperability. So we need to see railway lines crossing, seamlessly across Africa. For example, if you have a meter gauge railway line from South Africa crossing to the standard gauge that we are promoting between Walvis Bay in Namibia to Botswana, then to Johannesburg. So that has to be seamlessly connecting. So this is a very critical element on harmonizing not only standard but technical safety and operational, also regulations, and also we are looking at having at least a continental railway implementing agency to be able to drive the railway agenda. The same way we were discussing on aviation sector, where we have the African Civil Aviation Commission driving the air transport sector. We also need to have a continental railway implementing agency. Lastly, the climate and digitalization and industrialization synergies. This is very critical when it comes to the railway sector. Because we see railway as a mode of transport as very central as a green growth enabler, and also can support the reduction of carbon emissions. So we are doing a lot in terms of transport decarbonization, but we see that once we move those critical projects, even 2-3 projects can really make a difference in terms of supporting our efforts to decarbonize the transport, but also catalyzing on local manufacturing capacity in Africa, and also rolling stock manufacturing, and also taking advantage of the huge natural resources that Africa has in terms of the minerals. And you see that these minerals can serve as justifying bankability for projects. and give us an opportunity to access some of the financing options that we are looking at. And lastly, we are looking also digitalization in terms of efficiency of the railway systems. So when it comes to digital solutions, we can have railways that are smart in terms of their operations. So we see a lot of examples in Africa. For example, we have the Gauteng railway system in South Africa, which is seamlessly connecting using solutions like smart digital solutions. But we also have, for example, the Casablanca standard gauge, the TGV, which is a high-speed railway network which connecting between Casablanca and also connecting to Europe. So we are using those examples already existing in Africa to promote all our other priority railway lines to make smart operations. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So what I'm picking up so far is Africa is ready. There are just a few challenges when it comes to investments, bankability, and infrastructure. So I'm going to come to you, Mr. Adama. Given the West Africa's fragmented rail grid, how can Burkina Faso, ECOWAS, and partners structure the Accra, you will have to help me pronounce this, Accra-Ouagadougou corridor to reach financial close faster while ensuring that it's aligned with the regional master plans?
Merci, madame. Je voudrais ici remercier le gouvernement de l'Angola pour nous avoir accueillis chaleureusement, un accueil africain. Et, Excellence, Monsieur le Vice-président, chers invités, nous sommes avec honneur que le Burkina aujourd'hui prend la parole, le pays de Thomas Sankara et de Ibrahim Traoré. Et nous sommes partis des trois pays de l'AES et nous sommes fortement enclavés et nous pensons que le chemin de fer est la voie idéale. Et initialement, les chemins de fer ont été construits par les colonisateurs pour juste transporter des métaux précieux. Aujourd'hui, nous devons penser plus loin. Ça veut dire que le chemin de fer ne doit pas être conçu comme juste une infrastructure ordinaire, c'est beaucoup plus intégrateur. Et c'est le chemin de fer qui peut beaucoup plus faire évoluer l'intégration africaine. En tout cas, pour ce qui concerne les trois pays de l'AES, nous avons opté et mettre en priorité le chemin de fer qui pourra nettement soulager nos réseaux routiers qui, à un moment donné, nous développons beaucoup plus le réseau routier qui nous coûte extrêmement cher, c'est vrai, mais qu'est-ce qui se passe? Nous faisons le dimensionnement pour 15 ans. Et le temps qu'on puisse même l'exploiter, à la charge à l'essieu qui n'est pas souvent respectée, c'est-à-dire le règlement 14, et au bout de 10 ans, nous avons déjà les routes qui sont déjà dégradées. Et nous pensons que le chemin de fer pourra effectivement soulager un peu ces réseaux routiers. Alors, au niveau de l'AES, nous avons opté de lier depuis Bamako, le corridor Bamako, Burkina et Niger, avec une bretelle qui va effectivement au niveau du Togo et du Tchad. Nous pensons que si on arrivait à réaliser ce chemin de fer, ça pourrait être l'idéal. Vous savez que lorsqu'un chemin de fer, lorsque les rails passent dans une ville et développent la ville, donc ça fait un domaine où ça permet de beaucoup plus rendre économique les villes. Et nous pensons qu'il faut qu'on puisse aller au niveau des chemins de fer, parce que c'est la seule manière pour nous de pouvoir en tout cas réussir à permettre la mobilité au niveau de l'Afrique. Et je crois qu'on peut le faire. C'est une question de volonté. Au niveau du Burkina, nous avons pensé créer une société Fasorail. Fasorail, ça permet qu'on peut On appelle la société des fabriques de rails et de poses. Ça veut dire que c'est une volonté politique que nous avons élaborée et que nous sommes en train de mettre en place. Il faut qu'on puisse s'unir. Si l'Afrique s'unit, elle va réussir. Et pour son financement, c'est vrai, le chemin de fer, c'est un investissement très lourd, mais nous pouvons le faire avec la volonté de notre diaspora, de partenaires PPP. Il faut le faire. Parce que lorsque vous prenez un chemin de fer qui va juste se limiter au niveau du Burkina, on ne va pas trouver ça très rentable. Il faut qu'on passe plus loin. Il faut casser les barrières des frontières pour faire un chemin de fer beaucoup économiquement viable. Et lorsque vous regardez un peu, si au niveau jusqu'à Luanda, on pouvait le faire, je pense que l'investisseur qui vient, il va constater que c'est beaucoup plus bancable, c'est beaucoup plus intéressant, parce qu'il traverse plusieurs villes. Par exemple, si vous devez quitter depuis le Mali, le Burkina, le Niger, continuer au Tchad et continuer jusqu'à Luanda, je crois qu'en ce moment-là, on ne va pas parler d'un problème qui n'est pas bancable, parce qu'aujourd'hui, on peut le faire, et c'est une question de volonté. Cassons les barrières des frontières pour pouvoir réussir. Et je pense que l'Union africaine devait aller dans ce sens-là pour pouvoir réaliser ces gros projets qui vont permettre à l'Afrique de se relancer rapidement. Et je pense qu'individuellement pris, on ne pourra pas réussir. Individuellement, et c'est ce qui se passe. Je vous donne un exemple. Aujourd'hui, lorsque nous venions ici, nous avons pris Éthiopienne, qui nous a amenés à Addis Abeba où nous avons passé la nuit. Et pour venir ici, nous avons passé 2 jours. Alors qu'on pouvait le faire à vol d'oiseau, directement Burkina, Luanda. Pourquoi? Parce que tout simplement, chacun veut évoluer individuellement. Cherchons beaucoup plus à travailler et je crois qu'il le faut parce que le chemin de fer, ça permet de prendre des marchandises de masse. Alors aujourd'hui, je prends un exemple tout simple. Je quitte le Burkina pour aller par exemple au port. Mais je peux mettre facilement mon véhicule dans le train. Je me retrouve par exemple au port de Accra où je fais toutes mes courses. Et je charge tout ce qui est marchandise et je me retrouve facilement, sans problème. Et le réseau routier est un peu soulagé. Je crois que c'est une question de volonté. On peut le faire. Nous, en tout cas, au niveau du Burkina, nous avons dit on va fabriquer les rails. Nous avons prévu, même si il faut commencer. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, on pense que quand quelqu'un commence un projet, il pense le finir. Non, il faut penser beaucoup plus à la génération future. Et c'est une question de pouvoir démarrer et d'autres générations puissent continuer. Et je crois qu'il faut que l'Afrique se réveille. Réveillons-nous pour aller plus loin. Sinon, on ne pourra jamais réussir. L'Afrique va toujours traîner le pas. L'Afrique va toujours être en arrière. Et on sera toujours la risée de tout le monde. Qu'est-ce qui se passe? Quand vous regardez aujourd'hui en Europe, vous quittez l'Allemagne pour aller en France, vous partez avec le train. Vous pouvez embarquer tout ce que vous voulez pour vous retrouver là-bas. Et c'est la voie la plus sûre. Je crois que c'est beaucoup plus un travail que l'Union africaine doit mener pour amener les Africains à voir gros. Aujourd'hui, nous avons pas mal, le sous-sol est plein de métaux. Nous avons un sous-sol riche. Alors, pour exploiter tous ces minéraux, ce n'est pas en prenant les véhicules, ce n'est pas par la route. Il faut beaucoup plus prendre des marchandises de masse. Et je pense que nous pourrons réussir si nous voyons que se passe-t-il aujourd'hui que de Luanda au Burkina, on ne puisse pas exploiter nos matières premières parce que ça nous arrangera plus. Et on pourra l'envoyer au niveau de la zone côtière. Et il faut diversifier. Il y a plusieurs corridors. Nous, par exemple, au Burkina, nous avons, comme je vous disais, le projet de chemin de fer entre Accra et le Burkina. Nous avons un ancien chemin de fer qui existe, qui aujourd'hui est en souffrance. Et nous sommes en train de vouloir, avec l'aide de la Banque mondiale, pouvoir la réhabiliter. Tout ça, ça nous permet toutes ces infrastructures pourront nous permettre d'aller plus loin. Et aujourd'hui, nous insistons, on insiste, c'est très lourd. Travaillons ensemble pour que l'Afrique puisse être debout. Je vais déjà m'arrêter là pour vous dire qu'au niveau du Burkina, nous sommes en train d'aller. Au niveau de l'AES, nous avons en tout cas entrepris pas mal de projets. On a dit, osez inventer l'avenir. Nous, on va le faire. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. Ms. Maria, I just want to come to the UIC. The UIC's main mission is to promote railways globally, right? From the UIC's global experience, what regulatory and technical standards and reforms must Africa prioritize to achieve interoperability and attract long-term capital to its cross-border corridors? And before you answer, I have been asked that we can please keep our answers quite short because of time. Thank you, Ms. Maria.
Thank you. Thank you for asking a question. So from UAC experience and also from our cooperation with African Union, I think the following measures would be important to more effectively put in place cross-border interoperable corridors. First of all, it will be, of course, harmonization of standards and procedures. Harmonized standards attract investment because they provide for safer and more predictable logistics. Rail freight is by nature international. It's a resilient support chain, which is very important, particularly in vast and landlocked regions. Though it's legally impossible to impose harmonized standards, there are good examples of standards such as cross-border standards or exchange of wagons or TSIs, which have been successfully implemented in many regions outside of Africa. There are quite a few other measures. The speakers before me already mentioned institutional coordination, legal framework, digitalization. I would like maybe to say a few more words about financing and investment framework, necessity to attract private investment, having blended mechanisms, and mostly mobilizing sustainable financing on all levels, on national, regional, and international, for example, with geopolitical and climate funds. At UIC, at International Union of Railways, we did a paper 2 years ago on bridging a finance gap for railways. And one of the results of the papers showed that if lower middle income countries quadruple their rail ratio by 8%, and which will bring them up to top peers, to the same level as the top peers in this domain, it will reduce by 2050 emissions of CO2 by 1.8 gigatons, and at $13 to $40 per ton, it generates revenue from $30 to $70 billion. So this, I think, would be one of the most important measures that we will be putting forward here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. I'm going to come to you, Mr. Musa Ibrahim. Talking about gas by rail, how can industrial initiatives such as gas by rail demonstrate the commercial viability of freight-orientated PPPs and strengthen revenue models for the new rail investments? Musa? Musa? Oh, Mr. Musa is not here. Sorry. All right, I'm going to move to Mr. Adelson. Mr. Adelson, how can engineering and construction companies transfer technology and project management innovations from energy infrastructure to rail development, ensuring cost efficiency and resilience?
Ok, muito obrigado, bom dia a todos. Eu chamo Adilson Mangueira Nelumba. A nossa moderadora diz que eu sou sul-africano, não, sou angolano. Venho aqui representar a empresa Copia Group of Companies, uma empresa especializada em supervisão e fiscalização de projetos estruturantes. A pergunta foi sobre o que as empresas de construção ou de engenharia como a nossa podem ajudar no desenvolvimento de projetos ou deste projeto específico da criação de uma ferrovia intercontinental. Antes disto, e todos os oradores que me antecederam, falou-se muito sobre a carga, a criação deste tipo de ferrovias, se são financeiramente viáveis. É importante contextualizar que a União Africana traçou um plano até 2063. Estamos a falar de aproximadamente 40 anos, daqui a 40 anos. E para isto foram criados 14 projetos estruturantes. Desses 14 projetos estruturantes, existe um projeto que é a criação de uma highway speed, railway speed, ou speed railways, com aproximadamente 1,3 bilhões de pessoas a viverem em África hoje. E como disse o ministro, em silêncio, o ministro dos Transportes de Angola, daqui a 50 anos a população africana vai se tornar a mais populosa, provavelmente, do mundo. Faz todo sentido termos uma infraestrutura deste calibre. Em termos de supervisão, de engenharia, de fiscalização, falou-se muito e falamos muito sobre a parte financeira, se é possível executar financeiramente um projeto desta envergadura. Já sabemos, noutras paragens, noutros continentes, como o europeu, o asiático, até o americano, que é possível. Agora temos que executá-lo cá em África. Para isto é importante nós termos um basic design, um project design bem feito, respeitando as normas internacionais, claro, fazer-se um controle de qualidade e uma garantia da qualidade, que é uma das nossas especialidades do projeto específico, integrar normas de HSE, qualidade, saúde, segurança, ambiente no trabalho, e ESG também, e começarmos a prestar atenção, então, aos tipos de ferrovias que nós queremos integrar. Eu vou pegar especialmente um projeto aqui em Angola. A Copia Group of Companies é a empresa líder do consórcio de fiscalização do projeto hidroelétrico de Caculucabaça. Isso faz com que nós tenhamos uma aproximação clara no desenvolvimento de projetos estruturantes, como é o de Caculucabaça. Angola está a produzir agora energia excedente, aproximadamente 7 gigawatts de energia. Gostaria de solicitar, Sua Excelência, senhores ministros dos transportes aqui presentes, em que por que não eletrificamos as nossas redes ferroviárias? A África tem um potencial energético, acredito, muito bom. Estamos a ver agora o exemplo da Angola. E para poder-se efetuar a feasibility study junto das instituições financeiras, é importante termos a eletrificação destas ferrovias. Não sei se foi falado aqui que nós temos um problema de som, se estes projetos em África ou estes projetos específicos já contam com a eletrificação destas ferrovias, se calhar os outros meus colegas podem falar. É importante sabermos também o tamanho do nosso continente. A África, se não é o maior, é um dos maiores continentes. Estamos a falar de 29 milhões de quilômetros quadrados. Transformar-se, não toda a área, mas pelo menos um quarto disto em ferrovia, é um projeto megalômano, muito grande. E nós precisamos, então, termos estruturas ou empresas capazes de fazerem a supervisão, acompanhamento, o monitoramento, a inspeção de projetos semelhantes. Se calhar, começamos a produzir internamente ainda todo o raw material necessário para a construção de um projeto desta envergadura, ver a nossa capacidade energética, a nossa capacidade de supervisão e fiscalização de projetos semelhantes, então aí entrarmos diretamente para o financiamento de um projeto desta envergadura. Em termos de engenharia, gostaria de dizer ao painel e aos presentes que é totalmente necessária, é possível. Temos o exemplo, o corredor do Lubito, que é uma marca registrada que tem estado a dar resultados positivos à economia angolana e também do continente, ajudando no transporte de mercadorias pesadas de forma multimodal, ou seja, podemos ter vários tipos de transportes envolvidos no corredor do Lubito, o marítimo, o ferroviário e o rodoviário. Então, quando existe a integração destes tipos de transporte, acredito que faz sentido cada país, como diz Sua Excelência, Sr. Ministro, que são países encravados, concentrarem-se exatamente nas linhas ferroviárias. Os outros países que têm a costa junto ao Oceano Atlântico e ao Oceano Índico, então concentrarem-se na parte portuária. Acredito que por enquanto é tudo. Obrigado.
Thank you so much. Apologies, I'm listening on my headsets. Thank you so much. Mr. Roberto, sorry, can you hear me? Is my mic okay? It's okay, thank you so much. Mr. Roberto, I want to ask about Motor Engel. Based on Motor Engel's experience with concession-based rail projects, for example, the Kano Maradi, what PPP structures and risk allocation models best suit Africa's large-scale cross-border railways?
Can you hear me? Yeah. So, good afternoon to all.
Afternoon.
I will speak first in English, then I will pass to Portuguese. I will follow honorable ministers, presidents, and I will speak in Portuguese. So, again, a project to be bankable, it means that a private investor, either debt or equity, is willing to put capital on a project. And for that, you need to have foreseeable returns and predictable outcomes. Okay. Now, antes de falar de Cano Maradi, que Honorable Minister of Finance, former Honorable Minister of Finance of Nigeria participated on that before. But vamos indo para o corredor do Lubito, que acho que é o mais importante. A Motengil, tal como a Trafigura, investiu cerca de 300 milhões de dólares sem qualquer tipo de financiamento e sem qualquer tipo de compromisso. O que é que isso quer dizer? Quer dizer que nós estamos dispostos a correr esse tipo de risco porque conhecemos o enquadramento legal e o enquadramento regulatório do país. No caso da Motengil, a Motengil tem vindo a operar em África há mais de 80 anos. Participamos no corredor de Nacala, participamos no corredor de Cano Maradi, participamos na reabilitação do corredor da Beira e hoje estamos na reabilitação e operação do corredor do Lubito. Qualquer projeto nós posicionamos e devemos nos posicionar sempre como developers ou sponsors ou construtores em projetos africanos de ferroviários africanos. Aquilo que é o grande desafio e aquilo que vai definir o sucesso de um corredor ferroviário não é a tecnologia. Acho que a tecnologia já existe e já foi devidamente e seriamente estudada. É um enquadramento e uma coordenação entre o regulatório, o legal, o financeiro e o técnico que garanta a execução em tempo e previsível da execução do projeto. No corredor do Lubito, ou no caso de Cano Maradi, no corredor do Lubito, nós negociamos o contrato em 4 dias. Nós, no caso de Cano Maradi, fechamos o financiamento em pleno Covid, em negociações diretas, quer com o Ministério das Finanças, quer com o Ministério dos Transportes. Por isso, o sucesso da ferrovia depende, neste caso, e vamos como base de um corredor logístico, a ferrovia vive maioritariamente da previsibilidade de cargas, da certeza e consistência das cargas e depois de um ambiente regulatório consistente em que nós permitimos regular o investimento não só no enquadramento legal, mas acima de tudo qualquer potencial disputa ou desentendimento entre as partes seja regulado e seja previsível. Ou seja, qualquer tipo de investimento que se venha a ser feito, e volto a dizer, no caso do corredor do Lubito, sem qualquer financiamento, que esperemos que seja concluído no final deste ano, nós já investimos 300 milhões. Já está feito, já está investido, a linha férrea está a operar consistentemente nos últimos 24 meses já. O que quer dizer que o que nós precisamos é de uma cooperação entre regulador, concedente, entidades financiadoras e entidades técnicas. Sem isso não há sucesso em qualquer tipo de projeto, por isso não é necessário só vontade de investir ou vontade de desenvolver por parte de um governo, mas este ecossistema e este ciclo virtuoso entre as várias partes que garanta o sucesso destes corredores. Para finalizar, é o que eu volto a dizer, acho que a tecnologia, nós não precisamos de grandes tecnologias, precisamos de consistência, precisamos de resiliência e previsibilidade de carga. Se houver isso, se houver um ambiente legal conduzivo e um apoio político consistente, certamente que vai haver investimentos na ferrovia em África.
Thank you so much for that. And then let me just lastly ask a question to the European Union. Sergio, how can the European Union support Africa in financing and coordinating an integrated railway network that drives the AFCFTA trade and advances agenda by 2063?
Thank you. So, from the European Union perspective, we see a lot of ways how we can support the African Union integration and development of the railway sector. We have done a long way in integrating our railway systems. As you know, we are 27 member states with different gauges, with different signaling systems, different operators, and it's been quite challenging. But nowadays we can see that it's starting to give good fruits in terms of integration with the single European rail area and the trans-European networks. And from this experience, I think we can share and support the African continent, I would say in three ways. I think the European Union has a comparative advantage as one, technical partner, two, financing partner, and three, commercial partner. As technical partner, I think a lot have been said in interoperability. In Europe, we have the European Railway Traffic Management System, the ERTMS. And in fact, we are now preparing a project with our European Railway Agency in cooperation with the African Union and the REX to see how we can share the knowledge we have in interoperability and signaling systems. Another recommendation that we would do in terms of technical partner would see that to encourage Africa, as Motangel has said, on improve the regulatory framework in terms of how the infrastructure is developed and is operated. So in many cases, unbundling what is the management of the infrastructure and what is the operations. So a clear regulatory framework is very important for attracting investments. Another recommendation would be on procurement. It's very important that on railways, the procurement is based on the most economic advantageous tender, not just on price. It's important to take into consideration the quality of the offers. And finally, as an example of recommendations that we would say as technical partner for the African Union would be to work on the gauge systems. This is already has been raised to try to harmonize, but not neglecting the existing metric systems and Cape gauge, because these are, of course, assets that have to be put in value. And how the rail will be powered, because I think there has not been a lot of discussions about this today, but in Europe we have electrified our railway systems, and in Africa perhaps this would not be possible because the lines are very long, but then it's important to see an alternative ways of motorizing, of powering the railways without perhaps using diesel locomotives. As financing partner, the European Union is ready to cover this capex gap that has been raised. Indeed, it has been said that the railway needs huge amounts of upfront investment, and it's very important to do the right choices, assuring that there is sufficient demand. If it's for transporting goods and freights, or if it's for mass rapid urban mobility transport systems, because indeed the railway, if it's depending on subsidies, it's very probably that the operations will enter into trouble. So on this, from the European Union, we are ready to support some grants for the upfront investments, as I'm saying. But of course, these grants, let's say, mixed with sovereign sovereign lending, would not be enough. So concessional lending is not enough for doing all the infrastructure that is needed. So it would be important, as UIC has raised, to try to look for climate finance and other kind of innovative finance linked to the fact that the railway is a green mode of transport and can be justified to use climate finance. From the EU side, European Union side, we are providing technical assistance, and also we have guarantee tools to de-risk investments in the railway sector, more on the operation sides, because we think that the operations, while the infrastructure should mainly be done through public operations, public projects, the operations should really be led by the private sector, like is in the case of Lobito, where the government did the rehabilitation and the operations now is done by the private sector. And finally, as commercial partner, the European Union is ready also to invest in Africa. We have most of the best manufacturers of railway rolling stock, and we have a very important industry, so we are ready to work, invest with rolling stock and signaling system, also with our contractors that are present in Africa, like Mota and Gil. And finally, on operators, because Europe has a long-standing experience operating railways, and operations is probably, at the end, the most difficult part of the railway project, because operations are complex, operations need a lot of skilled people. And on this also, we as the European Union, we are ready to partner with Africa, with our operators like SNCF, Renfe, Deutsche Bahn, FS Italiane. All the European operators can also support with technical assistance or as shadow operators for operations in Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We've got 1 minute left, and I would like our ministers to give closing remarks. This question is not in your notes. I wanted to ask, as a closing remark, will Africa be ready, either by 2030 or 2063, to deliver an integrated bankable rail network that truly connects the continent and drives the AfCFTA trade? To our ministers, as well as Ms. for the World Bank and the African Union.
Bom, eu penso que, e muito rapidamente, temos muito pouco tempo, mas acima de tudo eu diria que está compreendido que os projetos de infraestruturas transnacionais têm e transfronteiriços têm uma bancabilidade maior do que projetos simplesmente domésticos. Portanto, essa tem sido a nossa experiência. Quanto mais transnacional for o projeto, mais potencial ele tem de ser bancável na percepção daquilo que são os nossos parceiros financeiros de todas as partes. Um outro aspecto crítico, importante também, tem a ver com a tal harmonização regulatória, ou seja, como é que, do ponto de vista dos governos, dos Estados e, obviamente, da União Africana, assumimos o compromisso de garantir que essa harmonização seja feita. Precisamos de ter órgãos que na prática sejam órgãos que emanam padrões regulamentares e de supervisão e que criem uma agenda de convergência para todos os países que queiram entrar neste percurso. Esse exemplo encontramos em alguns blocos regionais. O modelo da União Europeia parece-nos que tem funcionado bastante bem para a União Europeia. Eu penso que precisamos sim que, a nível da União Africana, estes órgãos que na prática emanam regulamentos e práticas e padrões recomendados sejam eficazes junto dos seus países, de todos os países, criando então uma agenda de convergência importante. Temos desafios, sim, o continente é vastíssimo. Na SADC nós temos um conjunto de regras já estabelecidas e regulamentos, portanto temos o Cape Gauge, mas mesmo ainda dentro da SADC temos diferentes padrões de bitola e no resto do continente, e como é que nós vamos fazer essa harmonização apoiados claramente pela evolução tecnológica que nos pode ajudar. Portanto, e aí precisamos sim de cooperar com outras regiões no sentido de colher as suas experiências para termos um processo mais equilibrado. Por outro lado, parece-nos também crítico que haja uma redução da percepção de risco do nosso continente. Ou seja, como é que a União Africana, as instituições financeiras de desenvolvimento e todos os nossos parceiros, quer a nível do continente, quer fora, podem ter uma percepção de risco diferente daquela que hoje existe. Precisamos que a África seja vista não como um continente do futuro. Precisamos que seja vista como um continente do presente e que será um importante parceiro para a economia global e fundamental nos próximos anos que temos pela frente. E por isso é que continuamos a achar que precisamos de encontrar os mecanismos de financiamento para que, a nível dos modelos que possamos usar dos estudos de viabilidade económica e financeira, não tenhamos ali sempre este defeito de ter o gap de viabilidade dos projetos. Ou seja, como é que nós temos mecanismos em África para assegurar que esse gap de viabilidade dos projetos é coberto, seja com instituições privadas, sejam com públicas, sejam mesmo com instituições financeiras no âmbito da União Africana. Desafiamos o setor financeiro porque achamos que este tipo de encontros, como esta cimeira e outros na especialidade que possam ocorrer, ajudam muito a comunidade financeira, os operadores, obviamente também os parceiros que queiram fazer parte desta agenda, estarem connosco e reduzirem essa ideia e essa imagem de que a África ainda é questionável do ponto de vista do seu percurso. Não temos hipótese nenhuma de perder mais tempo. O relógio corre contra nós e eu penso que precisamos de encontrar soluções comuns de forma mais rápida e mais eficiente, contando com todos os parceiros que estejam disponíveis para nos ajudar. Muito obrigado.
Merci, madame. Permettez-moi d'être clair. L'heure n'est plus aux dépendances. L'heure n'est plus au discours stérile. L'heure à l'action concertée. Nous devons conjurer l'isolement par la solidarité régionale, ancrer les projets dans les chaînes de valeur locales et garantir à nos populations que chaque kilomètre de rail construit sert d'abord leur intérêt. Je lance ici un appel solennel. Associons nos banques régionales, mobilisons nos fonds souverains, impliquons les secteurs privés, africains et la diaspora. Faisons en sorte que la bancabilité devienne un projet africain. Investissons dans la fabrication locale, la formation technique et la maintenance, afin que les bénéfices restent sur notre continent et profitent durablement à nos peuples. Le Burkina Faso, en tout cas, est prêt pour sa part. Nous demandons pas de charité, nous demandons la coopération, la confiance et la volonté collective de bâtir l'infrastructure de notre souveraineté. Construisons nos rails pour construire notre futur, construisons nos rails pour garantir la dignité et la prospérité de nos peuples. Je dirais ici que nous devons croire à nous-mêmes. Et je suis sûr que si l'Union africaine prend le devant et coordonne dans chaque pays, et qu'on parte dans l'union réelle, pas de l'union pour juste des écrits. Faisons en sorte que l'Union africaine puisse décider que si je viens, parce que lorsque nous présentons un projet de chemin de fer, que ça soit coordonné, on donne un deadline. Nous avons besoin des études pour 1 an. 1 an, vous demandez à chaque pays à quel taux vous êtes, où se trouve votre projet. Et je pense que c'est en ce moment-là, il faut trouver en sorte que ça puisse être conjugué ensemble, de sorte que lorsque nous lançons ces projets, on fait comprendre à nos populations que c'est pour leur bien. Et je crois qu'ils vont participer. Allons-y ensemble, je dis bien, je répète ensemble pour pouvoir réussir, sinon l'Afrique est toujours derrière. Merci.
Merci. World Bank.
Well, thank you, Madam Moderator. Your question is Africa ready? I will say yes. Yes, as a representative of 3 major African countries at the board of the World Bank Group, Angola, Nigeria, and South Africa, I will say Africa is ready. The fact that we're holding this conference shows that we're actually ready to take the charge and take the responsibility of our own development. Let me be quick to say, from the World Bank perspective, we are also supporting Africa to promote sustainable and inclusive investments. We're working to support Africa using our innovative financial instruments and also to strengthen partnership between financial institutions and the countries that we support. The World Bank is also using instruments that are green and investor-friendly to help de-risk investment so that private capital is mobilized at scale. So in summary, I would say the World Bank Group approach integrates financial innovation, risk mitigation, technical advisory services, regional cooperation to create a conducive environment for private sector participation in not just cross-border rail infrastructure, but in all major infrastructure projects in the African continent. These efforts are aligned with the AFCFTA's vision of a unified, competitive, and integrated African market, ultimately fostering economic growth, trade facilitation, and sustainable development across our continent. Thank you, Moderator.
Thank you so much. And lastly, African Union.
Thank you, Moderator. I'll just keep it short. Yes, we are ready. As I mentioned, we have 13 priority railway projects. And to complement on the Honorable Minister of Burkina, what we are looking at is to have regional coordination committees on each project. So we have like 3 countries. So when we start the project, we have the coordination team for each project. We have LD and EPAD is our implementing agency in terms of coordinating directly with the countries. And once we start the project, Now we immediately tackle the issues of interoperability. We are ready to work with our partners, the World Bank, the EU, and the UIC in terms of the standard and international standard and regulations. I take the opportunity to announce that we currently in this LFS, we have projects that are being showcased in different rooms. This priority project we are talking about, the standard gauge railway projects, Robito corridor projects, and others like Central Corridor standard gauge, and others like the ones in Eastern Africa, like connecting from Dar es Salaam to Rwanda, Bujumbura, and DRC. These projects are being showcased during the LFS. I kindly invite our investors and partners to join and listen to the project owners and be able to support us in terms of making them feasible. And next year, when we come to the summit, we see some of the projects that have already reached bankability and financial close, and they are ready for construction and operational phases. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you so much, and thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I think we've run out of time. Can you please give a round of applause to our panelists? Obrigada. Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much.
Muito obrigada a todos. Obrigada, senhora moderadora, excelentíssimos painelistas. E vamos agora fazer um curto intervalo e começaremos a próxima sessão daqui a 15 minutos. Obrigada. Thank you very much, everyone, for the participation on this panel. Ms. Moderator and the panelists, thank you very much. We will have a short break and we will start the other session in 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
Just let go of your. Don't be sad, don't you cry, just let go of your pain. And when you fall asleep, no tomorrow. Don't be sad, don't you cry, just let go of your pain. And when you fall asleep, no tomorrow. Tonight I'm moving like just let go. Just let go. Just let go. Tonight I'm dancing like just let go. Just let go.
Tonight I'm moving like tonight I'm dancing like stop, give a minute, breathe, even if you can't stop from crying, or nothing that we can do now. If I follow you, follow me, we're probably meant to be. Grab a cigarette, you will not regret it. If I follow you, follow me. Follow, follow you, follow, follow me, follow, follow you. Even if you follow, follow you, follow, follow me, follow, follow you. Even if you. If I follow you, follow me, we're probably meant to be. Grab a cigarette, you will not regret it. If I follow you, follow me. Follow, follow you, follow, follow me, follow, follow you. Even if you follow, follow you, follow, follow me, follow, follow you. Even if you
macho
Eric. Yeah, I can hear you.
second to be with you for an eternity. I feel like I am in a daydream. Every moment that I spend with you, won't you take me home?
Convido a todos a tomarem o seu lugar. Vamos dar início à nossa próxima sessão. Gostaria de solicitar a atenção dos painelistas para esta sessão seguinte. I would like to ask you everyone to take your positions. We're about to start the next session. I would like to ask the speakers from this next sessions to be in attention. Please take your positions. Gostaríamos de agradecer a todos pela presença e vamos dar início agora à nossa próxima sessão, que é o painel de investidores e ministros, financiamento do mercado único de energia africana no âmbito do Plano Mestre Continental. Thank you all for your presence. Let's start with the next session entitled Investor Ministerial Panel, Financing Africa's Single Energy Market under the Continental Power Master Plan. I would like to call in our moderator, Mr. Kamugisha Kazaura. I would like to add the information that on deal room number 4 are being presented projects from Angola. Meanwhile, I call again our moderator, Kamugisha Kazaura. Mr. Kamugisha, please. Please take the floor.
Good morning, dear participants, and welcome to our session on the AFSEM and the CMP. Can you allow us for another 5 minutes before we can commence, so that our high-level speakers who are going to do the opening remarks can also join us? They are currently attending the other ongoing sessions, and they'll be joining us so shortly. But in the meantime, I request all the panelists and speakers who are going to be part of this session to meet me right here in front of the stage, so that we can make sure that we have all the expected speakers for this panel. Thank you. So in 5 minutes, we'll be able to start. Thank you so much.
Was on fire, no one could save me but you. It's strange what desire will make foolish people do. I never dreamed that I'd meet somebody like you. And I never dreamed that I'd lose somebody like you.
Distinguished delegates, dear participants, sorry for the slight delay in start of our session. I wish to call upon the panelists for our session, the high-level ministerial session on financing the Africa Single Electricity Market under the Continental Power System Master Plan, unlocking bankable infrastructure solutions. Allow me to call to the stage the Honorable Minister João Baptiste Borges, the Minister of Energy and Water of Angola, if he's here. Please come and join us on the stage. Allow me also to call Mrs. Bridget Pickle, Director General of BMZ. Can you kindly please join us on the stage? Oh, thank you. Yeah, please. Can you take the floor? Thank you so much, Madam Bridget Pickle. Allow me to call Allow me to call our next distinguished speaker, Mr. Ndiam Diop, Vice President for Eastern and Southern Africa of the World Bank. Please, a round of applause for him as he approaches the stage. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Our next distinguished speaker is Mr. Gianluca Azzoni, Head of Cooperation at the EU delegation in Addis Ababa. Applause as he takes his seat. Thank you so much, Mr. Gianluca. Allow me also to invite Mr. Joseph Nganga, CEO and founder of Africa Climate and Energy Nexus. Thank you so much, Mr. Nganga. Allow me to invite to the stage Mr. Stephen Diwa, Secretary General of the Southern African Power Pool. Mr. Diwa. Oh, thank you. Welcome, Mr. Diwa. Thank you so much. Allow me also to invite Mr. Atedet Magrog, the Secretary General of the Central Africa Power Pool. Mr. Secretary General, please, an applause as he approaches the floor. And also allow me to invite Mr. Richard Abel from Green Finance Alliance to also join the floor. Did I get the institution? Green Finance Alliance. All right, thank you. Thank you so much. If so our session was supposed to be preceded by opening remarks to be made by the Commissioner for Infrastructure and Energy as well as the CEO for Auda NEPAD. I'm not sure if they've joined us already because they were engaged in other sessions which are about to be concluded. Can I invite the Honorable Minister, Joan Baptiste Borges, if he's in the room, please come and also join the stage. And we also have one speaker who has joined online, Mr. Bachi Balde. I hope you are with us online.
Yes, I am.
Thank you so much, Director Balde from the African Development Bank for joining us. So we have our distinguished speakers who are going to do the opening. And if you allow me, I wish to invite Our Excellency the Commissioner also to take the seat on the stage. Thank you and welcome. And an applause for the Commissioner, please. Thank you. Again, allow me to welcome you to this high-level ministerial session on financing the Africa Single Electricity Market, commonly known as AFSEM, under the Continental Power System Master Plan, CMP, unlocking bankable infrastructure solutions. The Africa Single Electricity Market and its implementation framework, the Continental Power System Master Plan, undoubtedly represents one of the most ambitious infrastructure and regulatory initiatives under the African Union Agenda 2063. Together, they seek or aim to interconnect Africa, 5 power pools, harmonize regulations, create or facilitate cross-border electricity trading, thus laying the foundation for a unified continental electricity market. We're gathered here today to discuss and see how will these continental initiatives be achieved by the mid of this century. So to get us off, I wish to invite Our Excellency, the Commissioner for Infrastructure and Energy, Mrs. Lerato Mataboge, to give us the opening remarks. Your Excellency, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Program Director. Let me stand on existing protocol and acknowledge the excellencies in the room, honorable ministers, distinguished partners, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure and an honor to welcome you to this ministerial session of financing the African single electricity market through the Continental Power Systems Master Plan. focusing on unlocking bankable infrastructure solutions. Let me begin by expressing our sincere appreciation to the government and the people of Angola for hosting us in the vibrant city of Luanda, and to our valued partners, the African Union, the World Bank, the African Development Bank, the BMZ, and many others for their steadfast collaboration with the African Union in advancing our collective energy vision. The African Single Electricity Market is one of the most ambitious flagship projects of Agenda 2063, a bold vision of a connected Africa powered by a single integrated electricity market serving over 1.4 billion people. By 2040, Africa's installed generation capacity is projected to exceed 300 gigawatts, with more than half derived from renewable sources. Our continent holds 60% of the world's best solar resources, vast hydropower potential, and abundant wind and geothermal reserves. The African Single Electricity Market's mission, therefore, is to transform this immense resource wealth into investable opportunities and sustainable markets that power Africa's industrialization and prosperity. Today's session will focus on how we move from vision to implementation. It will focus on the practical steps, financing mechanisms, and the partnerships that will turn AFSEM and the Continental Master Plan into a living, breathing reality. The Continental Power Systems Master Plan already identified over $40 billion in priority projects, from solar and wind farms to hydro and geothermal developments and high voltage interconnectors linking Africa's 5 power pools. Through ongoing feasibility studies and project preparation, the CMP provides investors with bankable pipelines, risk assessments, and returns on investments, charting a clear path for both public and private capital. One of AFSEM's greatest strengths lies in its ability to de-risk investment by harmonizing grid codes, tariff structures, wheeling charges, and cross-border trading protocols. AFSEM is building a predictable, transparent, and a rules-based market. This boosts investor confidence and lowers the cost of capital, and we are mindful that it should accelerate the pace of regional integration. Together with Mission 300, a continental partnership between AFDB, the World Bank, and others, we aim to electrify 300 million African homes by 2030. AFSEM and CMP from a triangular engine of policy, planning, and financing to power Africa's growth and inclusion. To realize this vision, we must collectively accelerate the implementation of CMP priority projects through innovative funding. We must strengthen regional regulators and institutions for cross-border trading. We must invest early in project preparation to ensure a steady pipeline of bankable projects. We must leverage partnerships to mobilize blended finance at scale. We must guarantee access to reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy for every African household, for every African school, and for every African enterprise. As Africa advances its nationally determined contributions, AFSEM stands as a cornerstone of achieving both energy access and climate resilience. Through the African Union's participation in the G20 Energy Transition Working Group and the development of the 10-year Infrastructure Investment Plan, we are positioning Africa at the center of global clean energy dialogue, not as a recipient of solutions, but as a partner and as a co-creator. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Africa's transformation is not a distant dream. It is within our reach. Every kilowatt we generate must light homes, it must power industries, and it must energize our shared vision of one African power market. Investing in Africa's electricity sector is not just a financial choice. It is a moral and a strategic investment in a prosperous, resilient, and an integrated Africa. Together, let us turn the promise of AFSEM into power for Africa, by Africa, and with the world as our partner. I look forward to the deliberations of today, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency Commissioner, for those opening remarks. Again, another round of applause for the Commissioner. Thank you so much. Allow me, I now have the distinct honor to invite the CEO of African Union Development Agency.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you very much, Director, Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, and also my sister, the Commissioner for Infrastructure and Energy. I want to just greet you because we're running from one meeting to the other. It's not easy. And I would also like to really recognize our really very good partner, the DG for Africa and the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development of Germany, BMZ, Madame Brigitte Pickel, esteemed other development partners that are there, representatives of financial institutions, esteemed delegations, our other panelists, all of you, esteemed panelists, ladies and gentlemen. We have spent years eloquently describing the problem. We have the vision of Agenda 2063, the blueprint of the Continental Master Plan, and the market framework of the African single electricity market. The what and why are crystal clear. Today, I want us to be candid about the how, and more critically, the gaps that are preventing us from moving at the speed of our continent's demand and our people's aspirations. The evidence is consistent. Africa's energy shortfall is not only limiting growth, it is reducing our overall economic output. When power is unreliable or too costly, we limit industrial activity and we make it harder for our businesses and communities to participate competitively in regional and global markets. When power is unreliable, African countries become unstable. This is why AFSEM and the Continental Power Systems Master Plan matter. They are a coordinated continental effort to address the contradiction of abundant potential alongside persistent energy scarcity. AFSEM and the CMP are our continent's strategic response and a collective pledge to end the paradox of scarcity in the midst of immense potential. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's move beyond the vision and confront the three fundamental disconnects that hold us back. First, the disconnect between project pipelines and bankable projects. The CMP provides a sequenced pipeline of interconnectors and generation hubs. But a pipeline is not a portfolio of investable deals. Our immediate collective failure is in the first mile of project development. We consistently underinvest in early stage project preparation, feasibility studies, environmental impact assessments, and transaction advisory services. The result is that we present potential investors with concepts not bankable propositions. This is the highest risk phase for capital, and we are asking the private sector to shoulder it alone. We must treat project preparation not as an administrative cost, but as the essential catalytic investment that it is. Second, ladies and gentlemen, is the disconnect between political commitments and regulatory harmonization. Excellencies, we have your political will. Those ministers that are here, I want to confirm and reconfirm that we have the political will. But commitment alone does not unlock capital. A pension fund does not invest because we say the right things. It invests when risk is lowered in a way it can verify. That risk is not lowered by speeches. It is lowered by harmonized rules. Right now, when investors look at Africa's 5 power pools, they do not see one market. They see 5 different grid codes, 5 tariff logics, 5 ways to settle disputes, and none of them fully predictable. None of them fully predictable. From their perspective, that is not an energy market, that is political exposure. AFSM is how we change that. It is the policy instrument that turns the continental power system master plan from an engineering map into a bankable pipeline. Without AFSM, driving regulatory alignment on cost-reflective tariffs, wheeling charges, and market rules, the transmission lines we build will continue to be underutilized assets. And this is a high opportunity cost. Third, the disconnection or the disconnect between traditional financing and the scale of our ambition. Our financing models are outdated. Government funding is strained, and concessional aid is insufficient to deliver the infrastructure Africa requires. This is, ladies and gentlemen, a structural gap, not a technical one. The solution is not budgetary adjustment, it is the creation of a financing architecture designed to unlock large-scale African capital, secure long-term investment, and ensure sustained delivery. This requires a deliberate, coordinated shift to blended finance. But let me be clear, blended finance is not just about mixing public and private capital. It's about using public and philanthropic capital intelligently to absorb the specific perceived risks that block private investment. This means deploying, number one, credit guarantees to cover off-taker risk. 2, political risk insurance for cross-border investments. 3, first loss capital from development partners to catalyze larger pools of institutional capital. And 4, results-based financing to reward performance and efficiency. The African Union Development Agency, which is the premier development agency, is moving from analysis to action on these 3 fronts. First, on project preparation. We are not just advocating, we are building the machinery. We are actively forging an alliance of philanthropic partners. This alliance of philanthropic partners is meant to create a flexible facility dedicated solely to early stage studies. Furthermore, we are adopting a corridor-based portfolio approach. Instead of pitching single high-risk projects, we are bundling projects within a corridor, like the priority interconnectors in the CMP, to de-risk the entire value chain and make individual projects within it more attractive. The second one is on mobilizing capital. We have initiated concrete discussions with the African Social Security Association. Our goal is to ensure their nascent infrastructure fund is not just another fund, but is the hardware to finance CMP and AFSEM priorities. It is time Africa's own institutional capital, our pension funds, our sovereign wealth funds, build Africa's foundational infrastructure. The third one is on partnerships. Our collaboration with the EU, Germany, here represented by Bridget Pecker, and all of you here is not symbolic. It is, we hope and we believe, a practical co-design partnership. The MOU with Qatar Energy is a testament to this new pragmatism, a direct channel between African policy and private investment. In conclusion, Excellencies, let this session be a turning point. We have the plan, we have the CMP, we have the AFSEM. These are all our investment plans. We have the framework. What we need now is a new pact for implementation. New pact for implementation. A pact where ministers drive regulatory harmonization as fiercely as they drive national energy access. A pact where financiers bring innovative instruments to the table, not just standard term sheets. A pact where we all commit to funding the unglamorous but critical early stage work that turns a vision into a viable investment. Let's live here, ladies and gentlemen, not with more rhetoric, but with a shared commitment to bridge these three disconnects. Let's transform AFSEM and the CMP from elegant frameworks on paper into the living infrastructure that will power our homes, our industries, and our shared prosperity for generations to come. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam CEO, and another round of applause for Her Excellency, the CEO, for our opening remarks. Great. Now we've heard from Her Excellency, the Commissioner, and the CEO. They've given us the context. They've given us the benefits, the expectations from these sessions, highlighted something in briefly, some of the financing mechanisms which can help us achieve the implementation of the AFSEM and the CMP. They have now set the stage for us, and I again wish to request you to give them a big round of applause before I request them to take their seats on the other side. Please join me to give them a round of applause. And Madam CEO and Madam Commissioner, thank you so much for the opening remarks, and I'll request you to take your seats. Thank you, CEO. Thank you, Commissioner. So I'll take a seat and move closer to my panel. I am not very sure if His Excellency, the Honorable Minister, Joan Baptiste Borges, the Minister for Energy and Water, has managed to join us. If not, we can start our panel conversation. And I wish to start with the Director Bachi Balde from the African Development Bank. I hope you can hear me because you're connected online. Just confirm that you can hear me before I proceed to ask you the question.
Yes, Doctor, I can hear you clearly.
Maybe I can ask the participants in the room also if they can hear him. Yes, okay, that's fine. So, Director Baldi, the African Development Bank has been instrumental in advancing Africa's regional power integration and renewable energy development within the frameworks of the AFSEM, the Continental Power System Master Plan, and Mission 300, which seeks to electrify 300 million people by 2030. How is the African Development Bank aligning its financing and de-risking instruments to accelerate the bankability and implementation of cross-border electricity projects? Over to you, Mr. Baldi.
Thank you very much, Doctor. First of all, I'd like to extend our appreciation to the Africa Union Commission, AUDA NEPAD, for organizing this very important forum. The African Development Bank is Africa's AAA rated multilateral development bank, and the M300 is a very important framework for prioritizing not just energy access, but regional integration. You recall that in January, the Africa Energy Summit Declaration, which was endorsed by African heads of state in February, indicated the principles for M300. Basically, each compact has, we have about 30 compacts now that have been endorsed by governments, driven by the ministers of finance and energy, so that they are on the same page. And the priority projects are indicated in each national energy compact. The investment needs are over $100 billion per year, and this will call for partnerships, because no one bank or country can finance all the investment needs. And the World Bank and African Development Bank are the core financing partners, and together with other partners, we will commit our financing envelopes, both IDA and IBRD, and in the case of ADB, ADF and ADB envelopes, to make sure that once we have requests from countries and that they prioritize energy, then we will mobilize financing to meet any financing gaps, both public and private. And also this would involve local resource mobilization that the Commissioner alluded to. ADB provides technical assistance, debt, equity, and guarantees, and all those instruments will be mobilized to meet the financing needs of each country. We would like to build on locally, so each interconnector, meaning transmission interconnectors, that's how you have power trade, must be prioritized in the national energy compacts. And once they are prioritized, we start by looking at clusters of countries, each country looking at their neighbors, and through that, once they are committed, we can now leverage our financing instruments to leverage 1 to 1.5, or in some cases up to 4. We provide guarantees like partial risk guarantees, partial credit guarantees, etc. And with regard to our instruments, we have this Sustainable Energy for All, that's SEFA, which is the development partner group chair, and we have about 35 development partners already mobilized to fund M300 regional integration needs. We also are chairing the G20 10-year infrastructure investment plan, and CEFA provides catalytic and concessional funding for blended finance. So for example, the AGIA, the Africa Green Infrastructure Alliance facility, had its first close of $118 million just in August. ADB provided 40 million of that, and CEFA provided a 10 million post-loss guarantee. So that's just one example. CEFA also is being used to support the regional transmission infrastructure financing facility in SAP. And we are also looking at a very innovative instrument, a catalytic floor price guarantee structure within SAP, where developers can take merchant investment in IPPs and then sell to the South African power pool market. We are piloting that, and that will be replicated in other markets. I must emphasize that under M300, Pillar 5, which talks about reforms and utility financial creditworthiness, is very, very important. So our focus is on the utilities, because they are the operators, they are the co-developers, they are the off-takers for private sector investment. Without a credit-worthy utility that can pay its bills, there will be no private investment. It will be very limited, because private capital is a coward. So as off-takers and as members of power pools, we come together each year. We just had the annual AFSEM forum in Cairo with over 50 utilities. All the 5 CEOs presented their priority projects and investment needs. And for the first time, we invited the World Bank Group under M300, and a 10-man World Bank delegation attended. So coming together, identifying our priorities and gaps, and also looking at how best to deploy each of our financing instruments is very, very important under the context of South-South collaboration. So that was held in Cairo. I think that's a very important annual forum where AUDA, NEPAD, Africa Union Commission, AFDB, World Bank, and all the stakeholders come together to look at how best we can come together. And there we look at critical success factors. So for example, interconnectors that have been successful are, let's say, Kenya, Tanzania, which was commissioned this year. And through that, we will link into Zambia, linking the East African power pool with the South African power pool for the first time. Other good examples are OMVG or CLSG, linking Cote d'Ivoire, Liberia, Sierra Leone, and Guinea. We are looking at a second circuit. Ethiopia, Djibouti was very successful. We are now on the second phase, the second circuit, etc. So that sort of South-South collaboration is extremely important. And bottom-up approach. So the political cover and support is given by Africa Union Commission and AUDA NEPAD, but we must remember that the projects are done at the country level. So from each project implementation unit, building nationally, clusters through the power pool, and eventually across power pools to realize AFSEM objectives. I think I'll stop there for now. Thank you, Chair.
A round of applause, please. Thank you very much, Director Bachi. Before I can proceed to invite the next speaker, allow me to recognize the presence of the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Angola, who has joined us. I understand he's not going to be part of the panelists, but will be following attentively on the conversation which will be taking place. So thank you very much, Director Bachi, for that submission. Indeed, the M300 initiative to provide electricity to 300 million people in the continent, the various financing instruments which the bank has, technical assistance, debt to equity, as well as guarantee, the SAFER initiative, the importance of partnerships and working with the power pools and our member states. So from there, I'll direct my next question to Ms. Bridget Pico. You've listened to the African Development Bank, and I'll come to you with BMZ's initiative under the Engage program, accelerating energy transition in Africa, supports regulatory harmonization as well as energy access. How can future cooperation frameworks, including the Engage program, de-risk cross-border energy investments, including attracting private capital? Over to you, Madam Bridget Pico.
Thank you very much, Kamugisha, and all excellencies present, all fellow panelists. It's really a pleasure to be here on the panel today. And before I answer your question, let me make some general remarks. Thank you very much to the AU, Auda NEPAD, and the other IFIs really for coming together and discussing at the Luanda Financing Summit the critical issue of energy and moving the continental energy market forward. I think we can only laud the AU for the strategic vision and its member states that is formulated in the key documents, the AFSEM, which is already mentioned, and the CMP to actually implement this vision on the continent. We all know, and the Commissioner mentioned this as well, that the potential on the continent for renewable energy and energy more broadly is 1,000 times larger than the actual demand on the continent projected for 2040. So if things are really moved ahead under this vision, there should be enough electricity and energy production for the continent and even beyond. This continent could become a net exporter of energy in the future, which is, as I'm speaking as a German representative, but also as a European, of course, an area also for cooperation between our continents in the future under the win-win partnership model that we are all trying to achieve. For Germany, energy, climate is a key pillar of our cooperation with the African continent. We are, and I'm very pleased that the European Union is also on the panel, and the World Bank and the ADB online. We are working very closely together as Europeans, but also with the IFIs on the various programs. As Team Europe, we have signed up to the Africa-EU Green Energy Initiative, which has the ambition to commit 20 billion euros for energy transition by 2027 on this continent. And I think we are making good progress in this regard. This Team Europe initiative is also a platform for mobilizing support around these key AU initiatives, the AFSEM and the CMP, and also the regional economic communities with the regional power pools, which were already discussed by the colleagues from the African Development Bank, and of course, national level implementation. So we have in this framework, and let me also say that we are fully aligning to the Mission 300 program platform as Germany and as Europe, because we know that in the end, partnerships working together is very important. The needs are so enormous, so let's really be efficient and work together under these initiatives. Kamugisha, the director, mentioned the ENGAGE program. As German cooperation, we have, together with the African Union and Auda NEPAD, developed a new program with the title Accelerating the Energy Transition in Africa, ENGAGE. We work at all levels, the AU, the regional, and also the national level, and we really commit to strengthening the supporting the implementation of the AFSEM and the CMP. Now, on the de-risking part, in particular on cross-border energy programs, which is even more challenging than the national electricity programs, I think on de-risking and mobilizing investment, a key part remains, and we're not discussing this for the first time here today, regulation. The regulatory frameworks in the countries and the regions are very, very important, and proven solutions for risk mitigation are there. And I think working on these regulatory frameworks remains key to really attract private investors. And the utilities were also mentioned already by the ADB, key institutions under a fairly good regulatory system. And we've seen what a strong regulatory environment can do Let me name just one example. For example, in South Africa, once the regulation is there, the liberalization of the market is there, the private sector comes in. Because the cost, particularly in renewable investments, it's very attractive, it's very competitive, and private sector is standing ready to move in once that environment is there. There are also other de-risking instruments which also work at the regional level, which look at guarantees, already mentioned already. Let me name the African Trade and Investment Development Insurance, ATIDI, sitting in Kenya, as an important instrument to mobilize private sector investment in energy, but also larger trade facilitation. And another example which we've been working on with the AU Commission is the Geothermal Risk Mitigation Facility, which has been successful in generating a steady pipeline of geothermal projects by doing what? By de-risking early stage preparation effectively, and by doing that, contributing to adding over 3.5 gigawatt of geothermal energy to the systems. And I think we should look at also these facilities, these examples that are already there, that are working, that have mobilized the investment cross-border and nationally, and scale them up in support of the AFSAM and also the Continental Master Plan. Engage, the program which we have been launched, and it's funded with 16.5 million euros under technical cooperation via GIZ, the German technical agency, is facilitating exactly that, looking at what is there, scaling up, looking at regulation, looking at strengthening the work of the power pools together under the leadership of the AU Commission and AUDA NEPAD. Last point, I think what remains key in addition to regulation, in addition to looking at instruments that are already there, maybe developing them further as needs arise. Public and private cooperation working together is very, 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 very important in the energy sector. And it's not always easy, but I think we cannot do without it. Public-private partnerships need to be at the forefront of our cooperation. We have been working also with several national governments on setting up public-private partnership institutions within ministries, but also separate, to make this work, and we stand ready as a partner to move ahead. I think Europe and Africa, Germany and Africa are in this together. We have joint interests to make power, energy work on the continent, but also between the continents for our future cooperation. Let me stop here for the first round. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Bridget Pickle. A round of applause to our speaker. Indeed, you've highlighted a number of key issues which need to be in place to de-risk cross-border regional projects, but I'll pick one or two. One which was also emphasized in the remarks made by Our Excellency the Commissioner, that harmonized regulations, cost-reflected tariff, as well as standard market rules can serve as a de-risking tool in cross-border financing cross-border energy projects, which you've also touched upon in your remarks. Public-private partnership is also key. We are very glad that Germany is also a committed partner in the implementation of the M300. Under the AGAI and the commitment of the 20 billion euros, allow me now to move to the representative of the EU, Mr. Gianluca Azzoni. And for you, the Africa-Europe Green Energy Initiative, AGAI, and the Global Gateway Investments are enablers of Africa's energy transition. How can the EU financing instruments and regulatory experience under the AGAI, Africa-Europe Energy Initiative, support the creation of investment-ready environment for AFSEM and the Continental Power System Master Plan projects.
Thank you, Director, for the invitation, Excellencies, fellow panelists, and ladies and gentlemen. So let me first say that the European Union is a long-standing partner to the African Union, to other NEPAD, African continental institutions in their efforts to advance AFSEM and CMP. We joined hands from the very beginning. I think we are celebrating the 10th anniversary of this cooperation in energy. And of course, our cooperation in the energy sector has been a distinct dimension of our wider African Union-European Union partnership, of which we are celebrating the 25th anniversary this year, and the celebrations will culminate in the 7th African Union-European Union Summit that will take place exactly in this room in less than 1 month. And we have taken our engagement to scale with the Global Gateway strategy that was launched at the end of 2021, and which is the European Union's framework for sustainable investment in infrastructure. But it's also, we see it also as a key tool for strategic global engagement. So sustainable energy is a key priority under the Global Gateway, and as part of the ambitious Global Gateway investment package for Africa, which was adopted at the 6th European Union-African Union Summit in 2022, the IGA, Africa-Europe Green Energy Initiative, was launched, and I think the objective of IGA has already been recalled by Director Pickel to provide an additional 50 gigawatts of renewable energy generation capacity by 2030, and also contribute to closing the gap in terms of access by providing access to at least 100 million people by 2030. And this, of course, we intend to do this very closely aligned with the other initiatives that are ongoing, and of course the M300 that was just mentioned. So under the Africa-Europe Green Energy Initiative, we expect to mobilize around 20 billion in terms of funding, with an injection of 3.4 billion of grants, European Union, from the European Union budget, and part of this funding is being used to mobilize and to leverage private sector investments via guarantees and blending. And we have an instrument to do that, which is the European Fund for Sustainable Development Plus. So IGA has a comprehensive approach, is pursuing a comprehensive approach, a sort of 360-degree holistic approach, which includes emphasis on investment, on transmission infrastructure and renewable energy generation. But also energy access is an important area of focus, so electrification, energy efficiency, just energy transitions, and the greening of local value chains. Allow me to also mention that our Commission, European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, she made two recent announcements concerning new projects in these areas that I just mentioned, all across generation, transmission, distribution, efficiency. Two announcements, one in the margins of UNGA in New York, and one during the second edition of the Global Gateway Forum that was held in Brussels only a couple of weeks ago. So these announcements are about some 18 new projects in energy, involving 15 African countries, and this is again, this includes also, infrastructure of regional importance or continental importance, like the Tanzania-Zambia interconnector that was already mentioned, but others as well. And these announcements are part of the Scaling Up Renewable campaign that was launched by our President von der Leyen together with the South African President Cyril Ramaphosa in November 2024, and which will culminate at the G20 Leaders Summit in South Africa in November 2025. And as I said before, the pledges made under the campaign would also contribute to Mission 300 to advance the shared objectives to improve energy connectivity for people in Africa. Just let me conclude by mentioning the work that we've been doing together with the African Union, the NEPAD. So first to say that indeed the AFSEM is a pivotal project for Africa because it has this ambition to build the world's largest unified electricity market. And we are very happy that we have embarked in a new chapter, in the next chapter of our cooperation, close cooperation with the African Union, again, the NEPAD and power pools, regional power pools and regional economic communities, with the launch of a new program, the Continental Energy Program for Africa. It's another SEPA, and that will last until 2028. And this program will allow us to continue our significant technical assistance package for AFSEM and for CMP, and also for the implementation of the African Energy Efficiency Strategy. It's through this program that we are making available that the experience and the expertise that the European Union has acquired from integrating the European electricity markets, which is an experience that points towards the key benefits of a larger electricity market. Indeed, by trading across a border, we can have increased efficiency, lower the electricity cost, improve energy security, and of course, very importantly, deepen the process of regional integration and make available the power that is required to promote and to sustain economic growth. So I think these are all objectives that are equally relevant for Africa. So we're happy to be able to contribute to those through this close cooperation. Just a last word, under this program we've been working on the regulatory harmonization. This is of course a key dimension that we need to address. Better rules and coordination for power trade and market operation, rules for market operations, but also creating, providing guidelines for clear, investor-friendly for renewables, so that we can encourage investments from the private sector to operate independent power producers. We are also working through CMP to update the master plan for the period to come, 2026 to 2050, and of course, last but not least,
working to help speed up the preparation of priority projects. The program is working on a number of pre-feasibility studies for priority cross-border transmission links to speed up the financing and delivery. So this is a critical element that has been identified. And of course, this work is being done together with the national utilities, the ministries, power pools, and AUDANEPA. I will stop there just to say that the European Union intends to continue to be a reliable and trusted partner to the African Union, an African continental institution for the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gianluca. A round of applause, please. Very insightful reflections you have shared, in particular the ongoing SEPA program, providing support to the African Union Commission, AUDANEPA, as well as the power pools, but the investments which the EU is taking in power generation transmission as well as renewables. But I've picked up a point which now will help me transition to my next question to the Vice President of the World Bank in terms of the Global Gateway Investments, and AGE seeks to provide energy access to 100 million citizens by 2030, an additional of 50 gigawatts of renewable electricity into the energy mix of the continent. So over to Mr. Ndiam Diop, the Vice President of the World Bank. Building on the World Bank's support for regional interconnections and energy access programs, how can the bank instruments, including SMAP and regional investment platforms, be adopted to bridge the financing gap between early-stage project preparations and full-scale investment for the CMP as well as the Mission 300? Over to you.
Thank you very much, dear moderator. It's a pleasure to be here among all the distinguished panelists and all the guests in the room. I think the starting point is really the strategic framework. African Union has set a very compelling ambition for all of us, and this is the real guide, the Agenda 2063, and the vision behind it, and I think it's a really compelling one. The second is that the CMP has set a very ambitious goal for Africa, a sort of common market for electricity, for connecting all the countries in the continent, and I think the scale of the policy reforms and regulatory reforms needs and the scale of investment needs is such that partnership will be very critical. We will need really all hands on deck to be able to achieve these targets in a reasonable time. So that's why I think our partnership, all of us, is really critical to achieve these goals. And that's what the World Bank is really focusing on, not only mobilizing financing and concessional financing to really make sure that the investment will lead to affordable electricity at the end of the day, but also mobilizing co-financing to really support the project we're implementing on the ground. So let me just mention 3 ways in which we're trying to really push this agenda forward and contribute among all of us to helping achieve this agenda. The first one is really the interconnection of transmission lines, which is basically a way to support the CMP, but using a sort of double approach. One is a bottom-up approach, working with the countries, just as our colleagues from ADB mentioned earlier, working with our countries that prioritize those interconnectors and then provide them with the support they need, in particular financial support, to really materialize those investments. And that bottom-up approach dovetails very well with the African Union Development Agency's approach, which is basically connecting all the 5 power pools in the continent. So the two together really could synergize very, very well to help achieve that objective quite efficiently. So we have the Retrade, we have a regional program, which is a $2.2 billion funding program to support the countries and the cluster of countries in the region on interconnection of electricity. And it is quite exciting to see that, in fact, there are some gaps. You know, if you look at just the continent from north to south, if I look at the Africa East and Africa South, it really takes a few additional interconnectors to connect, you know, the sort of system from maybe Ethiopia all the way to South Africa. And as our colleague from ADB mentioned, with the connection of Zambia and Tanzania, we're almost, you know, we're sort of a good way, good way there. So, and the pipeline we have in this 2.2 billion facility includes many of those gaps. So it is encouraging that if all goes well in the next few years, we will be, along with our partners, really having all these gaps at least addressed or closed. So that's the first one, the first instrument. The second is M300. It's been mentioned. I will not be expanding on that because I think our colleague from AFDB really you know, provided a very good description of the program. We're making progress for the countries, and as he said, today we have 29 or 30 countries that have their own compact, and these compacts, they outline the investment needs, the reforms need, and the priorities that the governments want to be supported on. And we come in behind those compacts to support the needs. Among the 29, we have the first cohort of countries that have completed their compact. What we're doing at the World Bank is that we are now supporting them through additional financing. Many of them have actually completed already first project or are seeing some ongoing projects supported through World Bank financing. And right now we are lining up additional financing, especially for our large access gap countries like Ethiopia, like Mozambique, Tanzania. Those are, I would call them connection machines because they actually by themselves, because of the health of their utilities, they connect, they expand the grid and connect at a clip of 400,000 per year or 500,000 per year. With the additional concessional financing, we are trying to get them to 1 million, to double the connection that they have. And the machine is actually very well oiled because they have a model that works, and we can go very fast with these countries. Now we have another cluster of countries where the utilities you know, are really underperforming with commercial losses, technical losses, and solvency problems. For those, the emphasis is really more on supporting them through reforms to really make them bankable, solvent, so that they can attract private investment and resume investment by themselves. So now in those countries, in addition to supporting reforms, we are also supporting investment in transmission and the other part of the energy sector. And then lastly, we have a few countries that are really the top performer in terms of access. They are at 75% of access. Typical country is Kenya. So there we are starting to really approach a situation where, connection is really about remote rural areas, hard to reach communities, etc. And in those countries, we are deploying decentralized solutions such as off-grid, mini-grid. So the decentralized solutions are being really promoted in all countries where the compact really prioritize them. Either because it will take 20 years before the grid gets there because of the difficulties of the utility companies, or we have reached a level of penetration of electricity such that actually the remaining communities not connected are very remote and far from the grid or in mountainous areas, and expanding the grid would be too expensive to reach them. So that's the second instrument, and M300 is really making very good progress. 32 million people have been connected so far, and we are projecting a very rapid increase given the front loading of the financing we are doing. The challenge with really the financing is that since the target is 2030, and it takes a few years to really implement this project, much of the financing should happen this year. So front loading is absolutely critical, and that's what we are working on. We are doing that at the World Bank, and we are trying to make sure that the last cohort of countries that have not completed their compact could be financed right away. And I think that's really critical, and that's why we are also really very proactively approaching our partners for co-financing. Now, lastly, let me mention our third key pillar, which is really supporting countries or clusters of countries on large transformative energy projects. And we have a few ones that are really important. These are national projects, but they're also regional projects, and they will take time to develop. So what we are doing is that we are spending resources and trying to really prepare those countries to the project. I can give the example of Inga, for which we are already investing to make sure that when the private developer comes in, DRC will have the technicians, the engineers, and all the people that could be employed in the project. So we are financing an Inga Academy, which is starting now, so that in 3, 4, 5 years, DRC will be able, and countries in the region actually, could benefit from the Inga Academy, would have the skills and the people to really help the project at implementation. We are trying to adopt the same approach for Patamanga, which is in Malawi, which we have approved a few months ago. It's a 450 million grant to Malawi, and there too, we are spending those resources in making sure that the local communities benefit from the future project, just as we are doing for DRC, investing in the communities around those project sites, making sure that they have electricity, they have water, they have schools right now, before the project is material, so that once the private developer comes in, local benefit is no longer a problem. So this is the sort of new strategy and new approach we are trying to apply across the board. Let me finally mention the Rizizi 3 project, which is a regional hydroelectric project between DRC, Rwanda, and Burundi. It's a very advanced stage of preparation, and that project could really support a country like Rwanda, for example, reduce the cost of electricity because this is this is a hydro project. So in a nutshell, those are the sort of three main instruments we are using. There's a sense of urgency, as I mentioned, because all these projects take time to develop and to bear fruit. So the partnership right now with everyone to really maximize and scale up the resources that we are putting in this year and next year will be absolutely critical in achieving the result by 2030. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. And a round of applause to the Vice President, please. Thank you very much for the Bank 3 approaches. I wouldn't wish to repeat them, but I'll pick one or two which I believe are critical when we're talking about the AFSEM and the CMP, and it's on the interconnector. I think this has been touched upon by most of the other previous speakers, in particular linking the Eastern and Southern African power pools on the various gaps and projects which are ongoing, and they appear to be supported almost by most of the partners or financing institutions who have spoken, and these are very critical for us to be able to achieve an integrated electricity market within the continent and support the AFSEM and the CMP. But also the M300 and the almost 10% achievement to the target so far, the 32 million new electricity access, which is quite commendable, but also looking at decentralized systems for areas which are far from the grid. With that, now I wish to maybe move on to Mr. James Joseph Ngaga, CEO and founder of AFSEM. Just not to confuse with AFSEM, maybe I need to explain what this acronym stands for, and Joseph will correct me. It's Africa Climate and Energy Nexus. I hope I'm correct.
You are. Okay. And thank you for the opportunity. Hello, everybody. Perhaps we take a different approach, which is the private sector in this conversation, and then going into philanthropy. And I'll start with a story. In 2016, 2017, I had two projects in the Mount Elgon region of Uganda. As Elaine mentioned yesterday, Elaine of Africa 50, private sector understands IPPs, power generation, but we are very new to power transmission. So in Uganda, I had these two projects, all fully developed, all the way to your generation license, but it had one condition, subject to availability of transmission lines. Those transmission lines had been planned for over 10 years, and they were nowhere in sight. So over 4 years, with a bit of grant money, I convinced the government of Uganda to allow us to build those projects as IPTs, independent power transmission. Fast forward to today, which is probably another 8 years later, those projects have not been built, neither the transmission lines nor the generation projects. But across all that experience, we learned a few things. We learned that data is absolutely critical to helping plan transmission lines, whether these are interconnectors or they're within the countries. Two, you need to be very clear about the economics of those transmission lines. Where is the demand and where is the generation, to demonstrate the economics in such a way that you don't impact the end user tariff too significantly. And third, you need to have an overview of what is the economic agenda of that country, or that region in this case, in order to build the priority projects first, and then sequence them in a way that you don't end up with white elephants, but you have the right projects first. Now that took 4 years and a fortune, and I was able to do that because I had some technical assistance money. Coming to today, what is AFSEN? AFSEN is Africa Climate and Energy Nexus. We have built an enormous data platform that aggregates the continent's data. We are applying AI tools to address the second challenge I faced, which is expertise. We don't have as deep an expertise in private sector transmission lines as we do in generation. We need to build that up, but we cannot do it fast enough, so we leverage AI and technology. And the third bit is you cannot do this in isolation. It cannot be one pillar, energy, or agriculture. We must look across all our sectors. So AFSEN is a digital platform that leverages AI to help us make the right investment decisions, the right policy decisions, and to drive impact as fast as we can. That will then put in context my remarks on the role of philanthropy. So when I struggled to get those projects done, I thought I'll join Rockefeller Foundation. They have a pot of money that's free. Can we use that money to address the challenges that we faced as a private sector IPP, and in this case also IPT? And what I did after joining Rockefeller is we set up the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, and by the time I finished with that organization, I served as the Mission 300 Special Envoy, and I want to congratulate the 2 banks and partners for already hitting 10% of Mission 300's targets. Philanthropy can do 5 things for the Intercontinental Master Plan and the trading system. One is design and development of projects, not in isolation, not each project being individually made bankable, but a portfolio. Why? Because there's not enough time to do bespoke bankability of projects. You must look at the ecosystem, and that addresses a lot of the things that we spend a lot of time and money on, de-risking individual projects. So number one, philanthropy can support by doing ecosystem development that includes multiple projects, and therefore inter-de-risking between them. That is too early for even the project preparation facilities that we have with AFDB and other organizations. That must come from public good money. In the absence of our governments having fiscal headroom, philanthropy can cover that. The second is what I talked about, which is aggregating data. Data on the continent is sparse, it sits in different ports, it's very expensive to gather, and there's not an economic model today to put it together in the sense that would serve our purpose. Helping aggregate that by working with Auda NEPAD and the teams around that helps accelerate investment decisions with our countries and with private sector. The third is innovation. And here I want to be very, very clear. It is innovation in new things, like the AI platforms we're talking about, and so on. It cannot be pilot projects. Nobody needs another pilot project on how to build a transmission line. That's done. Innovation is really pushing the envelope to where we're extracting enormous efficiencies from time and money in order to achieve the continent's ambition. And the fourth, of course, is helping institutions and instruments. I think there was a comment yesterday that, again, we have good institutions now, and now we need to develop the right instruments. Those instruments require capital expertise to put together, whether these are green bonds that finance transmission lines that can demonstrate that they're evacuating clean energy to productive use, that's also clean, or those are examples like that. I know we are short on time, so I'll pause there, but from a philanthropy perspective, the underlying principle should be we use free money where it has the highest risk, but it is used in such a way that it unlocks significant capital from our institutions who have the liquidity to make the large investments, but need that small but high-risk money to unlock a single or couple of bottlenecks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Joseph Nganga. A round of applause for that. Very clear and concise from the private sector perspective. I picked on innovation, which is very key, and AFSEN being a digital platform using emerging technology with data which can help you determine where the demand, how you plan your network in terms of generation and transmission. So I've been told that we have to vacate this room in the next 15 minutes for lunch so that they prepare for the next session, and I think I have 3 more speakers. So allow me to invite the Secretary General of the South African Power Pool, and to him I would wish to ask that the South African Power Pool has made notable progress in advancing regional power trading and interconnections. As AFSEM and CMP seek to scale the success across the continent, which have been achieved by the South African Power Pool, what are the what are the lessons that can be drawn from SAP's experience developing markets, based power trading, and integrating renewable energy? Over to you.
Thank you, Director, and thank you for the opportunity to be able to be part of this distinguished panel. I note that the roles of power pools have already been covered by those who have spoken before, and for sure, let me address the focus to the question that you raised in terms of what lessons have we learned and how can these also be applied by the other power pools in the continent. And I think the first lesson I would want to mention is having clear and comprehensive governance documents. And I think it's important that those documents are aligned to the mandate of the power pool. However, considering that we are in an evolving environment, we also need to be pragmatic in terms of revising those documents where necessary. And I'll tell you that SAP has revised a lot of its documents from time to time to align it with the changes that are going on in the market, and I think that's very important. Secondly, SAP has learned that while we are an institution that looks at the power sector and working with utilities, it's also important to ensure that policy issues are then elevated to the level where they belong. So we have had very good support from our political leadership through the energy ministers, and sometimes we've even had the opportunity to have issues presented to the ministers of finance in the region, and we believe that's a very important link. From a regulatory point of view, we also have worked very closely with the Regional Energy Regulatory Association to ensure that regulatory issues are addressed and that we also have input in some of the requirements that would support electricity trade in the region. Collaboration has been mentioned by a lot of the previous speakers, and I want to say that we have learned that it's very important to collaborate with various stakeholders who are involved in whatever we do. First of all, we have learned that it's important to collaborate with those that are in the renewable energy space, because it becomes important that we integrate renewable energy into the system in such a way that we address some of the shortcomings. So we've been collaborating with the International Renewable Energy Agency. From a regional point of view, we've been collaborating with the SADC Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency. And I think that has helped us to address some of the issues. We've also been collaborating with other institutions internationally. From the European Union end, we've been collaborating with ENSO-E. From the American side, we've been collaborating with the Energy Regulatory Commission. I mean, I can list quite a lot, but I just want to say from each of those areas where there's influence, it has been important that we have that collaboration. We're also happy we've been working with the DFIs as well, the World Bank, the African Development Bank, and this has helped us shape some of the areas that are critical to get us to succeed in what we are doing. We've also realized that we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We actually need to look at the wheel that's there and adjust it to meet our own requirements. And as a result, we've learned a lot from the power pools and organizations that are similar to us that are working elsewhere in the world. We've learned from them, looked at their experiences, and then adapted those experiences to our own environment. And this is how we've managed, for example, to develop our own market, looking at the European market, seeing how we adjust it to meet our own needs, and even expand the portfolios to look at the portfolios that address our challenges. While we started off having membership only of public utilities, we've then realized that the power sector includes not only public sector, it includes private players. I mean, there have already been discussions around IPPs and IPTs. And we're happy that we've now opened membership to the private sector. IPPs are now members of SAP. We're trying to attract other private players, be they energy traders, be they even large customers, that they become players on the market in order to increase the liquidity and allow the market to be the key driver to developments in this sector. We also have noticed that it's also important to ensure that projects are prepared and projects reach bankability. I mean, we've had opportunities to engage a lot of financial institutions to indicate where the gaps are. Is there a role we can play to also fill the gap? And we are happy that some of them have assisted us in creating a project advisory unit, and we say heads up to the World Bank for doing that. And that unit has helped us to be able to coordinate project preparation, coordinate structuring of projects, and we're seeing some of those projects then getting to financial closure. And we believe the other power pools can also learn from that and be able to move forward. We've also noted it's also important from a continental point of view that we collaborate with our fellow power pools. We now have, for example, a coordinating committee with EAPP, which tries to address issues that we know will come in hand as soon as the two power pools get interconnected. We are grateful to African Union for creating the Forum for African Power Pools, and I think that forum is helping us get prepared to move towards AFSEM. Thank you.
A round of applause to Mr. Stephen Diwa. Thank you so much, Mr. Stephen Diwa, for sharing the Southern African Power Pool success stories and experience. I'll move on to the Secretary General of the Central African Power Pool, Mr. Atadit Bagrog, and request him to also share the experience of the Central African Power Pool in terms of creating a regional electricity market. You have 5 minutes, Mr. Atadit.
Merci, Monsieur le modérateur. Je voudrais avant tout remercier Aouda Nepad et l'Union africaine qui nous donnent cette opportunité de parler de l'Afrique centrale. Le pool énergétique de l'Afrique centrale, c'est le pool de l'Afrique centrale, donc constitué de 11 États que sont les deux Congos, le Burundi, le Rwanda, l'Angola, le Gabon, la Guinée équatoriale, Sao Tomé et Principe, le Cameroun, le Tchad et la République centrafricaine. Je dirais franchement, nous n'avons pas d'expérience, tout simplement parce que cette zone qui regorge d'énormes ressources d'énergie renouvelable, le premier en Afrique sur le plan hydroélectricité, avec le solaire important dans la zone nord, avec de la biomasse, nous n'avons pas avancé. Pas avancé parce que nous n'avons pas de réseau interconnecté. Or, pour créer un marché régional, pour créer un marché tout court, il faut des boulevards énergétiques. Il est certes clair que dès sa création en 2003 à Brazzaville, il était mentionné dans l'accord cadre intergouvernemental qui avait été signé par les ministres en charge de l'énergie que le rôle du PAC ainsi créé était de mettre en place un marché régional d'électricité. Et ce marché ne peut se faire qu'à travers des boulevards énergétiques, chose que nous n'avons pas encore pour le moment. Une toute petite bretelle lie la RDC et le Congo, c'est-à-dire Kinshasa et Brazzaville. Je pense que créer un marché continental revient à faire tout pour qu'il y ait des réseaux, pour qu'il y ait des boulevards de réseaux en Afrique centrale. L'Afrique centrale constitue le passage obligatoire de l'ensemble des réseaux qui vont être mis en place pour créer ce marché. Je crois qu'à l'instar du schéma régional de l'Afrique centrale en cours d'élaboration, initié dans le cadre de la mise en place du schéma directeur continental, il est important et urgent que l'Union africaine, les partenaires techniques et financiers, les États, il faut aussi qu'on parle des États, qui ont suffisamment de moyens et qui peuvent faire des choses, mettent la main dans la poche pour implémenter dans cette zone d'Afrique centrale des boulevards énergétiques. Nous avons plusieurs projets, une quarantaine d'ailleurs dans notre portefeuille. Les projets majeurs sont, tout à l'heure, je le dirais, c'est la boucle de l'amitié qui lie l'Angola et les deux Congos, initiée par les hautes responsabilités qui ont signé un protocole d'accord pour la mise en place de ce noyau. Ce sera l'ossature du développement des réseaux interconnectés en Afrique centrale. Nous avons aussi un autre projet qui concerne donc le Tchad et le Cameroun, qui est en phase de mise en œuvre en ce moment. Mais tout ceci n'est qu'à ce début, à leur début. Donc, comme je disais, donc, nous avons aussi quelques instruments qu'on a mis en place. C'est par exemple le code du marché de l'électricité. D'aucuns diront qu'on a mis la charrue avant les bœufs. On a créé le code du marché de l'électricité avant même qu'on ait des réseaux interconnectés, avant même qu'on ait ce marché. Donc, nous avons également un code d'exploitation des réseaux électriques. Donc, je pense que notre plaidoyer au niveau de l'Afrique centrale, c'est que des efforts soient faits au niveau international. Quelqu'un a cité tout à l'heure Inga. De par son potentiel, Inga est là. Vous savez, le potentiel actuel de l'Afrique centrale est de plus de 150 gigawatts. Et la puissance installée est de 13 gigawatts. Ce n'est même pas le 10%. Et de ces 13 gigawatts, plus de la moitié, c'est-à-dire plus de 6 gigawatts, sont installés ici, en Angola, qui a fait de grands pas dans ce sens. Dans le sens du développement des capacités de production hydraulique, qui a fait de grands pas dans le sens du développement des réseaux 400 kV, 220 kV, qui aujourd'hui, l'Angola est le champion de toute l'Afrique centrale. Mais je crois qu'il faudrait donc que les autres pays, que cette initiative de l'Angola puisse être répercutée, puisse être dupliquée dans d'autres pays. Je ne néglige pas certains pays qui ont fait beaucoup d'efforts, il est vrai, mais c'est encore insuffisant. Il faut créer des réseaux interconnectés, créer rapidement des réseaux interconnectés, des boulevards énergétiques, si on veut créer un marché régional d'électricité. Ça permettra de mettre à la place des populations des industries, de l'énergie en quantité, en qualité et à moindre coût, surtout à moindre coût. Parce que l'électricité dans cette zone coûte trop cher, trop cher. C'est d'ailleurs la zone où l'électricité coûte le plus cher. Par exemple, dans mon pays, le Tchad, ça coûte extrêmement cher. D'ailleurs, ça coûte cher, mais il n'y en a pas. C'est difficile à expliquer. Bon, donc je crois que le plaidoyer que je peux faire ici, c'est, je me tourne vers l'Union africaine, comme je l'ai dit aussi, vers les partenaires techniques et financiers, tirer l'Afrique centrale de cette situation. Elle pourra servir de locomotive pour le développement du secteur, rien qu'à partir de Grand Inga. Voilà tout ce que je peux dire, comme le temps est limité. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Adeti Magrok, and a round of applause for him. For my last speaker, Mr. Richard Abel, could you share the Green Financing Institute? How does it see itself positioning to contribute to the success of the implementation of the Continental Power System Master Plan, and in that regard, the realization of the Africa Single Electricity Market? Over to you.
Thank you, Director. And I'm delighted to say that the Green Finance Institute, which is headquartered in the City of London, and a group of financially expert people who are looking to push forward the green transition in difficult markets and in difficult sectors, is partnered with the World Bank and leading the work under the Global Clean Power Alliance finance mission. The GCPA was set up by the UK and Brazil governments recently, and I'm pleased to say that the Africa Union is a leading and active member of it, and we're very much looking forward to working to deliver technical assistance in partnership with others to help move forward the energy transition, and that includes both country platforms as well as the sort of regional initiatives we've been talking today in terms of deepening power pools. and increasing grid interconnection and overall grid penetration. And I guess my reflection, based on my own past experience investing in transmission infrastructure as well as energy infrastructure, is it is super capital intensive. And the more that we can think about in our development, we focus on the challenges of the coordination to do the actual development of the assets. And the focus on transparency we heard earlier, and on excellent and transparent regulatory systems is really important, as is the use and the targeted use of scarce concessional capital, not just to enhance creditworthiness to make projects bankable and to be able to mobilize private sector debt or equity at all, but also thinking forward how we develop grid infrastructure as an asset class in Africa. It is something that, with the right structuring and with the focus on payment and the regularity of the whole regulation, the system of regulation, can be a really attractive asset class for African asset managers and institutions, in addition to energy. And that's a nascent thing, but one we should think about as a sort of ultimate end goal to mobilize the whole ecosystem of private finance in support of these ambitious plans to increase interconnection and grid penetration across the continent. So we're very much looking forward to working with African Union and other finance mission partners under the GCPA over the next couple of years in a targeted way to help bring some of our expertise and experience from around the world in the Global South and elsewhere to forward these goals. Thank you very much.
Round of applause to Mr. Richard Abel. So I think we've run out of time for our session, and I'll really try and summarize some of the key points from our discussions today. I don't think if it's going to be very exhaustive. But one, yes, indeed, we acknowledge that the AFSEM and the CMP are very ambitious initiatives to be implemented within the next 15 years to achieve universal energy access within the continent. The need for partnerships has been demonstrated here. You'll hear the submission made by the African Development Bank, the EU, Germany, the World Bank. They all talk about the various initiatives which they are supporting under the different frameworks which they have, whether it's the M300, whether it's the SEPA, Engage, AGAI, Global Gateway, but they're all interconnected in terms of the initiatives which they are supporting or the projects on the ground in our member states or our power pools or even at the regional economic community level. The need for policy and regulatory framework has come out very clearly, and I think we need to have harmonized regulations which will help direct some of the financing, in particular private capital, to go into implementation of some of these projects. A number of the financing instruments or the risking instruments mechanism have been presented, which are very clearly important for us to be able to achieve the objectives of the AFSEM and the CMP. The issue of private sector participation has also been highlighted. Technical capacity, the required competence is also very key, and a lot of other key items which have been presented by our speakers. With that, allow me maybe to conclude this session by requesting for another round of applause to all our speakers for the submission which they have made. And I'll call our session, high-level session on financing the AFSEM under the CMP to a close. Thank you very much to everyone, and I wish us to stand there and take a group photo. Thank you.
Dois. Muito obrigada a todos participantes da nossa sessão. Obrigada ao senhor moderador e aos painelistas. Queremos informar que temos uma inscrição a ser feita para quem estiver interessado em fazer o tour na sexta-feira, na tenda de exposição. I would like to thank you all for your presence, all the moderator and all the speakers. And I would like to inform you that we have the signature for a tour on Friday at the exhibition tent. For one who is interested, you can go to the exhibition tent. Thank you all, and we're going to make the break for the lunch. And I wish you all a great meal. Thank you.
A continent crisscrossed and seamlessly connected by a web of world-class infrastructure. To drive sustainable growth, PIDA is focusing on 4 critical sectors: transport, energy, water, and information technology. From highways and railways to air and sea transport, PIDA is reshaping the way people and goods move across the continent. In the last decade, PIDA has paved the way for a connected Africa with over 16,000 kilometers of roads and 4,000 kilometers of railways developed. Our journey continues as we empower communities and drive growth. Access to energy powers economies with 232 gigawatts of total installed capacity and 7 gigawatts of hydroelectricity. PIDA is not just lighting up communities, but is also boosting productivity and creating jobs, all while promoting environmental sustainability. Water is life, and PIDA's projects ensure efficient management of Africa's shared water resources. By improving access to clean water, we are supporting both health and economic prosperity for millions. As the digital world transforms, PIDA is bridging Africa's digital divide. Through enhanced internet connectivity, we are opening doors to education, healthcare, and global trade, creating new opportunities to everyone. PIDA has already impacted millions, creating thousands of jobs, enabling regional trade, and setting the stage for a prosperous future. But we are only beginning. Together, we can shape the future of resilient, inclusive infrastructure for a thriving Africa. Discover how you can get involved at aupida.org.
África vive tempo de reforço e consolidação de relações e de soluções. Em cada país, emergem sinais de reforço e consolidação de programas de modernização, de cooperação e de confiança no futuro. A integração continental, sonhada por gerações e líderes, ganha hoje expressão concreta nas infraestruturas que aproximam povos, encurtam distâncias, ampliam oportunidades e constituem-se no pilar essencial rumo ao desenvolvimento sustentável. É neste contexto que Luanda acolhe a terceira cimeira sobre o financiamento para o desenvolvimento de infraestruturas em África. Promovida pela Agência de Desenvolvimento da União Africana, em parceria com o Governo da República de Angola, a terceira cimeira sobre financiamento para o desenvolvimento de infraestruturas em África reúne chefes de Estado, ministros, líderes de instituições financeiras, investidores, especialistas, académicos, num esforço comum para fortalecer e ampliar as bases materiais do desenvolvimento em África. Financiar infraestruturas não é apenas construir estradas, caminhos de ferro, barragens, portos, aeroportos. É criar as condições essenciais para que a África produza mais e melhor, comunique de forma eficaz e consistente, facilita a circulação de pessoas e bens e oferece respostas concretas aos desafios das populações e instituições. Financiar infraestruturas é investir em resiliência, em sustentabilidade e na capacidade de cada Estado transformar recursos materiais e não só em bem-estar para os povos de África. A África cresce, floresce e afirma-se no cenário mundial. Esta cimeira reafirma a prioridade do continente: interligar a África, promover e intensificar a produção local, a indústria, o comércio, os serviços, partilhar experiências e fortalecer a integração continental. Estes 4 dias em Luanda apresentam-se como uma oportunidade ímpar de reflexão de alto nível, troca de experiências, reforço das capacidades e partilha de conhecimento e facilitar a tomada de decisões estratégicas. É um espaço de concertação entre governos, instituições públicas e privadas e parceiros de desenvolvimento. Cada painel, cada intervenção serve de reforço da visão de uma África que se reconhece no diálogo, na capacitação, na partilha, os elementos essenciais para os vários desafios do continente. Para Angola, acolher esta cimeira é afirmar o seu compromisso com o desenvolvimento continental. É colocar a experiência de reconstrução e crescimento ao serviço de uma agenda africana comum. É renovar o propósito de contribuir com estabilidade e visão para a prosperidade do continente e dos seus povos. Terceira cimeira sobre o financiamento para o desenvolvimento de infraestruturas em África, uma iniciativa da Agência de Desenvolvimento da União Africana e do Governo de Angola, em nome de uma África integrada, produtiva e solidária. Conectar continentes, construir o futuro. Governo de Angola.
Somos resiliência e amor. Somos resiliência e amor.
Hello. I would like to reinforce that now it's time for lunch. I would like to invite you to proceed to the location of the lunch, and then we will be back at 2 o'clock.
Comprometida com o futuro da fiscalização, supervisão e monitoramento de projetos estruturantes, a Copia Group of Companies traz tecnologias que elevam os padrões de eficiência e precisão no setor. Apostamos em soluções inovadoras que revolucionam a forma como os projetos são monitorados. Fiscalizamos com orgulho o aproveitamento hidroelétrico de Caculucabaça. Com mais de 200 funcionários, entre topógrafos, geólogos e geotécnicos, altamente qualificados, garantimos análises minuciosas de cada dado inserido na nossa aplicação Mapli. Ajudamos a melhorar a vida de crianças e adolescentes em todo o país que sofrem de escoliose, devolvendo o sorriso a quem podia ter perdido a esperança. Nós, Cópia, fiscalizamos o amanhã.
Access Bank, mais que um banco.
Bem-vindos à nossa jornada no Banco BAE. Fundado em 1996, o Banco BAE tem-se dedicado a oferecer serviços bancários de excelência. A nossa trajetória é marcada pela inovação, integridade e compromisso com os nossos clientes. A nossa missão como empresa é agregar valor para o acionista de forma sustentável, disponibilizando uma oferta de excelência para os nossos clientes, garantindo assim a melhor experiência bancária em Angola. Ao longo dos anos, conquistamos marcos significativos, expandindo os nossos serviços e fortalecendo a nossa presença no mercado. Cada etapa desta jornada foi construída com a confiança dos nossos clientes e a dedicação da nossa equipa. Garantimos a nossa presença nacional e internacional com mais de 1000 pontos de atendimento espalhados por todo o país. Marcamos a nossa presença também em Portugal, Cabo Verde e São Tomé. Oferecemos ainda uma ampla gama de produtos e serviços, todos projetados para ajudar os nossos clientes a alcançar os seus objetivos financeiros. Olhamos para o futuro com entusiasmo, investindo em novas tecnologias e processos inovadores. Estamos comprometidos em continuar a liderar o setor bancário com soluções modernas e eficazes. Obrigado por fazer parte da nossa história. Juntos, vamos continuar a crescer e a inovar. Para mais informações, visite o nosso site www.bancobai.ao.
We are proud of a past that will be proud of the future we are building today. We build and provide environmental services with total respect for the people and the communities in which we operate. Guided by 5 principles: value creation, commitment, quality, innovation, and proximity. We only understand the service we provide in a context of genuine partnership with those we serve, where we deeply value the trust placed in us. We are convinced that in the future, as in the past, The restlessness and boldness that characterize us will continue to be a source of energy and value creation. We always aspire to be the trustworthy neighbor, finding value in cultural and market heterogeneity. We want to be the best, not necessarily the biggest. And we will always be able to adapt to the new challenges that talent attraction and retention pose today. We want to be the home where our employees want to stay and where they feel they contribute to a better world with their daily work. Because the purpose that guides us is greater than our whole. We are aware that society today demands solutions to its social and environmental challenges, and we want to be an integral part of the solution, acting responsibly. We aspire to be seen as an example of respect for the planet and people, where others can find inspiration to follow in the same footsteps. We want to help build a sustainable future for current and future generations, certain that this is the path to prosperity. We sum it up in our purpose. Our legacy inspires and commits us to build a better world.
Across Africa, a transformative journey is unfolding, one that aims to connect nations, empower communities, and unlock potential. This is the vision of the Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa, PIDA. In harmony with the African Union's Agenda 2063, PIDA envisions a continent crisscrossed and seamlessly connected by a web of world-class infrastructure. To drive sustainable growth, PIDA is focusing on 4 critical sectors: transport, energy, water, and information technology. From highways and railways to air and sea transport, PIDA is reshaping the way people and goods move across the continent. In the last decade, PIDA has paved the way for a connected Africa with over 16,000 kilometers of roads and 4,000 kilometers of railways developed. Our journey continues as we empower communities and drive growth. Access to energy powers economies with 232 gigawatts of total installed capacity and 7 gigawatts of hydroelectricity. PIDA is not just lighting up communities, but is also boosting productivity and creating jobs, all while promoting environmental sustainability. Water is life, and PIDA's projects ensure efficient management of Africa's shared water resources. By improving access to clean water, we are supporting both health and economic prosperity for millions. As the digital world transforms, PIDA is bridging Africa's digital divide. Through enhanced internet connectivity, we are opening doors to education, healthcare, and global trade, creating new opportunities to everyone. PIDA has already impacted millions, creating thousands of jobs, enabling regional trade, and setting the stage for a prosperous future. But we are only beginning. Together, we can shape the future of resilient, inclusive infrastructure for a thriving Africa. Discover how you can get involved at aupida.org.
África vive um tempo de reforço e consolidação de relações e de soluções. Em cada país, emergem sinais de reforço e consolidação de programas de modernização, de cooperação e de confiança no futuro. A integração continental, sonhada por gerações e líderes, ganha hoje expressão concreta nas infraestruturas que aproximam povos, encurtam distâncias, ampliam oportunidades e constituem-se no pilar essencial rumo ao desenvolvimento sustentável. É neste contexto que Luanda acolhe a terceira cimeira sobre o financiamento para o desenvolvimento de infraestruturas em África. Promovida pela Agência de Desenvolvimento da União Africana, em parceria com o Governo da República de Angola, a terceira cimeira sobre financiamento para o desenvolvimento de infraestruturas em África reúne chefes de Estado, ministros, líderes de instituições financeiras, investidores, especialistas, académicos, num esforço comum para fortalecer e ampliar as bases materiais do desenvolvimento em África. Financiar infraestruturas não é apenas construir estradas, caminhos de ferro, barragens, portos, aeroportos. É criar as condições essenciais para que a África produza mais e melhor, comunique de forma eficaz e consistente, facilita a circulação de pessoas e bens e ofereça respostas concretas aos desafios das populações e instituições. Financiar infraestruturas é investir em resiliência, em sustentabilidade e na capacidade de cada Estado transformar recursos materiais e não só em bem-estar para os povos de África. A África cresce, floresce e afirma-se no cenário mundial. Esta cimeira reafirma a prioridade do continente, interligar a África, promover e intensificar a produção local, a indústria, o comércio, os serviços, partilhar experiências e fortalecer a integração continental. Estes 4 dias em Luanda apresentam-se como uma oportunidade ímpar de reflexão de alto nível, troca de experiências, reforço das capacidades e partilha de conhecimento e facilitar a tomada de decisões estratégicas. É um espaço de concertação entre governos, instituições públicas e privadas e parceiros de desenvolvimento. Cada painel, cada intervenção serve de reforço da visão de uma África que se reconhece no diálogo, na capacitação, na partilha, os elementos essenciais para os vários desafios do continente. Para Angola, acolher esta cimeira é afirmar o seu compromisso com o desenvolvimento continental. É colocar a experiência de reconstrução e crescimento ao serviço de uma agenda africana comum. É renovar o propósito de contribuir com estabilidade e visão para a prosperidade do continente e dos seus povos. Terceira cimeira sobre o financiamento para o desenvolvimento de infraestruturas em África, uma iniciativa da Agência de Desenvolvimento da União Africana e do Governo de Angola, em nome de uma África integrada, produtiva e solidária. Conectar continentes, construir o futuro. Governo de Angola.
Somos resiliência e amor.
Comprometida com o futuro da fiscalização, supervisão e monitoramento de projetos estruturantes, a Copia Group of Companies traz tecnologias que elevam os padrões de eficiência e precisão no setor. Apostamos em soluções inovadoras que revolucionam a forma como os projetos são monitorados. Fiscalizamos com orgulho o aproveitamento hidroelétrico de Caculucabaça, com mais de 200 funcionários, entre topógrafos, geólogos e geotécnicos altamente qualificados. Garantimos análises minuciosas de cada dado inserido na nossa aplicação Maple. Ajudamos a melhorar a vida de crianças e adolescentes em todo o país que sofrem de escoliose, devolvendo o sorriso a quem podia ter perdido a esperança. Nós, Cópia, fiscalizamos o amanhã.
Access Bank, mais que banco.
Bem-vindos à nossa jornada no Banco BAE. Fundado em 1996, o Banco BAE tem se dedicado a oferecer serviços bancários de excelência. A nossa trajetória é marcada pela inovação, integridade e compromisso com os nossos clientes. A nossa missão como empresa é agregar valor para o acionista de forma sustentável, disponibilizando uma oferta de excelência para os nossos clientes, garantindo assim a melhor experiência bancária em Angola. Ao longo dos anos, conquistamos marcos significativos, expandindo os nossos serviços e fortalecendo a nossa presença no mercado. Cada etapa desta jornada foi construída com a confiança dos nossos clientes e a dedicação da nossa equipa. Garantimos a nossa presença nacional e internacional com mais de 1000 pontos de atendimento espalhados por todo o país. Marcamos a nossa presença também em Portugal, Cabo Verde e São Tomé. Oferecemos ainda uma ampla gama de produtos e serviços, todos projetados para ajudar os nossos clientes a alcançar os seus objetivos financeiros. Olhamos para o futuro com entusiasmo, investindo em novas tecnologias e processos inovadores. Estamos comprometidos em continuar a liderar o setor bancário com soluções modernas e eficazes. Obrigado por fazer parte da nossa história. Juntos, vamos continuar a crescer e a inovar. Para mais informações, visite o nosso site www.bancobai.ao.
We are proud of a past that will be proud of the future we are building today. We build and provide environmental services with total respect for the people and the communities in which we operate. Guided by 5 principles: value creation, commitment, quality, innovation, and proximity. We only understand the service we provide in a context of genuine partnership with those we serve, where we deeply value the trust placed in us. We are convinced that in the future, as in the past, the restlessness and boldness that characterize us will continue to be a source of energy and value creation. We always aspire to be the trustworthy neighbor, finding value in cultural and market heterogeneity. We want to be the best, not necessarily the biggest. And we will always be able to adapt to the new challenges that talent attraction and retention pose today. We want to be the home where our employees want to stay and where they feel they contribute to a better world with their daily work. Because the purpose that guides us is greater than our whole. We are aware that society today demands solutions to its social and environmental challenges, and we want to be an integral part of the solution, acting responsibly. We aspire to be seen as an example of respect for the planet and people, where others can find inspiration to follow in the same footsteps. We want to help build a sustainable future for current and future generations, certain that this is the path to prosperity. We sum it up in our purpose. Our legacy inspires and commits us to build a better world.
Across Africa, a transformative journey is unfolding, one that aims to connect nations, empower communities, and unlock potential. This is the vision of the Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa, PIDA. In harmony with the African Union's Agenda 2063, PIDA envisions a continent crisscrossed and seamlessly connected by a web of world-class infrastructure. To drive sustainable growth, PIDA is focusing on 4 critical sectors: transport, energy, water, and information technology. From highways and railways to air and sea transport, PIDA is reshaping the way people and goods move across the continent. In the last decade, PIDA has paved the way for a connected Africa with over 16,000 kilometers of roads and 4,000 kilometers of railways developed. Our journey continues as we empower communities and drive growth. Access to energy powers economies with 232 gigawatts of total installed capacity and 7 gigawatts of hydroelectricity. PIDA is not just lighting up communities, but is also boosting productivity and creating jobs, all while promoting environmental sustainability. Water is life, and PIDA's projects ensure efficient management of Africa's shared water resources. By improving access to clean water, we are supporting both health and economic prosperity for millions. As the digital world transforms, PIDA is bridging Africa's digital divide. Through enhanced internet connectivity, we are opening doors to education, healthcare, and global trade, creating new opportunities to everyone. PIDA has already impacted millions, creating thousands of jobs, enabling regional trade, and setting the stage for a prosperous future. But we are only beginning. Together, we can shape the future of resilient, inclusive infrastructure for a thriving Africa. Discover how you can get involved at aupida.org.
África vive tempo de reforço e consolidação de relações e de soluções. Em cada país, emergem sinais de reforço e consolidação de programas de modernização, de cooperação e de confiança no futuro. A integração continental sonhada por gerações e líderes, ganha hoje expressão concreta nas infraestruturas que aproximam povos, encurtam distâncias, ampliam oportunidades e constituem-se no pilar essencial rumo ao desenvolvimento sustentável. É neste contexto que Luanda acolhe a terceira cimeira sobre o financiamento para o desenvolvimento de infraestruturas em África. Promovida pela Agência de Desenvolvimento da União Africana, em parceria com o Governo da República de Angola, a terceira cimeira sobre financiamento para o desenvolvimento de infraestruturas em África reúne chefes de Estado, ministros, líderes de instituições financeiras, investidores, especialistas, académicos, num esforço comum para fortalecer e ampliar as bases materiais do desenvolvimento em África. Financiar infraestruturas não é apenas construir estradas, caminhos de ferro, barragens, portos, aeroportos. É criar as condições essenciais para que a África produza mais e melhor, comunique de forma eficaz e consistente, facilita a circulação de pessoas e bens e ofereça respostas concretas aos desafios das populações e instituições. Financiar infraestruturas é investir em resiliência, em sustentabilidade e na capacidade de cada Estado transformar recursos materiais e não só em bem-estar para os povos de África. A África cresce, floresce e afirma-se no cenário mundial. Esta cimeira reafirma a prioridade do continente, interligar a África, promover e intensificar a produção local, a indústria, o comércio, os serviços, partilhar experiências e fortalecer a integração continental. Estes 4 dias em Luanda apresentam-se como uma oportunidade ímpar de reflexão de alto nível, troca de experiências, reforço das capacidades e partilha de conhecimento e facilitar a tomada de decisões estratégicas. É um espaço de concertação entre governos, instituições públicas e privadas e parceiros de desenvolvimento. Cada painel, cada intervenção serve de reforço da visão de uma África que se reconhece no diálogo, na capacitação, na partilha, os elementos essenciais para os vários desafios do continente. Para Angola, acolher esta cimeira é afirmar o seu compromisso com o desenvolvimento continental. É colocar a experiência de reconstrução e crescimento ao serviço de uma agenda africana comum. É renovar o propósito de contribuir com estabilidade e visão para a prosperidade do continente e dos seus povos. Terceira cimeira sobre o financiamento para o desenvolvimento de infraestruturas em África, uma iniciativa da Agência de Desenvolvimento da União Africana e do Governo de Angola, em nome de uma África integrada, produtiva e solidária. Conectar continentes, construir o futuro. Governo de Angola.
Somos resiliência e amor.
Comprometida com o futuro da fiscalização, supervisão e monitoramento de projetos estruturantes, a Copia Group of Companies traz tecnologias que elevam os padrões de eficiência e precisão no setor. Apostamos em soluções inovadoras que revolucionam a forma como os projetos são monitorados. Fiscalizamos com orgulho o aproveitamento hidroelétrico de Caculucabaça. Com mais de 200 funcionários, entre topógrafos, geólogos e geotécnicos altamente qualificados, garantimos análises minuciosas de cada dado inserido na nossa aplicação Mapli. Ajudamos a melhorar a vida de crianças e adolescentes em todo o país que sofrem de escoliose, devolvendo o sorriso a quem podia ter perdido a esperança. Nós, Cópia, fiscalizamos o amanhã.
Access Bank, mais que banco.
Bem-vindos à nossa jornada no Banco BAE. Fundado em 1996, o Banco BAE tem se dedicado a oferecer serviços bancários de excelência. A nossa trajetória é marcada pela inovação, integridade e compromisso com os nossos clientes. A nossa missão como empresa é agregar valor para o acionista de forma sustentável, disponibilizando uma oferta de excelência para os nossos clientes, garantindo assim a melhor experiência bancária em Angola. Ao longo dos anos, conquistamos marcos significativos, expandindo os nossos serviços e fortalecendo a nossa presença no mercado. Cada etapa desta jornada foi construída com a confiança dos nossos clientes e a dedicação da nossa equipa. Garantimos a nossa presença nacional e internacional com mais de 1000 pontos de atendimento espalhados por todo o país. Marcamos a nossa presença também em Portugal, Cabo Verde e São Tomé. Oferecemos ainda uma ampla gama de produtos e serviços, todos projetados para ajudar os nossos clientes a alcançar os seus objetivos financeiros. Olhamos para o futuro com entusiasmo, investindo em novas tecnologias e processos inovadores. Estamos comprometidos em continuar a liderar o setor bancário com soluções modernas e eficazes. Obrigado por fazer parte da nossa história. Juntos, vamos continuar a crescer e a inovar. Para mais informações, visite o nosso site www.bancobai.ao.
We are proud of a past that will be proud of the future we are building today. We build and provide environmental services with total respect for the people and the communities in which we operate. Guided by 5 principles: value creation, commitment, quality, innovation, and proximity. We only understand the service we provide in a context of genuine partnership with those we serve, where we deeply value the trust placed in us. We are convinced that in the future, as in the past, the restlessness and boldness that characterize us will continue to be a source of energy and value creation. We always aspire to be the trustworthy neighbor, finding value in cultural and market heterogeneity. We want to be the best, not necessarily the biggest. And we will always be able to adapt to the new challenges that talent attraction and retention pose today. We want to be the home where our employees want to stay and where they feel they contribute to a better world with their daily work. Because the purpose that guides us is greater than our whole. We are aware that society today demands solutions to its social and environmental challenges, and we want to be an integral part of the solution, acting responsibly. We aspire to be seen as an example of respect for the planet and people, where others can find inspiration to follow in the same footsteps. We want to help build a sustainable future for current and future generations, certain that this is the path to prosperity. We sum it up in our purpose. Our legacy inspires and commits us to build a better world.
Across Africa, a transformative journey is unfolding, one that aims to connect nations, empower communities, and unlock potential. This is the vision of the Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa, PIDA. In harmony with the African Union's Agenda 2063, PIDA envisions a continent crisscrossed and seamlessly connected by a web of world-class infrastructure. To drive sustainable growth, PIDA is focusing on 4 critical sectors: transport, energy, water, and information technology. From highways and railways to air and sea transport, PIDA is reshaping the way people and goods move across the continent. In the last decade, PIDA has paved the way for a connected Africa with over 16,000 kilometers of roads and 4,000 kilometers of railways developed. Our journey continues as we empower communities and drive growth. Access to energy powers economies with 232 gigawatts of total installed capacity and 7 gigawatts of hydroelectricity. PIDA is not just lighting up communities, but is also boosting productivity and creating jobs, all while promoting environmental sustainability. Water is life, and PIDA's projects ensure efficient management of Africa's shared water resources. By improving access to clean water, we are supporting both health and economic prosperity for millions. As the digital world transforms, PIDA is bridging Africa's digital divide. Through enhanced internet connectivity, we are opening doors to education, healthcare, and global trade, creating new opportunities to everyone. PIDA has already impacted millions, creating thousands of jobs, enabling regional trade, and setting the stage for a prosperous future. But we are only beginning. Together, we can shape the future of resilient, inclusive infrastructure for a thriving Africa. Discover how you can get involved at aupida.org.
África vive tempo de reforço e consolidação de relações e de soluções. Em cada país, emergem sinais de reforço e consolidação de programas de modernização, de cooperação e de confiança no futuro. A integração continental sonhada por gerações e líderes, ganha hoje expressão concreta nas infraestruturas que aproximam povos, encurtam distâncias, ampliam oportunidades e constituem-se no pilar essencial rumo ao desenvolvimento sustentável. É neste contexto que Luanda acolhe a terceira cimeira sobre financiamento para o desenvolvimento de infraestruturas em África. Promovida pela Agência de Desenvolvimento da União Africana, em parceria com o Governo da República de Angola, a terceira cimeira sobre financiamento para o desenvolvimento de infraestruturas em África reúne chefes de Estado, ministros, líderes de instituições financeiras, investidores, especialistas, académicos, num esforço comum para fortalecer e ampliar as bases materiais do desenvolvimento em África. Financiar infraestruturas não é apenas construir estradas, caminhos de ferro, barragens, portos, aeroportos. É criar as condições essenciais para que a África produza mais e melhor, comunique de forma eficaz e consistente, facilita a circulação de pessoas e bens e ofereça respostas concretas aos desafios das populações e instituições. Financiar infraestruturas é investir em resiliência, em sustentabilidade e na capacidade de cada Estado transformar recursos materiais e não só em bem-estar para os povos de África. A África cresce, floresce e afirma-se no cenário mundial. Esta cimeira reafirma a prioridade do continente: interligar a África, promover e intensificar a produção local, a indústria, o comércio, os serviços, partilhar experiências e fortalecer a integração continental. Estes 4 dias em Luanda apresentam-se como uma oportunidade ímpar de reflexão de alto nível, troca de experiências, reforço das capacidades e partilha de conhecimento e facilitar a tomada de decisões estratégicas. É um espaço de concertação entre governos, instituições públicas e privadas e parceiros de desenvolvimento. Cada painel, cada intervenção serve de reforço da visão de uma África que se reconhece no diálogo, na capacitação, na partilha, os elementos essenciais para os vários desafios do continente. Para Angola, acolher esta cimeira é afirmar o seu compromisso com o desenvolvimento continental. É colocar a experiência de reconstrução e crescimento ao serviço de uma agenda africana comum. É renovar o propósito de contribuir com estabilidade e visão para a prosperidade do continente e dos seus povos. Terceira cimeira sobre o financiamento para o desenvolvimento de infraestruturas em África, uma iniciativa da Agência de Desenvolvimento da União Africana e do Governo de Angola, em nome de uma África integrada, produtiva e solidária. Conectar continentes, construir o futuro. Governo de Angola.
Somos resiliência e amor.
Comprometida com o futuro da fiscalização, supervisão e monitoramento de projetos estruturantes, a Copia Group of Companies traz tecnologias que elevam os padrões de eficiência e precisão no setor. Apostamos em soluções inovadoras que revolucionam a forma como os projetos são monitorados. Fiscalizamos com orgulho o aproveitamento hidroelétrico de Caculucabaça. Com mais de 200 funcionários, entre topógrafos, geólogos e geotécnicos altamente qualificados, garantimos análises minuciosas de cada dado inserido na nossa aplicação Mapping. Ajudamos a melhorar a vida de crianças e adolescentes em todo o país que sofrem de escoliose, devolvendo o sorriso a quem podia ter perdido a esperança. Nós, Cópia, fiscalizamos o amanhã.
Access Bank, mais que banco.
Bem-vindos à nossa jornada no Banco BAE. Fundado em 1996, o Banco BAE tem se dedicado a oferecer serviços bancários de excelência. A nossa trajetória é marcada pela inovação, integridade e compromisso com os nossos clientes. A nossa missão como empresa é agregar valor para o acionista de forma sustentável, disponibilizando uma oferta de excelência para os nossos clientes, garantindo assim a melhor experiência bancária em Angola. Ao longo dos anos, conquistamos marcos significativos, expandindo os nossos serviços e fortalecendo a nossa presença no mercado. Cada etapa desta jornada foi construída com a confiança dos nossos clientes e a dedicação da nossa equipa. Garantimos a nossa presença nacional e internacional com mais de 1000 pontos de atendimento espalhados por todo o país. Marcamos a nossa presença também em Portugal, Cabo Verde e São Tomé. Oferecemos ainda uma ampla gama de produtos e serviços, todos projetados para ajudar os nossos clientes a alcançar os seus objetivos financeiros. Olhamos para o futuro com entusiasmo, investindo em novas tecnologias e processos inovadores. Estamos comprometidos em continuar a liderar o setor bancário com soluções modernas e eficazes. Obrigado por fazer parte da nossa história. Juntos, vamos continuar a crescer e a inovar. Para mais informações, visite o nosso site www.bancobai.ao.
We are proud of a past that will be proud of the future we are building today. We build and provide environmental services with total respect for the people and the communities in which we operate. Guided by 5 principles: value creation, commitment, quality, innovation, and proximity. We only understand the service we provide in a context of genuine partnership with those we serve, where we deeply value the trust placed in us. We are convinced that in the future, as in the past, the restlessness and boldness that characterize us will continue to be a source of energy and value creation. We always aspire to be the trustworthy neighbor, finding value in cultural and market heterogeneity. We want to be the best, not necessarily the biggest. And we will always be able to adapt to the new challenges that talent attraction and retention pose today. We want to be the home where our employees want to stay and where they feel they contribute to a better world with their daily work. Because the purpose that guides us is greater than our whole. We are aware that society today demands solutions to its social and environmental challenges, and we want to be an integral part of the solution, acting responsibly. We aspire to be seen as an example of respect for the planet and people, where others can find inspiration to follow in the same footsteps. We want to help build a sustainable future for current and future generations, certain that this is the path to prosperity. We sum it up in our purpose. Our legacy inspires and commits us to build a better world.
Across Africa, a transformative journey is unfolding, one that aims to connect nations, empower communities, and unlock potential. This is the vision of the Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa, PIDA. In harmony with the African Union's Agenda 2063, PIDA envisions a continent crisscrossed and seamlessly connected by a web of world-class infrastructure. To drive sustainable growth, PIDA is focusing on 4 critical sectors: transport, energy, water, and information technology. From highways and railways to air and sea transport, PIDA is reshaping the way people and goods move across the continent. In the last decade, PIDA has paved the way for a connected Africa with over 16,000 kilometers of roads and 4,000 kilometers of railways developed. Our journey continues as we empower communities and drive growth. Access to energy powers economies with 232 gigawatts of total installed capacity and 7 gigawatts of hydroelectricity. PIDA is not just lighting up communities, but is also boosting productivity and creating jobs, all while promoting environmental sustainability. Water is life, and PIDA's projects ensure efficient management of Africa's shared water resources. By improving access to clean water, we are supporting both health and economic prosperity for millions. As the digital world transforms, PIDA is bridging Africa's digital divide. Through enhanced internet connectivity, we are opening doors to education, healthcare, and global trade, creating new opportunities to everyone. PIDA has already impacted millions, creating thousands of jobs, enabling regional trade, and setting the stage for a prosperous future. But we are only beginning. Together, we can shape the future of resilient, inclusive infrastructure for a thriving Africa. Discover how you can get involved at aupida.org.
África vive tempo de reforço e consolidação de relações e de soluções. Em cada país, emergem sinais de reforço e consolidação de programas de modernização, de cooperação e de confiança no futuro. A integração continental sonhada por gerações e líderes, ganha hoje expressão concreta nas infraestruturas que aproximam povos, encurtam distâncias, ampliam oportunidades e constituem-se no pilar essencial rumo ao desenvolvimento sustentável. É neste contexto que Luanda acolhe a terceira cimeira sobre o financiamento para o desenvolvimento de infraestruturas em África. Promovida pela Agência de Desenvolvimento da União Africana, em parceria com o Governo da República de Angola, a terceira cimeira sobre financiamento para o desenvolvimento de infraestruturas em África reúne chefes de Estado, ministros, líderes de instituições financeiras, investidores, especialistas, académicos, num esforço comum para fortalecer e ampliar as bases materiais do desenvolvimento em África. Financiar infraestruturas não é apenas construir estradas, caminhos de ferro, barragens, portos, aeroportos. É criar as condições essenciais para que a África produza mais e melhor, comunique de forma eficaz e consistente, facilita a circulação de pessoas e bens e ofereça respostas concretas aos desafios das populações e instituições. Financiar infraestruturas é investir em resiliência, em sustentabilidade e na capacidade de cada Estado transformar recursos materiais e não só em bem-estar para os povos de África. A África cresce, floresce e afirma-se no cenário mundial. Esta cimeira reafirma a prioridade do continente: interligar a África, promover e intensificar a produção local, a indústria, o comércio, os serviços, partilhar experiências e fortalecer a integração continental. Estes 4 dias em Luanda apresentam-se como uma oportunidade ímpar de reflexão de alto nível, troca de experiências, reforço das capacidades e partilha de conhecimento e facilitar a tomada de decisões estratégicas. É um espaço de concertação entre governos, instituições públicas e privadas e parceiros de desenvolvimento. Cada painel, cada intervenção serve de reforço da visão de uma África que se reconhece no diálogo, na capacitação, na partilha, os elementos essenciais para os vários desafios do continente. Para Angola, acolher esta cimeira é afirmar o seu compromisso com o desenvolvimento continental. É colocar a experiência de reconstrução e crescimento ao serviço de uma agenda africana comum. É renovar o propósito de contribuir com estabilidade e visão para a prosperidade do continente e dos seus povos. Terceira cimeira sobre o financiamento para o desenvolvimento de infraestruturas em África, uma iniciativa da Agência de Desenvolvimento da União Africana e do Governo de Angola, em nome de uma África integrada, produtiva e solidária. Conectar continentes, construir o futuro. Governo de Angola.
Somos resiliência e amor.
Comprometida com o futuro da fiscalização, supervisão e monitoramento de projetos estruturantes, a Copia Group of Companies traz tecnologias que elevam os padrões de eficiência e precisão no setor. Apostamos em soluções inovadoras que revolucionam a forma como os projetos são monitorados. Fiscalizamos com orgulho o aproveitamento hidroelétrico de Caculu-Cabaça. Com mais de 200 funcionários, entre topógrafos, geólogos e geotécnicos altamente qualificados, garantimos análises minuciosas de cada dado inserido na nossa aplicação Maple. Ajudamos a melhorar a vida de crianças e adolescentes em todo o país que sofrem de escoliose, devolvendo o sorriso a quem podia ter perdido a esperança. Nós, Cópia, fiscalizamos o amanhã.
Access Bank, mais que banco.
Bem-vindos à nossa jornada no Banco BAE. Fundado em 1996, o Banco BAE tem se dedicado a oferecer serviços bancários de excelência. A nossa trajetória é marcada pela inovação, integridade e compromisso com os nossos clientes. A nossa missão como empresa é agregar valor para o acionista de forma sustentável, disponibilizando uma oferta de excelência para os nossos clientes, garantindo assim a melhor experiência bancária em Angola. Ao longo dos anos, conquistamos marcos significativos, expandindo os nossos serviços e fortalecendo a nossa presença no mercado. Cada etapa desta jornada foi construída com a confiança dos nossos clientes e a dedicação da nossa equipa. Garantimos a nossa presença nacional e internacional com mais de 1000 pontos de atendimento espalhados por todo o país. Marcamos a nossa presença também em Portugal, Cabo Verde e São Tomé. Oferecemos ainda uma ampla gama de produtos e serviços, todos projetados para ajudar os nossos clientes a alcançar os seus objetivos financeiros. Olhamos para o futuro com entusiasmo, investindo em novas tecnologias e processos inovadores. Estamos comprometidos em continuar a liderar o setor bancário com soluções modernas e eficazes. Obrigado por fazer parte da nossa história. Juntos, vamos continuar a crescer e a inovar. Para mais informações, visite o nosso site www.bancobai.ao.
The past that will be proud of the future we are building today. We build and provide environmental services with total respect for the people and the communities in which we operate. Guided by 5 principles: value creation, commitment, quality, innovation, and proximity. We only understand the service we provide in a context of genuine partnership with those we serve, where we deeply value the trust placed in us. We are convinced that in the future, as in the past, the restlessness and boldness that characterize us will continue to be a source of energy and value creation. We always aspire to be the trustworthy neighbor, finding value in cultural and market heterogeneity. We want to be the best, not necessarily the biggest. And we will always be able to adapt to the new challenges that talent attraction and retention pose today. We want to be the home where our employees want to stay and where they feel they contribute to a better world with their daily work. Because the purpose that guides us is greater than our whole. We are aware that society today demands solutions to its social and environmental challenges, and we want to be an integral part of the solution, acting responsibly. We aspire to be seen as an example of respect for the planet and people, where others can find inspiration to follow in the same footsteps. We want to help build a sustainable future for current and future generations, certain that this is the path to prosperity. We sum it up in our purpose. Our legacy inspires and commits us to build a better world.
Across Africa, a transformative journey is unfolding, one that aims to connect nations, empower communities, and unlock potential. This is the vision of the Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa, PIDA. In harmony with the African Union's Agenda 2063, PIDA envisions a continent crisscrossed and seamlessly connected by a web of world-class infrastructure. To drive sustainable growth, PIDA is focusing on 4 critical sectors: transport, energy, water, and information technology. From highways and railways to air and sea transport, PIDA is reshaping the way people and goods move across the continent. In the last decade, PIDA has paved the way for a connected Africa with over 16,000 kilometers of roads and 4,000 kilometers of railways developed. Our journey continues as we empower communities and drive growth. Access to energy powers economies with 232 gigawatts of total installed capacity and 7 gigawatts of hydroelectricity. PIDA is not just lighting up communities, but is also boosting productivity and creating jobs, all while promoting environmental sustainability. Water is life, and PIDA's projects ensure efficient management of Africa's shared water resources. By improving access to clean water, we are supporting both health and economic prosperity for millions. As the digital world transforms, PIDA is bridging Africa's digital divide. Through enhanced internet connectivity, we are opening doors to education, healthcare, and global trade, creating new opportunities to everyone. PIDA has already impacted millions, creating thousands of jobs, enabling regional trade, and setting the stage for a prosperous future. But we are only beginning. Together, we can shape the future of resilient, inclusive infrastructure for a thriving Africa. Discover how you can get involved at aupida.org.
África vive tempo de reforço e consolidação de relações e de soluções. Em cada país, emergem sinais de reforço e consolidação de programas de modernização, de cooperação e de confiança no futuro. A integração continental sonhada por gerações e líderes, ganha hoje expressão concreta nas infraestruturas que aproximam povos, encurtam distâncias, ampliam oportunidades e constituem-se no pilar essencial rumo ao desenvolvimento sustentável. É neste contexto que Luanda acolhe a terceira cimeira sobre o financiamento para o desenvolvimento de infraestruturas em África. Promovida pela Agência de Desenvolvimento da União Africana, em parceria com o Governo da República de Angola, a terceira cimeira sobre financiamento para o desenvolvimento de infraestruturas em África reúne chefes de Estado, ministros, líderes de instituições financeiras, investidores, especialistas, académicos, num esforço comum para fortalecer e ampliar as bases materiais do desenvolvimento em África. Financiar infraestruturas não é apenas construir estradas, caminhos de ferro, barragens, portos, aeroportos. É criar as condições essenciais para que a África produza mais e melhor, comunique de forma eficaz e consistente, facilita a circulação de pessoas e bens e oferece respostas concretas aos desafios das populações e instituições. Financiar infraestruturas é investir em resiliência, em sustentabilidade e na capacidade de cada Estado transformar recursos materiais e não só em bem-estar para os povos de África. A África cresce, floresce e afirma-se no cenário mundial. Esta cimeira reafirma a prioridade do continente: interligar a África, promover e intensificar a produção local, a indústria, o comércio, os serviços, partilhar experiências e fortalecer a integração continental. Estes 4 dias em Luanda apresentam-se como uma oportunidade ímpar de reflexão de alto nível, troca de experiências, reforço das capacidades e partilha de conhecimento e facilitar a tomada de decisões estratégicas. É um espaço de concertação entre governos, instituições públicas e privadas e parceiros de desenvolvimento. Cada painel, cada intervenção serve de reforço da visão de uma África que se reconhece no diálogo, na capacitação, na partilha, os elementos essenciais para os vários desafios do continente. Para Angola, acolher esta cimeira é afirmar o seu compromisso com o desenvolvimento continental. É colocar a experiência de reconstrução e crescimento ao serviço de uma agenda africana comum. É renovar o propósito de contribuir com estabilidade e visão para a prosperidade do continente e dos seus povos. Terceira cimeira sobre o financiamento para o desenvolvimento de infraestruturas em África, uma iniciativa da Agência de Desenvolvimento da União Africana e do Governo de Angola, em nome de uma África integrada, produtiva e solidária. Conectar continentes, construir o futuro. Governo de Angola.
Somos resiliência e amor.
Comprometida com o futuro da fiscalização, supervisão e monitoramento de projetos estruturantes, a Copia Group of Companies traz tecnologias que elevam os padrões de eficiência e precisão no setor. Apostamos em soluções inovadoras que revolucionam a forma como os projetos são monitorados. Fiscalizamos com orgulho o aproveitamento hidroelétrico de Caculu-Cabaça. Com mais de 200 funcionários, entre topógrafos, geólogos e geotécnicos altamente qualificados, garantimos análises minuciosas de cada dado inserido na nossa aplicação Mapli. Ajudamos a melhorar a vida de crianças e adolescentes em todo o país que sofrem de escoliose, devolvendo o sorriso a quem podia ter perdido a esperança. Nós, Cópia, fiscalizamos o amanhã.
Access Bank, mais que banco.
Bem-vindos à nossa jornada no Banco BAE. Fundado em 1996, o Banco BAE tem se dedicado a oferecer serviços bancários de excelência. A nossa trajetória é marcada pela inovação, integridade e compromisso com os nossos clientes. A nossa missão como empresa é agregar valor para o acionista de forma sustentável, disponibilizando uma oferta de excelência para os nossos clientes, garantindo assim a melhor experiência bancária em Angola. Ao longo dos anos, conquistamos marcos significativos, expandindo os nossos serviços e fortalecendo a nossa presença no mercado. Cada etapa desta jornada foi construída com a confiança dos nossos clientes e a dedicação da nossa equipa. Garantimos a nossa presença nacional e internacional com mais de 1000 pontos de atendimento espalhados por todo o país. Marcamos a nossa presença também em Portugal, Cabo Verde e São Tomé. Oferecemos ainda uma ampla gama de produtos e serviços, todos projetados para ajudar os nossos clientes a alcançar os seus objetivos financeiros. Olhamos para o futuro com entusiasmo, investindo em novas tecnologias e processos inovadores. Estamos comprometidos em continuar a liderar o setor bancário com soluções modernas e eficazes. Obrigado por fazer parte da nossa história. Juntos, vamos continuar a crescer e a inovar. Para mais informações, visite o nosso site www.bancobai.ao.
We are proud of a past that will be proud of the future we are building today. We build and provide environmental services with total respect for the people and the communities in which we operate. Guided by 5 principles: value creation, commitment, quality, innovation, and proximity. We only understand the service we provide in a context of genuine partnership with those we serve, where we deeply value the trust placed in us. We are convinced that in the future, as in the past, the restlessness and boldness that characterize us will continue to be a source of energy and value creation. We always aspire to be the trustworthy neighbor, finding value in cultural and market heterogeneity. We want to be the best, not necessarily the biggest. And we will always be able to adapt to the new challenges that talent attraction and retention pose today. We want to be the home where our employees want to stay and where they feel they contribute to a better world with their daily work. Because the purpose that guides us is greater than our whole. We are aware that society today demands solutions to its social and environmental challenges, and we want to be an integral part of the solution, acting responsibly. We aspire to be seen as an example of respect for the planet and people, where others can find inspiration to follow in the same footsteps. We want to help build a sustainable future for current and future generations, certain that this is the path to prosperity. We sum it up in our purpose. Our legacy inspires and commits us to build a better world.
Across Africa, a transformative journey is unfolding, one that aims to connect nations, empower communities, and unlock potential. This is the vision of the Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa, PIDA. In harmony with the African Union's Agenda 2063, PIDA envisions a continent crisscrossed and seamlessly connected by a web of world-class infrastructure. To drive sustainable growth, PIDA is focusing on 4 critical sectors: transport, energy, water, and information technology. From highways and railways to air and sea transport, PIDA is reshaping the way people and goods move across the continent. In the last decade, PIDA has paved the way for a connected Africa with over 16,000 kilometers of roads and 4,000 kilometers of railways developed. Our journey continues as we empower communities and drive growth. Access to energy powers economies with 232 gigawatts of total installed capacity and 7 gigawatts of hydroelectricity. PIDA is not just lighting up communities, but is also boosting productivity and creating jobs, all while promoting environmental sustainability. Water is life, and PIDA's projects ensure efficient management of Africa's shared water resources. By improving access to clean water, we are supporting both health and economic prosperity for millions. As the digital world transforms, PIDA is bridging Africa's digital divide. Through enhanced internet connectivity, we are opening doors to education, healthcare, and global trade, creating new opportunities to everyone. PIDA has already impacted millions, creating thousands of jobs, enabling regional trade, and setting the stage for a prosperous future. But we are only beginning. Together, we can shape the future of resilient, inclusive infrastructure for a thriving Africa. Discover how you can get involved at aupida.org.
África vive tempo de reforço e consolidação de relações e de soluções. Em cada país, emergem sinais de reforço e consolidação de programas de modernização, de cooperação e de confiança no futuro. A integração continental sonhada por gerações e líderes, ganha hoje expressão concreta nas infraestruturas que aproximam povos, encurtam distâncias, ampliam oportunidades e constituem-se no pilar essencial rumo ao desenvolvimento sustentável. É neste contexto que Luanda acolhe a terceira cimeira sobre o financiamento para o desenvolvimento de infraestruturas em África. Promovida pela Agência de Desenvolvimento da União Africana, em parceria com o Governo da República de Angola, a terceira cimeira sobre financiamento para o desenvolvimento de infraestruturas em África reúne chefes de Estado, ministros, líderes de instituições financeiras, investidores, especialistas, académicos, num esforço comum para fortalecer e ampliar as bases materiais do desenvolvimento em África. Financiar infraestruturas não é apenas construir estradas, caminhos de ferro, barragens, portos, aeroportos. É criar as condições essenciais para que a África produza mais e melhor, comunique de forma eficaz e consistente, facilita a circulação de pessoas e bens e oferece respostas concretas aos desafios das populações e instituições. Financiar infraestruturas é investir em resiliência, em sustentabilidade e na capacidade de cada Estado transformar recursos materiais e não só em bem-estar para os povos de África. A África cresce, floresce e afirma-se no cenário mundial. Esta cimeira reafirma a prioridade do continente: interligar a África, promover e intensificar a produção local, a indústria, o comércio, os serviços, partilhar experiências e fortalecer a integração continental. Estes 4 dias em Luanda apresentam-se como uma oportunidade ímpar de reflexão de alto nível, troca de experiências, reforço das capacidades e partilha de conhecimento e facilitar a tomada de decisões estratégicas. É um espaço de concertação entre governos, instituições públicas e privadas e parceiros de desenvolvimento. Cada painel, cada intervenção serve de reforço da visão de uma África que se reconhece no diálogo, na capacitação, na partilha, os elementos essenciais para os vários desafios do continente. Para Angola, acolher esta cimeira é afirmar o seu compromisso com o desenvolvimento continental. É colocar a experiência de reconstrução e crescimento ao serviço de uma agenda africana comum. É renovar o propósito de contribuir com estabilidade e visão para a prosperidade do continente e dos seus povos. Terceira cimeira sobre o financiamento para o desenvolvimento de infraestruturas em África, uma iniciativa da Agência de Desenvolvimento da União Africana e do Governo de Angola, em nome de uma África integrada, produtiva e solidária. Conectar continentes, construir o futuro. Governo de Angola.
Somos resiliência e amor.
Comprometida com o futuro da fiscalização, supervisão e monitoramento de projetos estruturantes, a Copia Group of Companies traz tecnologias que elevam os padrões de eficiência e precisão no setor. Apostamos em soluções inovadoras que revolucionam a forma como os projetos são monitorados. Fiscalizamos com orgulho o aproveitamento hidroelétrico de Caculu-Cabaça. Com mais de 200 funcionários, entre topógrafos, geólogos e geotécnicos altamente qualificados, garantimos análises minuciosas de cada dado inserido na nossa aplicação Maply. Ajudamos a melhorar a vida de crianças e adolescentes em todo o país que sofrem de escoliose, devolvendo o sorriso a quem podia ter perdido a esperança. Nós, Cópia, fiscalizamos o amanhã.
Access Bank, mais que banco.
Bem-vindos à nossa jornada no Banco BAE. Fundado em 1996, o Banco BAE tem se dedicado a oferecer serviços bancários de excelência. A nossa trajetória é marcada pela inovação, integridade e compromisso com os nossos clientes. A nossa missão como empresa é agregar valor para o acionista de forma sustentável, disponibilizando uma oferta de excelência para os nossos clientes, garantindo assim a melhor experiência bancária em Angola. Ao longo dos anos, conquistamos marcos significativos, expandindo os nossos serviços e fortalecendo a nossa presença no mercado. Cada etapa desta jornada foi construída com a confiança dos nossos clientes e a dedicação da nossa equipa. Garantimos a nossa presença nacional e internacional com mais de 1000 pontos de atendimento espalhados por todo o país. Marcamos a nossa presença também em Portugal, Cabo Verde e São Tomé. Oferecemos ainda uma ampla gama de produtos e serviços, todos projetados...
Excelentíssimos senhores ministros, distintos autoridades e entidades, caros convidados, sejam bem-vindos de volta à nossa sessão. Distinguished guests, welcome back to our session. I would like to ask you all to take your position so that we can start. Bem-vindo de volta. Vamos agora dar início ao nosso painel intitulado Painel de Investidores Ministros, desbloqueando financiamento em grande escala para infraestruturas de água e saneamento em África. Welcome back to our session entitled Investor Ministerial Panel, Unlocking Financing at Scale for Water and Sanitation Infrastructure in Africa. To moderate this session, I will invite our moderator, Ms. Shoma Ghosh from World Bank. Please take the stage. We have a short notice. We are waiting now for our Minister of Finance, so we will have 5 minutes. Damos agora as boas-vindas à Ministra das Finanças. E agora sim, chamo ao palco a nossa moderadora. I'll call you, Ms. Shoma Ghosh.
Good afternoon, esteemed honorable ministers, distinguished members and delegates and guests, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to all of you after the lunch. The session is on unlocking financing at scale for water infrastructure. I am Shoma Ghosh Maulik, Practice Manager, Water in the region of Africa East and South of the World Bank Group. And I will be moderating the session with our esteemed speakers and panelists on unlocking financing at scale. Why are we here today? We all know that Africa's water infrastructure gap is one of the most pressing challenges of our generation. Africa stands at the crossroad. There is too much water, too little water, and also too polluted water. We all know in this continent that access to water supply and sanitation is lagging behind. Along with it, we also know that Africa has the largest land and water resources, yet agricultural arable land is largely rain-fed. It's 95% rain-fed. Along with it, we also know Africa has the lowest water storage capacity. What is the pressing problem? Is it about infrastructure or is it about financing? In fact, it's both. So here today, in today's panel, we will be discussing in this session more about how do you unlock resources? How do you mobilize more financing? Will public financing be sufficient enough to meet this financing gap? How we can all come together and collaborate. That's where we are here today, to hear your insights as well as the insights from our distinguished members. So before we kick off the session, here is a quick poll. I'm not sure if the poll is ready. We would like to know, what do you think is the most pressing challenge of scaling up water supply and sanitation and water infrastructure in the region? I'm not sure if the poll is up. Please take out your phone. Please scan the QR code, and the question is up, and fill in your answer. We will get back to you at the end of the session. Take your time. While we are ready with your cameras, with your phones, may I now invite His Excellency Ezekiel Nibigira, President of the Economic Community of Central African States.
Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, distingués invités, tout protocole observé. C'est avec un grand honneur que je prends la parole à l'ouverture de ce sommet sur le financement du développement des infrastructures en Afrique, consacré au thème débloquer le financement à grande échelle pour les infrastructures d'eau et d'assainissement en Afrique. Au nom de Son Excellence, M. Teodoro Obiangwema Mbasogo, président de la République de Guinée équatoriale et président en exercice de la CEAC, je voudrais exprimer mes sincères remerciements à Son Excellence, M. Joao Emmanuel Lourenço, président de la République d'Angola et président en exercice. Les défis demeurent considérables. Près de 69% des Africains n'ont pas accès à une eau potable sûre et 65% ne disposent pas de services d'assainissement de base. à cet état de fait se manifeste surtout dans des milieux ruraux et les quartiers périphériques de haute densité où habite le bas peuple, laquelle catégorie de la population nous sommes appelés à servir en premier lieu. Cette réalité compromet la santé publique, la sécurité alimentaire, la productivité économique et renforce les guets par les colonisateurs. Et les autres sont celles mises en place par nos pères fondateurs de nos nations qui ont lutté pour nos indépendances. Pas de renouvellement de ces infrastructures. Et pourtant, suite à une démographie galopante, les quartiers continuent de se créer et d'agrandir. Au fait, il est le moment de nous réveiller pour prendre le taureau par ses cornes. Mais encore une fois, le problème majeur, c'est le financement. Face à ces défis, la CEAC, en étroite coordination avec la Commission de l'Union africaine, le Conseil des ministres africains chargés de l'eau et nos partenaires au développement œuvrent à la concrétisation de la vision d'Afrique. C'est offrir à chaque citoyen non seulement une source d'eau potable, mais aussi une source de dignité, de santé et de prospérité. En unissant nos efforts, État, institutions financières, secteur privé et partenaires techniques, nous pouvons bâtir une Afrique où l'eau, symbole de vie, devient aussi le moteur du développement durable et partagé. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency Nibigira. Very thought-provoking opening remarks. The key issues and challenges are already being highlighted, but we know there are more pressing points coming up soon. May I now invite our two distinguished speakers, keynote speakers, Minister Vera de Souza, Minister of Finance from Government of Angola. A big round of applause to Minister Vera.
Excelências, distintos ministros, representantes das instituições financeiras internacionais, parceiros de desenvolvimento, caros investidores, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, muito boa tarde. É com um enorme sentido de responsabilidade que a Angola acolhe esta cimeira, dedicada a um tema que é ao mesmo tempo técnico, mas também profundamente humano. Garantir água potável e saneamento digno a todos os africanos. Falamos, na verdade, de transformar uma ambição continental em soluções concretas. Os números são expressivos e têm sido reiteradamente ditos nos últimos dias, nas últimas sessões. A África precisa de mais de 100 mil milhões de dólares por ano para comatar o déficit de infraestruturas. 100 mil milhões de dólares por ano. A falta de acesso à água continua a limitar a saúde pública, a produtividade, a educação e a igualdade de gênero. A crise da água não é apenas um desafio ambiental, é também um desafio econômico e social. Cada litro de água que falta traduz-se em horas perdidas, em menos produção e, infelizmente, em mais doenças. como a situação da cólera nos faz ver em Angola. Por isso, financiar o setor da água e saneamento, sempre com dois princípios em mente: sustentabilidade fiscal e parcerias sólidas. Entre 2012 e 2025, mais de 39 projetos de abastecimento de água foram concluídos e temos 223 em curso, cobrindo todas as províncias do país. A produção média de água potável nas sedes provinciais já ultrapassa os 592 mil metros cúbicos por dia e o programa Água para Todos chega hoje a cerca de 67% da população. Criamos também empresas públicas provinciais de água e saneamento em 18 das 21 províncias, fortalecendo a descentralização e os de financiamento, com atrasos em desembolsos que só entre 2023 e 2024 ultrapassaram 8,8 milhões de dólares. Os fundos de contrapartida nacionais vivem sob forte pressão fiscal. E ainda temos fragilidades institucionais e regulatórias que precisam de ser corrigidas para atrair mais investimento privado sustentável. Para ultrapassar esses obstáculos, a Angola defende uma abordagem inovadora de financiamento, combinando instrumentos públicos e privados, nacionais e internacionais. Trata-se de desenhar soluções de financiamento misto, que respeitem regras de sustentabilidade fiscal e, ao mesmo tempo, ampliem o impacto social e ambiental dos projetos. O primeiro eixo é a integração orçamental e a programação fiscal. A sustentabilidade começa no orçamento. O financiamento de infraestruturas deve estar em conformidade com a Lei da Sustentabilidade Fiscal, com a estratégia de endividamento de médio prazo e com as regras de execução orçamental. Articulando recursos do Tesouro com financiamentos externos concessionais. É nesse espírito que temos vindo a reforçar orçamentalmente os projetos prioritários do setor de energia e águas. O secretário Belsa não me deixa mentir. Reafirmando assim o nosso compromisso com aumentar o nível de acesso de água potável aos cidadãos. O segundo eixo é a mobilização do setor privado. O modelo BITA, Luanda, que mobilizou $1.000 milhões através de um financiamento comercial garantido pelo Banco Mundial, é um bom exemplo de como instrumentos de mitigação de risco podem desbloquear capital. Podemos, assim, replicar este modelo, procurando, através dele, mobilizar capital privado. O terceiro eixo é o financiamento climático e o blended finance. Queremos integrar fundos climáticos como o Green Climate Fund e as Climate Adaptation Windows do BAD para financiar infraestruturas resilientes e eficientes no uso de água. Esta é uma dimensão central da adaptação climática em África. A nível continental, a Angola apoia plenamente o Programa Africano de Investimento em Água, que pretende mobilizar $30.000 milhões até 2030, bem como o AIP-PIDA, Water Scorecard, que ajuda a medir a viabilidade financeira e a resiliência dos projetos. O papel do Ministério das Finanças nesse contexto é garantir que os compromissos assumidos se integram no ciclo orçamental nacional, promover em estreita parceria com o Ministério do Planeamento modelos de parcerias público-privadas, contratos da Fermagem, apoiar na sofisticação financeira das empresas públicas de águas, tem que ser possível elas serem comercialmente agressivas, financeiramente autónomas e eficientes, e reforçar a cooperação com instituições como o BAD, o Grupo Banco Mundial, o Exim Bank, a Agência Francesa de Desenvolvimento, a União Europeia e a AUDA NEPAD. No fundo, queremos que cada projeto conte com uma arquitetura financeira sólida, transparente e previsível, e que cada dólar investido se traduza em resultados mensuráveis para as famílias, para as comunidades e para as empresas. Permitam-me terminar com uma convicção. Água é desenvolvimento. Água é vida. Cada kwanza investido neste setor gera entre 4 e 8 kwanzas em ganhos sociais e econômicos. Investir em água é investir em saúde, em educação, em produtividade e em paz social. O desafio de financiar o setor em escala é grande, mas não é intransponível. Exige inovação, disciplina fiscal e parcerias eficazes. E, acima de tudo, exige vontade política e visão de longo prazo. Angola reafirma o seu compromisso em contribuir para uma África resiliente, interligada e próspera, onde o acesso universal à água e ao saneamento seja não apenas uma meta, mas uma realidade tangível.
And sanitation. That's a real commitment. Thank you, Minister Vera. May I now invite our Divisional Director from the World Bank, Dr. Albert Zufek. A big round of applause.
Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Boa tarde. Okay, I know it's after lunch, so we need to keep you awake. So it is a privilege for me to address you this afternoon on behalf of our Regional Vice President, Jami Diop, who has been urgently called to another engagement. So this is basically helping us at the World Bank to position this issue of water and sanitation as a key driver for job creation, but also, as Minister Vera has said, as a fundamental manage water supply and sanitation by 2030 is therefore estimated at around $70 billion per year. Public resources alone, you would agree, cannot close this gap. We must mobilize every available source, including public, private, and blended finance, to build a resilient, inclusive water infrastructure. And the role of the private sector is going to be key. We believe that the private sector is the major catalyst for innovation and scale. The private sector is not just a source of capital. It is a driver of innovation, efficiency, and sustainability. Private actors bring technology, entrepreneurial solutions, and business models that can transform water service delivery in our countries. Yet, private sector participation remains terribly low, and we must create enabling environments, clear policies, robust governance, risk-sharing mechanism, and innovative financing instruments such as blended finance and public-private partnerships. The recent issuance of the first subnational green revenue bond by Tanga Urban Water Supply and Sanitation Authority in Tanzania demonstrate that innovative finance for water infrastructure is not just aspirational, it is achievable. It has mobilized over $22 million from institutional existing jobs by building climate resilience. Globally, about 78% of jobs have some level of water dependence, and 42% of jobs globally significantly depend on water. Water and sanitation infrastructure also supports human capital that is essential for healthy population and therefore a productive workforce. The likelihood of children suffering from malnutrition with that project and its subsequent phases could provide water up to 7.5 million people in Angola. And that's massive in Angola. And that's massive. Angola's leadership in advancing reforms and investment in the water sector, offers valuable lessons for the continent. By leveraging private sector participation and innovative financing, Angola is showing the way forward. Angola is showing the way forward. So these results, however, must be taken to a higher scale across the continent. And we believe the path to scale is partnership and innovation. This summit, ladies and gentlemen, brings together African ministers, investors, development partners, including the World Bank Group, AFDB, Agence Française de Développement, ODA NEPAD, and many others, but also the private sector. Our goal is clear. It is to co-develop solutions, secure commitments, and facilitate deal-making that will close Africa's infrastructure gap in the area of water. We must move beyond fragmented project-by-project interventions towards a system-level investment that integrates infrastructure, institutions, and innovation. Blended finance, utility creditworthiness, and risk-sharing mechanism are key to unlocking private investment while ensuring affordability of water and equity. At the World Bank, we have been investing massively in WASH. Our new program for accelerating access to water, sanitation, and hygiene is a direct response to these challenges and priorities. With up to $1.58 billion in financing, this program will reach 30 million people across 12 countries in Eastern and Southern Africa alone. I repeat, 30 million people in 12 countries. And that will focus on climate resilient infrastructure and inclusive service delivery. For us,
climate change is bringing not only on water resources, but also on financial resources. As numerous people would say, it takes two hands to clap, or it takes two to tango, or maybe in Angola we would say it takes two to kizomba. And there is no solution, no such solution to bridge the water resource gap and the financial gap without public and private coming together. To bridge the water resource gap, water reuse is a key element. And innovative finance, guarantees and funding, blended finance is the solution to bring together sovereign and fiscal resources together with private capital to develop projects. So that's what the government of Egypt, and there are a number of successful projects in Africa, and the government of Egypt in 2005 decided to develop a PPP without a PPP law. So it's also something that is feasible. You don't necessarily need a PPP law to develop successful PPPs. At the time, the government of Egypt decided to develop a PPP for the first ever water reuse project, wastewater reuse project in Africa. That's what was done for New Cairo, one of the new cities that were developing very fast around the Cairo capital. And they decided to explore with IFC, so the private arm of the World Bank Group, how to structure a successful wastewater reuse PPP. So I don't know if my slide is on, but there are a number of key elements that were critical for this project to be successful. All right. And I will take just my notes so that I can give you the best numbers. So this PPP was developed by IFC. It has relied on a very solid structuring, so finding solutions for local finance. The whole project was developed 100% with local commercial banks, and the structure has mobilized adjustment of interest rate, etc., a number of financial instruments so that we could have local banks financing infrastructure is what we need in Africa. And also, obviously, financing in local currency so that you had not this gap of having a tariff in dollar while you receive payments from the population in local currency. So that was a critical element. Then we had also other element which was set the right qualification request or qualification criteria so that you really had a first-class private developer that would participate. And the structure of the contract was so solid and so well organized and designed that the project went through the Arab Spring, so force majeure. It went through a number of challenges, including, for example, the difference or the problems of meeting the public infrastructure timeline and the private development timeline, and it's successful. It helped really allocate the risk properly and was a complete success. It's now operating nearly full capacity, and all the infrastructure is really working. Thank you very much. I'm finished. So really, I mean, I don't know if the photo is on the slide, but really water is what we owe each other and what we owe to the future generation. We need to bridge that gap of finance and new water resources.
Thank you, Naol. It was exactly 3 minutes, 20 seconds. A big round of applause to Naol. Now let's hear from Dr. Zebene Leku. It's an exciting program that Ethiopia is leading. It's called the One Wash, that brings platforms of, it creates a national platform by bringing donors together. You will tell your story in 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Ms. Shoma, and I'm really glad to be here to introduce what best experience Ethiopia has in terms of WASH implementation. We have One WASH national program, which is a government-led program that pulled together funds from development partners and also integrated different sectors that work on water supply, sanitation, and hygiene. One WASH integrates efforts across ministries of water, finance, health, and education to provide coordinated WASH services nationwide, underpinned by an interministerial memorandum of understanding which was signed by the 4 ministries and then brings together development partners. Thank you to the World Bank who collected many development partners. They are now around 7. The program was started in 2014 in the first phase, and you believe that 1.07 million people enjoyed water supply from this program. And really we are thankful and grateful to the World Bank and our development partners. 19.5 million, and we gathered around this, through this program, we gathered 1.07 million USD, and we served 19.5 million people. This approach is very significant for us because we managed to harmonize the development initiative of the World Bank with the donor partners, and we don't really exhaust ourselves in reporting and managing our reporting system as well as planning system. So the Consolidated WASH Account Program has created and strengthened coordination, implementation, and governance structure for WASH and established standards, norms, how to operate and really bridge the gap we have. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. In less than 3 minutes, she told a story about Ethiopia. It is about bringing all partners together. It was IDA that created the platform, and thanks to Ministry of Finance for bringing in Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health, and Ministry of Water together to bring this whole pressing needs of accelerating access to water and sanitation in Ethiopia. It's a fantastic platform. I would really request all of you to look into the website and see how this program is scaling by pulling financing, by bringing all donors together into a common approach, into one program, one budget, one reporting mechanism. That's the way to go, and that's the way we can scale up. It's just not by public financing. It is about pool financing. Now, with that story, we do have, you heard from Dr. Zufek that there is a program that the World Bank, along with the partners, are pulling together. It's about accelerating access of water and sanitation in the region of Africa, East and South. And I would invite my colleague, Marco Aguirre, to come and give us the key snippets and highlight of this project, which is just being approved. We need development partners, we need private sectors. The 1.58 billion that the World Bank has put in, we would like to see that 2 billion is being leveraged from the 1.58 billion. Over to you, Marco.
Thank you, Shoma. So they tell me that an Ignite talk should be like an espresso, no? Should be short, strong, and hopefully able to waken you up. No? So I'm eager, and hopefully I can achieve my objective. So across Eastern and Southern Africa, over 30 million people are expected to gain access to at least basic water supply and sanitation services through the WASH MPA by 2030. This is an 8-year, $2.8 billion initiative anchored in the African Union Investment Program for Water, and it brings together IDA, IBRD, partners, and private capital under one coordinated umbrella. The WASH MPA is a regional platform for transformation, but its strength lies in the national sector and investment plans, as you can see in the first objective depicted in the slide. Each country designs and implements its own project, aligned with the MPA's shared objectives on governance, service efficiency, financing, and resilience. The foundation of this transformation is governance. The MPA supports countries to strengthen policies, institutions, and regulatory frameworks, not just policy through dialogue, but policy through result-based incentives. The third objective has to do with the way we deliver services. And here, strong utilities are at the core of this approach. Through benchmarking, peer learning, and performance-based strategies, the MPA will help utilities improve efficiency, recover costs, and enhance service quality, laying the foundation for creditworthiness. Of course, the financing model is important. The MPA's financing model is designed to leverage each dollar aimed to crowd in private and donor funding, while at the same time supporting domestic financing. through, of course, stronger tariff structures and national investment platforms, while providing opportunities to enhance climate resilience through its intervention as part of Objective 5. Through this process, we will take advantage, of course, of our One World Bank Group approach alongside IFC, MIGA, and World Bank. At the regional level, the MPA is supported by AUDA NEPAD, which leads efforts to harmonize policies, share knowledge, and establish a regional hub so that lessons from one country can inspire actions in another. And this is where today's conversation matters. Many of the countries represented in this room can take advantage of this platform. So if you take one message, just one from this Ignite talk, the WASH MPA is not just a project, it's a framework. It provides a structure to fast-track preparation, access financing faster, and scale up what works, allowing to move from isolated interventions to sustained transformation for million people living in Africa. Thank you very much. I hope I did the 3 minutes. Yeah.
Thank you, Marco. We hope that many countries will join. Right now, we have 12 countries from Africa, East and South, but we know many countries will join. Let us take a pledge that 1.58 billion of IDA and IBRD will leverage another 1 billion from private sectors as well as from the donor partners. We look forward to your participation. We look forward to the country's participation to join the program. It is about knowledge into implementation. Thank you very much. A big round of applause to our 3 Ignite speakers. Now, may I invite, let's get into the details of it. Let's get into the depth of it, that what does it take to scale up WASH infrastructure with innovative financing. May I now request our 3 esteemed panelists to come and join us in the stage. Secretary Belsa Costa. Secretary Belsa Costa is the Secretary of State from the Ministry of Energy and Water from Government of Angola. May I request Dr. Albert Zufek, the Divisional Director. You heard him, you will hear him more in the panel. May I request Ernest Poku, Executive Director, Africa Water Infrastructure Development. And may I also request Ms. Josephilda Kolpe, Deputy Director General, Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation from Government of South Africa. While they are taking their seat on the stage, we heard the numbers. It's not about challenges, it's about solutions. $1 investment in water will give us a return of 7 if we invest wisely with innovative financing. And we'll hear more in this session right now. Is it working? Is it? Okay. Great. So in this session, in this particular panel, we will look at what does it need to bring in financing and how can we do it and what has been your experience so far. So we will start with Secretary Belsa. Secretary, we heard from our Honorable Minister about Angola's BETA's experience. We would like to hear more from you, Secretary Belsa, since you are the one who has been at the hot seat in implementing the Angola BETA experience. It is a landmark example of blended financing in the water sector. What made it possible? What made the government go for blended financing? And what lessons do you have to share with others so that other countries can replicate? You would have just 2 minutes. Thank you.
Muito boa tarde a todos e obrigado, Soma, pela pergunta. Dizer que nós vamos contextualizar a situação. O BITA surge depois de nos dermos conta que havia um déficit de produção de água a nível da cidade de Luanda. Nós começamos aproximadamente esse projeto em 2004, 2005 e começamos a implementá-lo em 2023. Dizer que nesse período nós já temos um déficit de aproximadamente 50% daquilo que é a produção a nível de água tratada para o consumo humano e que não víamos outra alternativa que senão implementar esse sistema para então conseguirmos acabar com esse déficit de produção. E foi assim que nós hoje temos um déficit de 52% de água e 44% de águas residuais, pessoas atendidas. O projeto BITA surge com o objetivo de resolver os problemas do abastecimento de água e só foi possível devido a que há uma liderança segura e concreta naquilo que é a implementação dos projetos e que isso permitiu também que, com um forte alinhamento entre o Ministério da Energia, o Ministério das Finanças, o Ministério do Planeamento e todos os parceiros, foi possível então conseguirmos esse financiamento para a implementação desse projeto. Ou seja, que foi uma estruturação muito bem feita, combinada com empréstimos comerciais, que possibilitou então angariarmos este valor, mais de $1 bilhão para o projeto. Dizer que sobram palavras, porque a ministra já também fez menção aqui a alguns dados, que por cada $1 de água que é investido na água, poupamos $4 para a questão da saúde. E então nós estamos empenhados nesse processo, continuamos a trabalhar no sentido de que consigamos cumprir os prazos, porque acreditamos que até fim de 2026 tenhamos este assunto resolvido e a nossa capital tenha o problema da água totalmente resolvido. E então esse é um exemplo bastante claro daquilo que estão a acompanhar e se houvesse disponibilidade podíamos até fazer uma visita para os visitantes que estão aqui, visitar o BITA para ver o andamento também das obras. Obrigado.
Belsa, is it audible? Okay, great. Secretary Belsa, that was fantastic. It is about bringing in private commercial financing and how you have been able to leverage the program. We will all come back in December 2026 when the project is commissioned, and we will see that 2 million people are being benefited in Luanda with this. The key question would be, how do we scale up and what we can learn from here? So with that, let me go to Madam Josephilda from South Africa. We know South Africa is facing significant issues and challenges in water and sanitation infrastructure, and especially in the metro areas and also in the municipalities. It's been a challenge. We all know about the load shedding of South Africa. Soon there will be water shedding, if not fixed. So we would like to hear from you, Madam Josephilda, that what innovative approaches are you taking from the government side in crowding in investors and partners? 2 minutes, please. Thank you.
2 minutes. Thank you very much. I'll do it in even less than that, because you've already introduced the fact that South Africa is a semi-arid country characterized by low rainfall. And the strangest of it all is that the industrial heartland is not built, Johannesburg is not built necessarily on a huge body of water. So with this limited low rainfall, limited underground aquifers, as well as a heavy reliance on water transfer from Lesotho, which is the phase 1. In other words, we are so water poor that we went cap in hand to our neighbor Lesotho, that is better gifted with water, to ask for a water transfer. So Lesotho Highlands water aims, the phase 2 of it, aims to provide roughly 60% of 45% of the population for an area that produces 60% of South Africa's GDP. So the aim of this phase 2 of Lesotho Highlands water project is to augment supply from 260 million cubic meters to 780 million cubic meters. So how will this be financed? So South Africa will finance the 1.87 billion US dollars from a variety of sources. So it will be MDBs, DFIs, such as the New Development Bank, the BRICS Bank, the AFD, as well as local funders. So this was signed, still delivered in 2023. And then the Lesotho part will also need to raise their own funding to do, amongst others, the tunnels, etc., as well as build a power station. So there's a win-win for both countries. South Africa will pay for the water. Lesotho will not only get revenue from the water, but they will also be able to reduce their dependence on Eskom, the national electricity utility for South Africa, and have their own power generation engine. So they need to raise these funds, and they went not only to DFIs, but they also have gotten some funding from the European Investment Bank, the African Development Bank, as well as the private sector, that is a Standard Bank, that acted amongst others as an issuer of advance payment as well as performance guarantees. So it's PPPs which have matured over the years, particularly because this is phase 2 of the Lesotho Highlands Water project. So it's this innovative financing, and we, in the near horizon, we are beginning to look at blue bonds as well, which will be derived from the same methodology, or should I say is a subset of green bonds. I could go on and talk about green bonds, but I see the look. So thanks.
Thank you, thank you. There are some innovations happening, but we know that there are issues about water transfers, as well as municipalities being accountable in the service delivery. And more is to see that, is water ring fence, is the water budget ring fenced in South Africa's municipalities? That's a key question that we will see it later. We know we will come back to it later. But since you touched upon private sector participation, may I therefore ask Mr. Ernest Poku, there are myths about engaging private operators. There is always a myth that it increases prices. What is, from your experience, that you would like to share, how to structure PPPs which are more investable, which are also more scalable, and which will also help in bringing in some discipline in the sector? What is your opinion? Thank you.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to answer that question, Soma. So I represent Awid Africa Water Infrastructure Development. We are a public-private partnership-focused water developer across Africa. And one of the things I would say is that our experience is that when you bring in private operators into the water sector, what you see is a material increase in the quality of water supply and the reliability of that water supply. And as people will know who live in Africa, having the comfort that when you turn on a tap, you can have the water come out and drink that water is invariable and inestimable in terms of its value. And I think that's what people forget. When people think about water supply, they think about building the plant, but they don't think so much that this plant needs to operate efficiently for 20 or 30 years with efficient production of water through the use of chemicals, maintenance of equipment, and that's where the private operators excel. We're not compensated unless the water is supplied. We don't make our money from the EPC, we don't make our money from the financing, we make our money from the supply of high quality water 24/7 for 25 or 30 years. You can go and look at one of our plants in Africa and they look at the same as the day they were built. And that's because that's how we ensure high quality water.
Thank you very much. It's important to understand that you can structure PPPs across the value chain, and you can bring in private operators where they are most needed. Good. That gives us a hope that there is possibility of bringing in private operators. We have Dr. Zufak with us, and we know that I'm going to ask the most difficult question to him. The World Bank is now seen as the leveraging bank. How do you see that our financing will be able to leverage and crowd in one of the instruments that we have in the bank that will bring in more private capital or market capitals, along with public finance for the water sector? It's about instruments.
About instruments. Thank you so much, Shoma. So let me first, come back on the MPA, the multi-phase approach that we are taking to address this issue of infrastructure gap in Africa. And beyond the term, beyond the fact that we can actually work on a time frame for up to 10 years, there are three distinctive futures that are pertinent to this discussion. The first is that the MPA is actually introducing that system change because, going piecemeal is clearly not going to be the solution to address such huge gaps. Second, quite important, is the leverage effect. We can actually leverage a little bit of the envelope of the country, IDA or IBRD, to then really, move more private capital, leverage then more private capital in. And three is the integrated approach that allows us to achieve results at scale. I think this is really important. And since most of the discussion yesterday was on how and the fact that we all know what and why. So let me just take 1 minute or less than 1 minute to tell you exactly how BETA was structured so that other countries can also learn from, because we presenting this, we're talking about BETA as an example. So by borrowing only $125 million from IBRD, Angola was able to really, through a partial guarantee of $500 million, they have been able to leverage first 910 million of commercial loans, then 180 million additional of commercial loans to then implement the BETA project and finance those investments that the director has talked about earlier. And what it has done also is to actually introduce competition in the financial system. Through a competitive process, banks were actually able to bid, and that has led to a lowering of the borrowing cost in the country, and that has also led to an extension of maturities. So the BETA guarantee allowed the country to actually create an unprecedented 15-year maturity on local borrowing. That's really extremely important in a way it's also affecting the domestic financial market. So, in terms of instrument, quickly, the bank is working on using four important tools. One is the guarantees and credit enhancement schemes. So this would include the partial risk guarantees. It does include the partial credit guarantees, the PCGs, the partial credit loan guarantees as well. So that's on the guarantee side. We are also, relying on blended finance, and that is, including the need. It's addressing the need for concessional first loss for investment projects. We're using subordinated capital and commercial debt equity, and that is certainly improving the returns to private investment, to private capital when they are mobilized. The third instrument is project preparation facilities, and that's also extremely important because most of the time we do not invest enough those resources to prepare the project and make them, bankable. And the fourth, since we're short of time, the fourth is basically to leverage PPPs at the national level. But I would also end, and if I didn't talk about INGA, I would be remiss, right? So, the fourth thing that we are, approaching, the approach we are taking here is what we are developing as part of the INGA and Lobito corridor, which is this approach to basically, take a lens of leveraging the momentum of transformative engagement to crowd in private investment, including in complementary investment. So this is a clear way to really bring in more private capital. And in the case of INGA, for example, in the INGA growth corridor, there will be opportunities for mining, for manufacturing, opportunities for construction, beyond the huge opportunity of the construction of the hydroelectricity dam. So that's what I can say, and we are doing the same thing for the Lobito corridor. Thank you.
Thank you, Albert. When the boss speaks, you can cut him off. But there are important lessons and some innovative financing models that Albert has shared, and we know that this is possible. What Albert has also mentioned, that $1, it is 1:1. Even that $1 spent on IBRD leveraged another $1 more from private financing through guarantees. And it is also possible to leverage 1:17. The World Bank report says that if $1 spent, $17 can be raised through private capitals. If there are institutions, if there are regulatory systems are in place, and that's the way to work for. So that brings us to the second rapid fire round. It is going to be rapid fire. You will be getting only 1 minute since we are running out of time. So we'll start with Secretary Belsa. You talked about the Angola's experience of beta, but what is the forward looking for Angola, particularly looking at beta to continue to attract private and commercial financing that will ensure water remains affordable and also equitable services and which is inclusive for all citizens? I think our Honorable Minister Vera is also here, and she would also like to say at some point of time, what is the plan going forward?
Bom, muito obrigado, Som. Dizer que, pronto, não podemos esquecer que a água é bem público e que é direito humano, então não podemos esquecer que qualquer investimento que nós fizermos a nível da água, temos que ter em conta as pessoas mais vulneráveis, que têm também a obrigação de ter água para a sua subsistência. Também podemos dizer que a experiência do BITA pode ser replicada em outras regiões, fora de Luanda, e estamos a trabalhar também naquilo que é a modernização do quadro legal e regulatório, com o INEA, o IRCEA, o Ministério do Planeamento e o Ministério das Finanças também, parece. E a novidade é que estamos também já com as parcerias público-privadas, que nesse momento já está aprovada praticamente com o decreto presidencial Cabinda, que nesse momento acreditamos que fim de 2026 seja lançado o concurso para a sua implementação. E está na grelha ou em estudo outras 4 províncias, que é o Ambo, a Luanda Sul, Kwanza Sul e o Bié, que também estão praticamente em estudo. Outra questão que é a necessidade de uma parceria sólida de regulação previsível, que quando tivermos essas parcerias sólidas é possível então alcançar todos esses objetivos e o sucesso que temos a nível desse projeto BITA. E o último é a confiança mútua. Havendo confiança mútua entre todos os intervenientes, então é possível alcançar todos os objetivos que nós tenhamos programados. Muito obrigado.
Thank you, Secretary Belsa. You touched upon very important points about leadership. It's about trust and also changing the mindsets of developing partnerships. With that, may I ask Mr. Ernest Boku, since he talked about private sector engagement and public participation and private-public participation, how do you see a stronger partnership mindset that is needed in scaling up water infrastructure and also mobilizing more financing?
Thank you so much. So in our experience, the fact that a private operator needs to work with the government and other agencies, the utility and the customer for 20 or 30 years naturally lends itself to a partnership mindset rather than a transactional mindset. When we develop a project, we install people in the country, we're regularly meeting with ministers, regularly meeting with the utility and having surveys with end users to make sure that the product and the concept that we're doing is appropriate, not just for 1 or 2 years, but for decades. And that's a discussion I'd be very happy to have with the ministers of Angola at the appropriate time.
Excellent. We would like to see your engagement with the Ministry of Finance as well as Ministry of Water on this partnership. Thank you very much for your insights. So since you touched upon the role of the government and policies, so may I now turn to Madam Josephina. South Africa is looking at changing policies and looking at more innovative institutional arrangements, and especially looking at the reforms that are needed to make the water sector work and services are being delivered. So how do you see these policies and these partnerships will help in creating stronger incentives for private sector participation and also for mobilizing investors to come in? Thank you.
Thank you. The complication in South Africa is manifold, and I will respond to this largely because of the comment you also made earlier. So the complication is this: the right to water and safe environment and sanitation is guaranteed in the Constitution, in the Bill of Rights. That's number one. Number two, there are free basic services, and it depends on various local governments and municipalities, but largely it is meant for those who are poor and cannot afford. In my earlier presentation, I talked about these huge monies that are borrowed in order to enable bulk water supply. So what happens is that it is supposed to be a user pay a method. Unfortunately, normal citizens then pay local governments, and local governments do not necessarily ring fence the money that is paid for water services, for wash services as a whole, and so that they can pay to the bulk water services providers. Rather, they then use the money to subsidize all other services that a municipality needs to pay for. So that is the major challenge, because it's not only, there are many guaranteed rights in the Constitution that the municipalities are to provide, but they have what we would call an unfunded a mandate, because there are a large number of people who genuinely cannot pay, but some just do not pay. So how do we resolve this? We will need well-governed and managed governing bodies that can be reliable and trustworthy contracting partners with the private sector. Unless they're reliable, they're trustworthy, it shall not happen. We will not be able to bring in the private sector. Two, water prices need to reflect the efficient cost of producing water. Now, colleagues, you will remember that I mentioned that it is guaranteed in the Constitution, and there are many poor people. So this reflection of the cost of producing water would mean a lot of cross-subsidization between the rich and the very poor. And lastly, the revenues from the sale of water must be ring-fenced for the water function. So those are the policy considerations we are looking at. Thanks.
Thank you. We all know that the government is also looking at ring-fencing water budgets and also ring-fencing the responsibilities, starting with the metro cities in South Africa. And we are hoping that this ring-fencing will allow in bringing in operational and financial efficiencies in the metros, and also will help in to see how services are therefore delivered, which is equitable and at the same time affordable. We'll watch out on that space, and we'll look at, you must see what South Africa is doing in the coming years. So with that, the final thought from Dr. Albert Zufek. what do you think would be the most risk-sharing or risk-taking tools that the World Bank can provide in meeting the ambition of the countries in scaling up water and sanitation and water infrastructure at large with innovative financing? Your last word.
Thank you very much, Shoma. If there is one thing I would like you to take home, is the most important policy action to take is to reforming our SOEs, is to reform our water utilities, is to reform our electricity utilities. We have to move those utilities from a fiscal drag and from low performance into a source of financing for the sector, the key sectors such as water and electricity. We have to move them from a fiscal drain to a source of revenues for the government and the people to invest better. And this is not theory. A country like Malaysia has actually done that, has shown that it's possible. I've worked with Malaysians for more than 10 years, and I would probably elaborate a little bit more on how we can turn our SOEs into tools for domestic revenue mobilization in tomorrow's session. But my final thought is, let's make our utilities work for the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Albert. One last final word. One word that would be a takeaway word from this panel. What would that be for scaling up financing? Let's start from my right. One word. We just need one word from you.
Okay. Partnership.
Partnership. That's great. Albert.
Reforms.
Reforms. So, can you use your microphone, please?
Sustentabilidade.
Finally, madam.
Trust and human rights.
Excellent. So we have got about partnership, leadership, reforms, social capital, as well as finally the mindsets of policies that we all need. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, our esteemed panelists, for your insights. It's been very insightful for all of us to understand how we can scale up. We know the journey is not over. It is the beginning, and it is about partnerships. It's about collaboration. It is about crowding in private financing, and more importantly, it is about reforming the institutions who are in the driving seat. A big round of applause to our panelists. Thank you very much. Now we are coming to the close. One last point that we would request Your Excellency, Madam Vera, if you can give your last final thoughts, if you would like to say what are the key takeaways from this session. And we would also like to invite Your Excellency Nibigira to give us also your last final thought, one minute. You do not need to move out from there. We can hand over the microphones to you.
We wanted to take a picture.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Muito obrigada pelo desafio. Não penso que foi um painel rico, e nós agradecemos pela partilha. Sem dúvida, fazendo assim uma síntese daquilo que foi dito, devemos nos orgulhar e nos inspirar naquilo que está a ser feito e bem feito. Modelos de financiamento onde garantias ajudam a fazer de-risking e permitem mobilizar financiamento em termos que não pesem sobre a sustentabilidade das finanças públicas dos países que estão a mobilizar esse financiamento. Como é que se leva soluções aos municípios que verdadeiramente entreguem água potável e em condições acessíveis à população. Como é que o setor privado participa em parceria com o Estado num modelo que funcione e que também entregue qualidade? Como é que podemos assegurar que as empresas públicas sejam eficientes, que não sejam passivos para o Estado e que paguem dividendos? Meu sonho é para além de nos pagarem dividendos, vou ficar bem contente. Como é que seguimos esse caminho? Como é que podemos, mantendo os ativos com o Estado, mobilizar a gestão privada para que no final do dia, respeitando naturalmente as diferenças entre os cidadãos, naturalmente do ponto de vista tarifário, não podemos tratar uma indústria da mesma forma que tratamos população carenciada, tanto no que diz respeito ao fornecimento de eletricidade como diz respeito ao fornecimento de água. É necessário fazer essa diferenciação positiva. Respeitando essas particularidades, como é que asseguramos que as empresas públicas sejam geridas de forma a que entreguem? De modo que pouco adianta subvencionar se no final do dia o produto não chega. Que é um subsídio cego, né? Que serve para pouco. Então, devemos levar para casa todos esse trabalho de casa, de tirar daqui os melhores exemplos, de termos consciência das nossas fragilidades, não escondemos a cabeça debaixo da terra, fingindo que elas não existem, enfrentá-las com coragem e resolver as ineficiências que têm que ser resolvidas para que a água seja uma realidade na vida da população e os cidadãos percebam o que é que está a ser feito do ponto de vista de investimento público e sintam. Muitas das vezes a decalagem é grande entre os recursos que estão a ser despendidos do ponto de vista de investimento público e aquele que é o impacto efetivo na vida dos cidadãos e por várias razões. Eficiência de quem está no processo, perdas comerciais, de modo que temos que tirar tudo isso do meio para que o efeito se sinta mais rapidamente e de forma mais efetiva. Cada um tem a sua responsabilidade, temos todos que assumi-la para bem dos cidadãos, não descurando o saneamento. Shorma está sempre a chamar-nos a atenção. Atenção, Angola, muito investimento em água. Essa água vai para onde? Saneamento. De modo que isso é algo também que pretendemos passar a prestar mais atenção para ter o ciclo completo e ter o WASH que o Albert referiu, água, saneamento e higiene. Obrigada.
Muito obrigado pela oportunidade. Eu, apesar de ter apanhado o painel já na parte final, mas deu para perceber alguns aspectos que foram apresentados pelos painelistas quando falaram, e é uma painelista, desculpa o nome, falou sobre os direitos humanos. O financiamento a esse setor das águas é um financiamento que deve se refletir naquilo que a ministra Vera já disse. Os cidadãos têm que sentir que, de facto, este financiamento tem reflexo na sua vida, no dia a dia, naquilo que é a sua vida e a sua saúde. Portanto, é basicamente isso que agora me apraz dizer, porque eu, como já disse, apanhei o painel já praticamente no fim, mas a preocupação sobre financiamento versus respeito pelos direitos humanos, versus saúde, versus saneamento, deve de facto ser a maior preocupação neste subsetor que é o investimento em água. Obrigado.
Yeah, thank you, moderator. I think the IMF, be the World Bank, experts and theories that emphasize on economic development, all they advocate for financial inclusion. Why do they advocate for financial inclusion? It is because there is a category of people or population who cannot have access to financial solutions to finance their activities for them to gain their bread. So here, I wish to bring this financial inclusion in our subject matter. You know, our countries, especially in Africa, they don't have access to funds to improve their infrastructures in relation to water and sanitation. That's why we need, and I address this to the World Bank. I have seen the representative of World Bank there. We need financial inclusion in this sector. We need to consider all the countries, be small countries, be poor countries, be rich countries. We need financial inclusion. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you everyone for joining today's session. I hope it was informative for all of you. It is the beginning of the journey, and it is about collaboration. It is about financial inclusion. It is about financial innovation, and it is also about building institutions and having strong policies and regulations. With that, a big round of applause to all our presenters. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us, and wishing you all a very good afternoon and a good evening. Thank you. May I request our distinguished guests, please, for a photo. We would like to take a photograph, including our presenters. Please. Yes, thank you. Oh my God.
Obrigada a todos pela participação neste painel. Vamos manter-nos nas nossas posições para darmos sequência com a próxima sessão. Thank you all for participating in this session. Let's keep in the same position so that we can continue with our next session after this family photo. Já falei com ele hoje.
It's this one.
I invite everyone to take your place. Agora vamos dar continuidade ao nosso programa e vamos dar início ao painel Mesa Redonda Ministerial de Investidores sobre o financiamento de transformação digital em África. Let's please take our places. And now we will start with the session, Investor Ministerial Roundtable on Financing Africa's Digital Transformation. To moderate the session, I'll call Mr. Amin Idris Adoum. Please take the stage. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Please take your seat. We are going to start the session on financing Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. We are going to start this session on financing Africa digital transformation. Good evening. Very good. Yes, tell me. Yeah, you can come here. Tell me.
Yes, I'm writing.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's my pleasure and my honor to moderate this session on financing Africa digital transformation, unlocking Africa's digital dividend through broadband expansion. I'm going to have two panels, or one panel in two segments. I'm going to call the name of my panelists, then I would invite them to join me on the stage. For the first segment, we're going to have Honorable Angelo Joao, who's the Secretary of State for Telecommunication and ICT for the government of Angola. Honorable Angelo Joao, if you are in the room, please join me on the stage. It's not there. The second speaker is John Tanui, who is the State Secretary for the Ministry of Telecommunication from Kenya. Mr. Tanui, if you are there, please join me on the floor. Or Mrs. Yeah, but those minister. No, I'm going to put them on segment.
Please. Hold on. Wait.
Hold on.
Let me tell you.
Are you?
It's not Angelo.
The mic is on. It's not Angelo. That's the name they give me. Let me contact.
This is in Portuguese.
Yeah, let me contact. It's okay.
So this is the people, and for Unitel is Mr. Aguinaldo Jaime, who is the chairman.
Okay, let me call them then. I will call them here. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to moderate this panel. I'm going to call Senora Vera Esperança dos Santos, Davos de Souza, who is the Minister of Finance of the Republic of Angola. Excellency, if you are in the room, would you like to join me on the floor, on the stage? I will call as well Signora Belete Mola, who is the Minister of Innovation and Technology from the Republic of Ethiopia. Mr. John Tanui, who is the Secretary of State. Mr. Angelo Joao, who is the Secretary of State for the Ministry of Telecommunication from the Government of Angola. Mr. Pietro Toigo, who is the Director of National Director for the African Development Bank here in Angola. Mrs. Menas Safavian, and from the World Bank. Mr. Chiroma Mohammed, who is the Special Envoy on Infrastructure and Energy from the AU. Mr. Harpal Man, who is the Director, CEO for Clear Mobitel. And then Mr. Aguinaldo, who is the Chairman of Unitel Angola, Unitel SA Angola, and Monsieur Richard Sangu. This is what you give me. Yeah. Yeah, she's not there. Yeah, can I invite them? All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think now we are clear. Sorry for the hiccup. As usual, you know, for this kind of panels, because we are inviting distinguished personalities and they are very busy, sometimes it keeps changing all the time because we have been going through quite a big delay. So now we are clean and clear. I would like to invite Honorable Vera Esperança dos Santos Davao de Souza, who is the Minister of Finance from the government of Angola. Madame Vera Esperança, would you like to join me on the stage, please, Madame? Please, a big round of applause to Madame Minister. I would like as well to invite Maria de Sousa, who is a Minister of Telecommunication from the Republic of Angola, Mario de Sousa. It's a hand, sorry, it's the way it was written by the hand because they made the replacement. Mario Oliveira, would you like Excellency to join me on the floor? Under your applause, please. I would like as well to invite Permanent Secretary John Tanui from the Ministry of Telecommunication of the Republic of Kenya. Mr. John Tanui, please. Dr. Pietro Toigo, who is the country manager from the African Development Bank in Angola. Dr. Pietro Toigo, would you like to join us on the floor as well? Mrs. Mehenas Safavian, who is practice manager for digital development from the World Bank. Please join me on the floor. Under your applause as well, ladies and gentlemen. Monsieur Guichard Sangou, who is acting commissioner at ECAS. Guichard, voulez-vous me rejoindre ici, s'il vous plaît? Sous vos applaudissements, mesdames et messieurs. Monsieur Amilcar Sefeka, who is Chief Executive Officer of Unitel Angola. C'est Monsieur Aguinaldo Gem, please. Who is chairman of the board of Unitel SA. Antonio Hu, CEO of Huawei Angola. Mr. Harpal Man, CEO of Clear Mobitel. And finally, last but not least as well, Madame Salma Tazi, who is Director of Information Cloud from the Ministry, under your applause as well, from the Ministry of Telecommunication of the Kingdom of Morocco. All right, so I have a full panel. It's quite a very large panel with very important personalities. I'm going to organize the conversation, ladies and gentlemen, into two segments. The first segment will be really around unlocking Africa digital transformation through broadband expansion. And these segments, we are going to explore how broadband connectivity drives socio-economic transformation through GDP growth, job creation, digital inclusion, and access to essential services. Essential services like health, like education, like finance, like governance, infrastructures as well. Our conversation would also seek to identify policy actions, extremely important, partnership and investment framework that will help us to accelerate broadband expansion and ensure equitable access, especially for underserved communities. This one. So my first group of speakers, I need actually to go myself. And are they all mic'd? You have the mic? Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start by asking my very first question to Minister Vera from the government of Angola, especially Vera Esperança dos Santos. Minister of Finance. That's going to be part of the first segment. Honorable Minister, Angola have made significant strides in terms of broadband expansions, as part of the digital transformation of the country development agenda. But yet, access and inclusion remain major challenges across Africa. And Angola, where internal penetration is below 40% compared to the global average of 68%. What key challenges Angola have faced in translating broadband investments into tangible digital dividend? That's really going to be my very first question to you. And then what strategies are being implemented to close access gap and ensure equitable digital inclusion in line with the digital transformation strategy for Africa? Those are my two first questions to you, Honorable Minister. Thank you.
Muito obrigada pela oportunidade de participar neste painel e pelas questões que me coloca. Sim, temos um desafio a endereçar, mas antes sequer de abordar o desafio, eu gostaria de abordar as conquistas. De modo que saímos de 2016 de 16% de cobertura para 40% de cobertura em 2024. Comecemos por aí, de modo que já há um caminho que foi feito. É necessário fazer muito mais, sim. É necessário fazer muito mais em termos de literacia digital, em termos de disponibilidade de infraestrutura, em termos de acesso à internet, acesso à eletricidade. Falamos de água aqui no painel passado, mas também temos acesso à energia elétrica, ainda que seja por via de painéis solares, para tornar todo esse ecossistema funcional, de modo que senão será utópico. Falamos de cobertura total de internet, se estamos a falar da ausência de água potável, se estamos a falar da ausência de eletricidade, pois essa internet se usa como, aonde, com que meios, carrega-se os telemóveis como, de modo que tem que se olhar de forma integrada. E tem sido essa abordagem do governo, não olhar os projetos de forma desgarrada, procurar olhar para eles de forma integrada, cada um assumindo a sua responsabilidade nesse processo. Temos o próprio Banco Nacional de Angola com iniciativas muito concretas do ponto de vista de inclusão, de moeda eletrónica, de pagamentos móveis, e nós temos acompanhado de perto, porque através da Comissão do Mercado de Capitais e da ARCEG também fazemos parte da estratégia de inclusão financeira, de modo que temos contribuído por essa via. Agradecemos também aos nossos parceiros e projetos piloto que têm funcionado pro bono para levar acesso à energia, à eletricidade a aldeias e a algumas localidades inóspitas. Temos aqui no painel alguns bons parceiros nesse domínio. E o próprio Estado também tem feito o seu papel. Felizmente, até agora com recurso a financiamento concessional e semiconcessional, conseguimos financiamento tanto no Médio Oriente como Ásia, como no Ocidente, Europa, Estados Unidos, financiamento para projetos que estão relacionados com governo digital, digitalização de processos, tornar a administração geral tributária mais digital, relacionado com a cloud de suporte a toda a informação que é gerida nos órgãos da administração pública, cabos, estamos a falar de cabos submarinos para permitir a conexão no país e interligar Angola com o mundo. Estamos a falar de satélite, também já conseguimos financiamento semiconcessional e concessional para isso. Escola digital, levar a internet para zonas target do país, só para falar dos exemplos que me vêm à memória. Mas há várias outras iniciativas em curso, com recurso a financiamento concessional, como disse, investimento público puro. De modo que Angola está a fazer essa aposta, tanto do ponto de vista de infraestrutura, como do ponto de vista de software, para tornar a administração pública mais diligente, eficiente, os serviços mais disponíveis, mas também visando criar o ecossistema para que a diversificação econômica aconteça. Do ponto de vista da participação do setor privado, vamos continuar a fazer o nosso melhor. Temos consciência que ainda reformas podem ser implementadas para tornar o ambiente regulatório o mais estável e seguro possível, para atrair cada vez mais investimento privado. No setor da telefonia móvel, já vimos isso acontecer, investimento privado acontecer, mais uma operadora a entrar, e vamos vendo sinais noutros domínios que certamente o meu colega ministro das Telecomunicações vai poder falar com mais profundidade. De modo que o compromisso do governo é total, com a agenda de transformação digital. As limitações que existem na mobilização do financiamento, no que diz respeito a cobrir essas necessidades, são transversais, e estamos a procurar geri-las com o mesmo empenho, com a mesma criatividade que estamos a fazer para outros setores, em que procuramos fazer parceria com os privados para ver se aceleramos o passo. Não tendo espaço fiscal para fazer tudo quanto gostaríamos, temos feito o possível e temos pedido assistência técnica e propostas concretas aos nossos principais parceiros, para vermos como é que conseguimos fazer mais, otimizando a base que o Estado já fez e convidando os privados a se juntarem a nós. Estamos a fazê-lo para a eletricidade. Como referia aqui o secretário Belsa, estamos a ensaiar na água, e queremos também, naturalmente, fazê-lo na agenda de transformação digital. Agradecemos às instituições financeiras multilaterais pelo apoio que têm nos dado nesse processo, tanto do ponto de vista da assistência técnica, para pensar reforma, pensar quadro regulatório, pensar o funcionamento, a força das instituições e como elas se podem articular para que o ecossistema seja amigável ao investimento, e convidamos todos os investidores e entidades com know-how nesse domínio para virem a Angola, conhecerem, explorarem oportunidades. Sabemos que já há coisas a acontecer no domínio de data centers privados, mas há diversas outras oportunidades que podem ser exploradas, e naturalmente agradecemos antecipadamente pelo contributo que venham a dar à agenda de diversificação econômica, que passa também por esse domínio. Obrigada.
Thank you very much, Excellency Minister. Thank you very much, Excellency Minister of Finance. I think that you, in your speech, you mentioned that some of the technicalities, especially about the way Angola plans to expand, may be shared by your colleague, Minister of Telecommunication. So that's, for me, a perfect transition to invite Honorable Minister Mario Oliveira, Minister of Telecommunication and ICT of the government of Angola, to share some light on these questions. And more specifically, I would like you, Honorable Minister, to address us about how Angola is actually planning to leverage on regional and continental partnership, because Honorable Minister of Finance was speaking about the partnership, right? So how do you a plan really to leverage on regional and continental partnership to accelerate Africa's digital integration, not only for Angola, because Angola is central, actually. If you look into what's happening around, actually, in the country, we spoke this morning in other sessions about Lobito Corridor. Lobito Corridor is actually central, not only for the country, but for all the neighbors and for the, I think, wider economy of the region. So how do you plan to leverage on regional and continental partnership to transform Africa's digital landscape? Honourable Minister, you have the floor.
Muito obrigado. Quero desde já saudar os meus colegas de painel e todos os nossos participantes a essa sessão. Eu começo por dizer que, e respondendo diretamente à pergunta, começo por dizer que os grandes investimentos que Angola tem feito a nível da sua rede básica de telecomunicações, a nível daquilo que é a conectividade nacional, tem o seu reflexo, sobretudo nos países da nossa região. Só para dar 2, 3 exemplos, a nossa rede nacional de banda larga em fibra óptica hoje conecta todos os países fronteiriços. Portanto, desde os Congos, a Zâmbia e a Namíbia. O nosso programa espacial nacional, por via do ANGOSAT 2, tem a sua presença hoje na Namíbia e na Zâmbia. E também para dizer que nós estamos a criar uma parceria com a Namíbia na construção de um cabo submarino doméstico que igualmente vai servir, a partir da qual nós vamos nos interconectar a um cabo submarino internacional com a Namíbia e a partir do cabo submarino doméstico nos conectarmos aos cabos submarinos internacionais via Namíbia. Também, por essa razão, os países interiores, como a Zâmbia, por exemplo, têm saída internacional por via dos cabos submarinos que atracam em Angola, nomeadamente o WAX e o SAX. São cabos, um que liga para a América do Sul e outro que liga para a Europa. Nós, neste momento, também estamos conectados a um cabo submarino que deve entrar em operação já antes do fim do ano, que é o SAT-3, que nós conectamos a todos os países aqui da África costeira e, com isso, aos países do interior. Devo dizer que, com a nossa adesão a mais um cabo submarino internacional, que em princípio deverá ter um ponto de amarração no Lobito, vai permitir que o corredor do Lobito seja também potenciado no que as telecomunicações, no que a conectividade diz respeito. A nível do Programa Espacial Nacional, o ANGOSAT 2 é uma realidade e, igualmente, o satélite de observação da Terra, que nós estamos a trabalhar, a descobrir também, sobretudo a nossa região, a região africana, e com isso contribuirmos grandemente para a conectividade africana. Esses projetos a que eu me referi têm como base, como disse a ministra Vera, os investimentos do governo, pelas vias de financiamento que a ministra Vera já se referiu. Mas também é preciso referir que nós temos uma grande parceria a nível dos nossos operadores privados. Os operadores privados em Angola, em parceria com o Estado, temos projetos em comum, dão um grande contributo para aquilo que é levar a conectividade, levar os serviços de telecomunicações e tecnologia de informação nos locais mais recônditos do país, não é? Portanto, mas também a nível da nossa região. Para terminar, queria colocar aqui um aspecto que nós temos estado a discutir muito, quer cá em Angola com nossos operadores, mas também a nível da região. Angola precisa e tem estado a olhar não apenas para financiamentos, mas também para investidores. Investidores que venham a Angola, como tem acontecido, já temos alguns sinais que conosco investam na transformação digital do nosso país. Porque um investidor sente as dores do país, um investidor está preocupado com o retorno do seu investimento. É assim que nós hoje em Angola temos uma hub de satélite que é um investimento privado de um grande operador internacional de satélite que acreditou no país, acreditou na liderança do país, acreditou na estabilidade do país e com os seus recursos próprios, sem recorrer a garantias bancárias, sem recorrer à Banca Nacional, veio, instalou-se em Angola e, ao instalar-se em Angola, como estamos a falar de conectividade via satélite, está em toda a África, muito particularmente aqui na região da SADC. Angola tem estado a procurar também investidores naquilo que nós temos apelidado da indústria das telecomunicações. Nós hoje não temos em Angola, e particularmente aqui na região africana, fábricas de produção de cabos de fibra óptica, fábrica de produção de antenas, torres, routers. Portanto, isto é um déficit que nós ainda temos aqui na região e nós estamos a olhar para isso também, a nível do investimento privado. E eu aproveito aqui esses minutos que tenho exatamente para fazer um apelo que venham para Angola, investam em Angola, sobretudo, Angola tem energia, que era um dos grandes problemas que nós tínhamos há uns anos atrás. Angola tem energia sedentária, capaz de alimentar as indústrias que cá vierem. Angola tem estabilidade, como todos nós sabemos. Portanto, e tem uma juventude resiliente, trabalhadora, que investe muito nas tecnologias, estuda muito o ramo das tecnologias. E é para aí que nós temos que caminhar. Acredito que com essa cimeira possamos então encontrar essas parcerias para desenvolvimento das infraestruturas de telecomunicações que com certeza vão contribuir para o desenvolvimento da região e do continente no seu todo. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Actually, you offered me the perfect transition to go directly to the PS John Tani from Kenya, because we've been talking about partnership, especially how partnership with the private sector have helped actually shaping the digital transformation of Angola, and how Angola, through technology, through science, and through cooperation, really help the region, not only itself. Because the economy of Angola, of course, depends as well of the health and the quality of the economy in the region. Now, let's move to Kenya, and let's try as well to understand how partnership from Kenya perspective have helped shaping the digital transformation of this country, because Kenya is also positioned itself, and it's also known as a hub for innovation, technological innovation. Recently, like 3-4 years ago, when ChatGPT started to become popular, we all remember that at that time, all the media people were saying that Kenyans were the ones who actually have trained the system. And that is the result of the fact that Kenya positioned itself as an innovation hub. So how had partnership actually helped Kenya to shape its digital transformation? That's number one. And throughout this partnership, is Kenya trying as well to build regional consensus? I know in PIDA, we have some examples that I would like actually to hear that from you directly, Honorable Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Telecommunication of Kenya, John Tanu, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We are very grateful to be in this panel, thanks to the government of Angola and the African Union to bring such a very important conversation. Digital infrastructure has become so critical, as already explained, as important as the road infrastructure, the water dams, the electricity, and with the transformation that's happening globally, the digital infrastructure are critical for economic growth and a way of accelerating the growth of overall economy. Kenya has had quite an experience when it comes to digital infrastructure. We've invested over the years in the foundational infrastructure. First is submarine cable, a 5,000-kilometer cable from Mombasa to Fujairah in UAE. About 2009, Kenya with private sector built the first cable, and thereafter we've added additional now 7 cables, totally 8 submarine cables connecting Mombasa, making it a key digital hub in the East African region. So partnership of global players, we add Etisalat as one of the partners. We add all the major mobile network operators in Kenya and also the internet service providers. It laid the foundation for the country. We also work with development partners from the global to build a national backbone to connect now from the submarine cables inland to our major towns and the metros around the major towns. And now we are enhancing the connectivity of the last mile, working with both our development partners, countries from EU, from Asia, China, and also the World Bank. These are partners that enable us to lay the foundation. But more importantly is the private sector. And I think the experiences which has been shared here about Angola are very key and important for all of us to learn from. The role of private sector is critical in building reliable, sustainable infrastructure. So government is to de-risk, to lay the foundation and improve the policy environment. Some of the things we've done on the policy is liberalizing the sector to allow the private sector to thrive. We've removed restrictions, including recently within the last 2 years, removed requirement for local shareholding in the digital space. In the past, we require 30% local participation for you to invest in the sector. This has been removed. We've also opened up in the policy. We have ICT policy. We have the cloud policy. We've recently come out with the AI strategy. All these unlocking the space for more investment. We've also emphasized on digital skilling and overall knowledge development, because to maximize outputs in this space, you need the right talent. You need to work with the universities, you need to reform the educational system, you need to reach the rural areas to establish digital hubs for digital skilling and to enable the young people access global opportunities. We are building 1,450 digital hubs to the lowest administrative units in the country. And this is laying a strong foundation for innovation and digital skill development. We've been able to attract global business process outsourcing. Kenya is now becoming an emerging business process outsourcing, attracting development centers like Microsoft, Africa Development Center located in Nairobi. Amazon also recently established one. We also managed to have now Apple Authorized Training Center already operational, and these are attracted by policies and also the availability of talent. Looking at the emerging areas is how do we collaborate now across. I like the sharing by His Excellency the Minister here about working with the neighboring countries. How do we widen our reach with our neighbors, connect across borders? That's something we are working on, from Kenya to South Sudan to Ethiopia, Somalia, Tanzania, Uganda. And we want to see beyond there. We want to start seeing East Coast, West Coast, East Africa to South Africa. Because if we can enhance digital connectivity even faster than the physical connectivity, we can still achieve some value as a continent, because data is becoming premium. And if we can enhance connectivity, that will enable us achieve more. And again, allowing our private sector lessons from Kenya to be brought to here in Angola. Like satellite is an area maybe we want to pick up with Angola and see how we can enhance the conversation which are already going, the MOU we already have in place, so that we can open for knowledge sharing between our countries and also allow the private sector to share experience, like digitization in Kenya. We've been able to accelerate digitization that virtually every service a citizen would want, currently you can access online. Over 22,000 services are available online. One of the systems we have called eCitizen already have about 14 million users transacting every day over 500,000 persons, and has enabled collection of over $5 billion through that platform, a significant percentage of our revenue. So there is opportunity for collaboration and allowing private sector also to reach and participate across the continent. Thank you.
Round of applause. Please, a round of applause for PS John Tanui. Actually, he helped me to find my transition because we have listened to two ministers and one PS sharing government perspective about how partnership actually have helped them to shape the transformation journey of ICT digital in the respective countries, especially Kenya and Angola. We have heard as well from the Minister of Finance from Kenya, not only from the technical side, but also from the side that support and help finance this transformation. And we have as well the chance to have someone from the private sector with us, the chairman of the board of Unitel, Mr. Jaime Aguinaldo, who I would like as well to share with us his perspective. Chairman, you heard specifically ministers developing, explaining to us the strategies that they have been following, not only to run the internal, the domestic transformation of the ICT, but how they have utilized it, partnership, so that they accelerate this transformation, but they don't actually just accelerate for the respective countries, but for the entire region. And then at the same time, digital transformation have a clear political objectives behind, which is about transforming our communities, creating jobs, accelerating our industrialization and so on and so forth. And they are saying how they have partnered with you guys from the private sector. So we'd like to hear your perspective. Was actually this model good enough for you to operate? Is there anything that you think could have been done that differently? Let's say, for example, right after you, I will move now. After you spoke, I would like as well to hear a perspective from the MDBs, because we have the chance to have with us the African Development Bank and the World Bank, who from their side as well are supporting government, and at the same time they're supporting as well the private sector. So, Chairman, please, you have the floor. We really want to hear from the private sector truly after listening to our policymakers.
Thank you, Mr. Master of Ceremonies. Muito obrigado, Sr. Mestre das Cerimônias, por me ter dado a palavra neste painel de distintas personalidades. Eu gostava de dizer-vos que a minha intervenção ficou largamente facilitada pelas intervenções que me precederam, nomeadamente da tutela do setor, aqui representada pelo Sr. Ministro Mário Oliveira, e também pela Autoridade Fiscal da República, aqui representada ao mais alto nível pela Sra. Ministra das Finanças, Vera Daves. Gostava, antes de dizer alguma coisa sobre a empresa que aqui represento, gostava de clarificar que a Unitel é, neste momento, uma empresa do domínio público. Ela tem participação de empresas com capital do Estado, tinha também participação do setor privado, mas houve a nacionalização destas participações, e também queria dizer-vos que está previsto no programa de privatizações do Governo que a Unitel vai ser parcialmente privatizada em breve. Portanto, mais uma oportunidade para todos quantos aqui estão representados de participarem neste processo de reprivatização da Unitel parcial, que deverá acontecer no decurso do próximo ano. E gostava, pegando neste termo da reprivatização, de dizer-vos que, tal como aqui já foi sublinhado, a tarefa do desenvolvimento na área digital só é possível se houver uma parceria entre o Estado e o setor privado. E nós, Unitel, temos o privilégio de aqui garantir, não apenas aqueles que estão aqui representados nesta conferência, mas a todos os potenciais investidores que queiram investir e participar brevemente no processo de reprivatização da Unitel, dizer-vos que esta parceria Estado-setor privado existe, tem funcionado e tem permitido enfrentar com sucesso os desafios que a digitalização da economia e dos processos, a integração digital do país vai colocando em todos nós. Portanto, queria-vos dizer que, naturalmente, qualquer país só pode atrair investimento privado se tiver estabilidade económica e financeira. Angola pode dizer que tem conseguido manter relativamente esta estabilidade, apesar dos desafios que ainda tem pela frente. Queria também dizer-vos que o investimento público, como aqui também já foi dito, é indutor do investimento privado. O privado sentir-se-á encorajado a investir se o Estado cumprir o seu papel em básicas infraestruturas que tornam naturalmente mais apelativo o investimento privado. E noutra vertente em que esta parceria também se desenvolve, gostava de assegurar-vos que temos tido uma colaboração estreita e frutuosa, quer da parte da autoridade fiscal, e eu gostava aqui de dizer à senhora Ministra que a Unitel tudo tem feito para responder ao seu apelo de os operadores poderem pagar dividendos ao Estado e pagar os seus impostos. Gostava também de dizer que esta colaboração tem sido também sentida da parte do Ministério de Tutela, aqui representado pelo Sr. Ministro das Telecomunicações, e é graças ao seu apoio, à sua ajuda, tem sido possível enfrentar os problemas do setor. Sabemos que o setor das telecomunicações é um setor regulado, é um setor onde os operadores não têm liberdade total para a fixação do preço dos seus bens e serviços. É verdade, mas como tem havido, por um lado, um ambiente regulador do setor das telecomunicações que é moderno e recolhe as melhores experiências que existem, não apenas em África, mas em todo o mundo. Mas também porque há um diálogo permanente entre nós, operadores, e o regulador do setor, bem como a tutela, tem sido possível ultrapassar os desafios do setor e tanto assim é que a Unitel foi, o ano passado, considerada uma das empresas mais lucrativas no nosso país. Isto significa dizer que o setor é um setor que oferece boa possibilidade de retorno dos investimentos e, portanto, faço também aqui, ecoando as palavras do Sr. Ministro, um apelo a todos os investidores, a todos quantos queiram investir no setor das telecomunicações para aproveitarem as oportunidades que este setor oferece. Aqui já foi falado em vários projetos que estão em curso, nomeadamente a interligação do nosso backbone com os países vizinhos, é um processo que está em curso. A Unitel, que como sabem tem mais de 20 milhões de clientes, está a preparar-se para responder aos desafios colocados pela nova divisão administrativa do país, para estender a internet móvel de banda larga a pelo menos 80% de todos os municípios do país, que foram recentemente aumentados. Portanto, este é um projeto que também está em curso e, tal como também aqui já foi referido, nós estamos a criar um data center regional para responder aos desafios tecnológicos ligados à implementação do corredor do Lubito. Muito mais haveria por dizer, mas gostava de vos dizer que em Angola tem havido aquilo que eu ouvi nesta conferência, que é o seguinte: em vez de uma mindset transactional, como eu aqui ouvi, o que tem havido é um mindset partnership. Portanto, parcerias entre o Estado e o setor privado que tornam apelativo o investimento no nosso setor e para os quais todos vocês aqui presentes são bem-vindos. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Actually, I'm quite impressed by your response, especially that you are showing how, as private sector company, but it's a parastatal, because it's a private sector, but Unitel is also a parastatal. You are trying to align with actually government's plan, and at the same time making sure that the government does as well their job to support you in your expansion and your development to meet countries' development goals. Now, let me move to MDBs, especially African Development Bank, then the World Bank, and from the AFDB side, we have Dr. Pietro Toigo, who is the African Development Bank country director. Dr. Toigo, from the FDB's perspective, from FDB's experience, what innovation or innovative financing structures do you think are the most effective for broadband and digital infrastructures, especially in Africa, because our countries are considered as high risk, that's number one, low income market. That's actually how bankers, financiers frame us, though we don't believe that it's quite accurate. But if you go in the official documents, that's actually how they are framing us. So from your perspective, I'm sure the bank have quite a good number of instruments and mechanisms. Which ones are the most effective, and can you share as well how did you use them in the example of Angola here? And I have a second question for the second round that will actually complement that. You have the floor, Dr. Toigo.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to participate in this very, very good panel. And the issue of the financial instrument is crucial, as Minister Vera Davish reminded us, not just Angola, but many other African countries have extremely limited fiscal space. We need to track private sector investment, but there is a risk perception to overcome. And in order to access to the crucial growth factor, which is ICT increasingly, certainly the use of blended finance instruments, mixing public and private capital becomes more and more essential. And we need a structure that allows us to maximize this leverage. We are working on an example in Nigeria where we are setting up a special purpose vehicle that the Nigerian government is capitalizing with 25% of its own equity. Is hoping to attract 75% equity from the private sector and use this equity to issue bonds. Bonds ideally backstopped by partial credit guarantee from DFI is one of the elements we're working on. And this construct is aiming to finance 90,000 kilometers of broadband across the Nigerian territory. So it's really, the hope is that the actual public money are a catalyzer, but they're just a relatively small percentage of the overall investment, but is what facilitates the arrival, the entrance of the public sector. We also find that anchor tenancy models are extremely important. So when the government steps in as the first customer for hospitals, for schools, for ministries, it creates a sort of implicit first loss guarantee that allows investors to count on a base of revenue. And on the point of schools, I think I would like to also stress how a young and energetic country like Angola that is facing significant human capital investment needs, how digitalization can really turn around the educational model. Angola doesn't have enough adults to teach the young generation, and so digitalizing education can be a double win in this sense. Concentrating investment geographically can also be rather important. The Lobito Corridor offers a fantastic opportunity to have economies of scales across rail, across energy, across broadband. In particular, investment in transmission lines goes very well with investment in broadband in terms of cost savings. And obviously, the very significant progress that the government has driven in diversification towards agribusiness can also be a base for broadband expansion, but also opens up an enormous need, because the next step for agriculture growth, especially in rural areas, is to bring digital finance, to bring banking, of which the only feasible option is probably digital finance, digital information to farmers. So it really becomes ICT as a mean of production, as a mean of growth for other sectors. So intra-sectoral planning becomes extremely important. And generally, the design of public-private partnerships. We've spoken ad nauseum, I think, in this meeting about project preparation and design. Obviously, there is a lot of facilities that we can extend in designing PPPs, providing legal advice through the African Legal Support Facility, in negotiating PPPs. I'd like to mention, for example, an experience that we have in Lesotho, where the African Development Bank, the government, Econet, and Vodacom are joining in a PPP model to build 50 new base stations in rural areas, extending mobile and broadband coverage. But the point of a PPP is often to balance risk, is not necessarily to save money from the budget, but is more, as well, is to bring in the capacity and the technical organizational skills of the government. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Toigo. A round of applause. Actually, it's quite interesting in your response, because you are speaking about the services that digital infrastructures provide in Africa, and of course, we are speaking about investments. But eventually, in the second round of questions, I would like to hear you a little bit more about what kind of investment and what do we need to do to make sure that not only we have the connectivity infrastructures, but we have the data centers located here. I was saying in this morning session around industrial development that it is quite striking to see that in this continent, everything is externalized, basically. The YouTube video that somebody have made in Nigeria, and you want to see here in Angola, you have to connect to a data center which is located in Netherlands, basically. You have to fly from here, maybe connect in Dubai, then maybe Paris, then go to Netherlands, then come back here. We don't have data centers here, but we keep actually talking about digital infrastructures, but we don't speak much enough, to my opinion, about data centers. Hopefully we can actually discuss about that. I would like to pass the floor to Madame Mehnaz Safavian, who is practice manager at the World Bank, practice manager for digital development. Speaking about financing, which blended finance or innovative funding models offer, according to the World Bank, the most promise for scaling digital infrastructures in underserved or high-risk market? This is almost the same question, and maybe to add a little bit more, because to make the connection with the conversation we had this morning about industrial development, how do you think we can bring local domestic financing into the process of funding our own digital infrastructure, digital transformation, not just counting on money coming from outside? I think Mr. Toigo is saying that all this summit, we've been talking about project preparation ad nauseum. That's actually what you have said. basically. And when we speak about project preparation, basically, it is because the money is coming from MDBs and from outside. And we may not speak too much about project preparation if the money is raised domestically. So what do you think? How do we proceed, or how shall we proceed? The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm conscious of the fact that we're the last session of the day, so I hope we can continue with the lively discussion. And thank you very much for the question. Much of what I would have said actually was answered by my colleague from the AFDB, and I think we share the same principles in terms of how we see the market and how we see a lot of different instruments. But let me maybe also take a step back, and I'll get to your very specific question in a second. I very much like the minister's opening remarks about looking at digital from an ecosystem perspective. And at the World Bank, we've actually just approved a digital strategy that looks at not only just a foundational access and access to broadband, which is mostly what we're talking about today, but also about affordability. The affordability of services, the affordability of data, the affordability of device. And the third pillar of the strategy is on the ecosystem, which again, I think we've all referred to here and there. Who is using the systems? How does the government provide support through these systems? How are we helping farmers? How are we helping schools? How are we helping people with skills? So I guess I just want to keep that overall objective in mind, that this is something that's very cross-cutting and that affects people's lives from the very kind of basic fabric all the way up to firm productivity and economic growth. The question that I think here fundamentally is, how do we bridge the digital divide? What are the tools and the instruments that we have? And looking at the Africa region, the digital divide is the biggest globally. It's in Africa. I've seen all sorts of numbers. I pulled a few up yesterday just to see if I could get something more recent, but somewhere about 40% of people in the Africa region, sub-Saharan Africa, are connected. And only 5 to 10% of those are connected to fixed broadband. So there's a massive divide. And as the world is changing, and as the need for economic diversification continues and the need for jobs continues, we have to figure out a way how to accelerate closing that gap. And it's become more and more pressing, I think, not just for growth reasons, but also for livelihoods. So that's kind of point number one. What are some of the instruments that we have? I think it's been interesting. I've been listening to the various discussions on specific infrastructure financing throughout the summit so far, and many of them are the same. There are a lot of commonalities, PPPs, and the ability to actually have joint partnerships and build, own, operate systems. These are fundamental. Viability gap funding to close that gap between what's commercially viable and what's necessary from a social perspective is foundational. We can't, I think, make the types of catalytic attraction of private sector financing without de-risking instruments. So fundamentally, this is about de-risking and the use of first loss guarantees to reduce cost of weighted capital, for example, partial credit guarantees. Political risk guarantees are becoming much more common because investors are, especially in some of these regional investments, worried about political risk. And so this is one of the more important instruments, I think, at least that the World Bank has with our partnership with MIGA. And then some of these new asset classes, again, that my colleague referred to, digital bonds, and using the proceeds of digital bonds to actually invest back into the fiber optic cable and the types of backbone cable that's needed. So I think there's a range of instruments, and they're not all suited. It depends on the type of financing and the type of infrastructure that we're looking at. But they seem to be, the more that I think we understand how to de-risk private sector, the more crowding in and the leverage that we can get. And I was struck by a couple of examples that I've come across. One of them is actually a small island example. So if you look at a project that we had in the Pacific Islands, it was really interesting because in the Pacific Islands, they have what sometimes we call the tyranny of distance. And that really can be the binding constraint to keep your populations from growing, from having the types of growth opportunities and job opportunities that the rest of the world can have. And the types of investments that we made through crowding in private sector, including through equity, through first loss guarantees, through concessional financing, brought actually a submarine cable system to those islands that increased access to broadband by 70%. 70%. That's a complete transformation, and decreased costs by almost 15%. So that's an example of where the public and private sector can come in and make something completely transformational and addressing a barrier that was only geographic, and yet that's what was going to hold them back. And another example that came to mind was actually in Ghana, where you have all the kind of right policy tools in place, a liberalized telecom sector, fundamental skills, and a good ecosystem, but still needed investment on the fiber part, and also, excuse me, on rural connectivity and last mile connectivity. And again, the types of instruments that I just described were what brought a range of institutional investors together and leveraged the investment that the World Bank made with private sector investment by 3 times as much. So some of these tools can be local, some of them are leveraging DFIs. The World Bank and other DFIs can play an important role in this, and I think the more that we learn, the bigger the leverage effects are actually becoming. So let me stop there. Thank you.
Round of applause for Madame Safavian. Thank you very much. We have as well the opportunity here to have 2 additional people from the private sector, especially we have Harpal Mann, who is the CEO of Clear Mobitel, and we have Mr. who is the CEO of Huawei here in Angola. And of course, when you are private sector, you are Huawei, or you are Clear Mobitel, the process of de-risking are totally different. You know, do we even need to talk about de-risking for Huawei, by the way, you know, usually, whereas Clear Mobitel may literally need some support when they are investing in a very specific country. So I would like to ask you to, Harpal first, then Mr. Huo, later on, about those specific steps, your perception when we speak about de-risking, because the World Bank, the African Development Bank, they love so much talking about de-risking. It's kind of fetish, by the way, in the development world today. It's a fetish word for all of us, including myself, by the way, because that's the word that I use on my job every day. De-risking left, de-risking right? But at the same time, when we speak to businesses, they may not have the same perception. By the way, and they may not even benefit from it. So Harper, recently you have made an investment in Zimbabwe. You know, what are the lessons from your company's recent projects in Zimbabwe, such as the $200 million Zimbabwe initiative that you have launched? What are the challenges that you have made there? How did you actually overcome those challenges? Because we invested specifically in the digital sector. Can the solutions that you found, you and your group of investors, be eventually replicated in other regions in Africa? You have the floor. Then thereafter, I will ask you very specific questions, Mr. Hua, about Huawei as well. Harpal, you have the floor.
Thank you. I mean, first of all, Your Excellencies, all protocols observed. So I'll just go briefly over the project in Zimbabwe. So we started about 3 years ago in Zimbabwe, at the invitation of the Zimbabwean ambassador in the UK. Zimbabwe, as you know, is a very challenging environment. They've got sanctions in place. there's not been any significant, investment in the country. And we were invited for a business roundtable to seek ways to invest in Zimbabwe. So at the beginning, it was a non-starter. We met with the president, and there was a political will for the government to make the country open for business, to remove any impediments for private sector to come in. The next engagement we had specifically was with the Minister for Finance, Professor Ngube, in which our investment is not just in the ICT, but it's a digital transformation of the rural economy. And this is something I've been working on for the past 11 years, whether it's in New Zealand or in North Wales, is how digital solutions can help rural folks participate in the economy. Now, I spend a significant amount of time in New Zealand where 80% of the economy is farmers, yet they do not have connectivity. Same thing in North Wales, where we are working with the British government in providing solutions for affordable connectivity. So 10 years ago when I started, it was just fiber to the farm, which is it doesn't make sense. So we started looking into 4G. We ran the first trial in Cornwall, and then after that, again, from a business case point of view, unless you have government subsidies, it doesn't stand. But as we all know, that government subsidies can be pulled out, aid can be cut out. So you have to come up with innovative solutions on making rural broadband affordable and at least breaking even. So we started looking into alternative technologies, whether it's small cell technologies and the lot. Now, coming to Zimbabwe, we spend a significant amount of time in the rural areas of Zimbabwe exploring what is available and what the people have. The advantage of Zimbabwe is they've got about 2 million small-scale miners that are the emerging middle class, but they do not have connectivity. There is probably about 1 million tobacco farmers that contribute, to the economy. So that basically gives us a set of population that can benefit from this. Now, the next thing is Zimbabwe, being a landlocked country, needs to have access to the backbone. So the current internet rates in Zimbabwe are probably about 5 times what you have in Zambia or Angola. So that makes it a non-starter for anyone to make profit. So we went back to the drawing board and we looked at SADC as a region and figuring out how do we de-risk the project. And so we looked into a digital corridor from Mozambique all the way to Namibia, passing via Zimbabwe, that then allows us to control the price of the access to the subsea cable directly via Mozambique. And this then gives us the backbone, which is the digital superhighway. Now, as a solution for connectivity, we are leapfrogging the technology. We are going to what's called 5G standalone, which is the next generation of 5G. It's not here in Africa. As a matter of fact, there's just trials going on in the UK. The United States is just deploying that. So we believe that if we invest in infrastructure, it should be good for the next 10 years. We shouldn't be coming back for infrastructure. Now, coming back to what, the panel has talked about, the lack of broadband connectivity in rural areas. So in order to have that connectivity, you need to have a minimum service level that as a minimum, this is what someone should be able to get. I look at broadband connectivity, I look at telecoms today basically as a right. It's a utility. It should no longer be, a money-making operation. And in that, we figured out maybe about $10 would be something that would be affordable in the rural area. They're still significantly high. If you look at the ARPUs, they're about $3 to $5. So how do you make this work? So we went to the FDB about 1.5 years ago, and they say this is a non-starter. So then we adjusted our business case, and then I looked at the whole ecosystem what needs to drive this innovation. So there's three things that really are critical in here, which is what our MOU with Zimbabwe was. One was the fiber and 5G, which is basic connectivity, right? The second thing is building of a data center. And the third thing, which actually takes us to profitability, is we are building an agri-fintech platform for financial inclusion. So this is where we are looking into providing loans to 500,000 farmers using the platform that uses AI into building a credit score, in which we then have APIs to banks, to fertilizer companies, to seed companies, to transporters, that now creates an ecosystem of financial inclusion. The other aspect of this is there a skills availability in the country? So the fourth part of our MOU was to work with the universities in building the skills gap, so that by the time the service is ready, that we actually hire local kids that can then contribute to this. So I think when we added all of this, it took us almost a year. We now are glad to share that AFDB is our sponsor at the AIF in Morocco, looking at the entire ecosystem, because it's not just connectivity, it's a digital transformation of the economy. And we believe that this adds at least about 2 percentage points to the GDP in Zimbabwe by bringing in the rural communities into the economy. So it's not just connectivity, but it's actually looking at an ecosystem. Now, what this ecosystem allows is, you begin with lending facilities to farmers. Obviously, there's, what everybody else does is the digital wallets. But there's also another area that's an opportunity, which is insurance, crop insurance, right? There's El Nino in Zimbabwe in which their production went down. So how do you provide crop insurance? So these are applications that run on the platforms, right, that then subsidize the connectivity. So when you put all of this together, it then helps you with the business case. Now, coming back to risk, right? When you talk about Africa, there's inherent risk. Everyone talks about it, right? I was born in a small town in Kenya, Eldoret. So I come from a rural community. So I really know that there's a disparity. As a kid growing up, someone who was in Nairobi always looked down on someone who was from Eldoret. So I know that the piece of the pie is not equally distributed. So based on that, we looked into the fact that our operations will target the rural communities first and then go back into the cities, because that's obviously, you're going to make profitability there. So we've changed from just being a connectivity solution partner to actually building an ecosystem. Now, the ecosystem then brings in other young people. So I look at the fact there's about 600,000 Zimbabweans who live in the UK. We are an operator in the UK. So as part of de-risking the investment, we will be collecting money in the UK from the diaspora, buying services for their kin in Zimbabwe at a discounted rate. So at least there's guaranteed revenue coming in. The partnership we have with the government is with the power company. So in there, the power company has about 750,000 users. So we are looking at bundled services, working with the electricity company. And that also allows us to quickly get our fiber in rural communities. And then obviously we have to align with the government's development agenda to make sure the government is aligned with us, the AU is aligned with us, and obviously the banks are important, because we cannot ignore the fact that there are risks, and how do you mitigate the risks? And so that's what we've worked over. Thanks.
Thank you, Arpal. Round of applause for him. I still have 3 speakers. From the private sector, I would like to hear from Antonio who is the Chief Executive Officer for Huawei in Angola, specifically. And from your perspective, what do you think should be the policy or regulatory improvement that you really want to see as Huawei in Angola and in Africa, to help you thinking your long-term strategy in terms of investment, number one, and expansion as well. Really, I want to speak about Huawei specifically. My question is quite specific. Thank you.
De fato, para nós, a base de transformação digital é a conectividade. Por isso, 4 anos atrás, em 2021, a Huawei Global assinou acordo com a União Internacional de Telecomunicações, ITU, programa se chama Partner to Connect. O objetivo é conectar 120 milhões de populações em todo o mundo até dezembro de 2025. Então, com 4 anos de esforço, então temos sorte, então muito provavelmente vamos atingir este objetivo. Mas também durante este processo de todas as lutas, também descobrimos então no terreno, na situação real, de fato, tem os pontos então de realidade em cada país, sobretudo no continente africano. Por isso, aqui na África, então ainda tem muitas populações que moram então nas zonas redonditas. Então, o primeiro é que para essas zonas o investidor, de fato, é muito difícil de chegar. Para a operadora de telecomunicações, o retorno de investimento é cerca de entre 7 e 10 anos, enquanto que se a operadora faz este investimento então, na zona urbana, esse período de retorno de investimento então, só fica entre 3 a 5 anos. Por isso, este é um grande desafio. Então, com o investimento de inovações então, da Huawei, nós então, desenhamos então, antenas então, também com torres, soluções integradas com painel solar, então, para baixar o CAPEX de antenas nas zonas redondidas, baixar a CAPEX para 40%, que soluções convencionais, e OPEX então, vai para 80%. Então, isto é então, a nossa contribuição para esta indústria. Aqui em Angola, então, até temos vantagem, porque Angola tem o próprio ANGOSAT 2, satélite de telecomunicações. Isto vai poupar também mais então, o custo de backhaul, de transmissão de dados. Nós pensamos essa grande vantagem então, de Angola. O segundo é que nós descobrimos que nas zonas redondidas, de fato, temos de evitar investimento duplicado. Não vale a pena, então, numa comuna com só 200, 300 populações, ali, então, nós construímos, então, 3 torres de 3 operadoras. E o terceiro é que, como a ministra Vera também mencionou, de fato, nas zonas redondidas, muitas zonas ainda não têm eletricidade. Ok, nós trazemos, então, internet, telecomunicações, mas os habitantes lá, eles não têm eletricidade, então não têm sítio então, para carregar os seus telefones. Então, por isso, quando nós pensamos então, a inclusão digital para estas zonas redondidas, temos de oferecer então, solução integrada, incluindo o acesso de internet e também de eletricidade. Por isso, nas nossas então, soluções então, também tem um mini-grid que vai fornecer então, energia para entre 50 a 100 casas, cobrindo então o uso diário de 600 pessoas diárias. Além disto, nós também pensamos que temos de ter algumas inovações no modelo de negócios. Como o fabricante, na Huawei nós podemos fazer com a responsabilidade social. Como aqui em Angola já fizemos doação em província de Kwanza Norte, de Pié, de Mochico Leste, mas ainda não é suficiente. Então, por isso, também vamos precisar de investimento das operadoras como Unitel. Se a Unitel, então, assumir mais responsabilidade de expandir a rede para mais pessoas nas zonas redondidas, então, elas deveriam, então, desfrutar, então, a mais políticas favoráveis, tanto na tarifa como nos espectros. Mas acho que o mais importante é o financiamento. Nós pensamos que, como o retorno do investimento então, nas zonas redondidas, então, demora entre 7 a 10 anos. Por isso, a construção das infraestruturas digitais nestas zonas deve ser liderada pelo executivo ou pelo governo. Porque o governo, então, tem capacidade de obter as doações ou empréstimos concessionais, o que contém o período de repagamento de 20 anos. Então, por isso, podemos desenhar um modelo de negócio é que o governo, então, obtém essa doação ou empréstimo concessional e construir, então, nessas infraestruturas. E depois vai fazer aluguel para todas as operadoras. porque as antenas então são abertas para todas as operadoras então fazer o roaming, ter acesso, isto vai evitar o investimento duplicado. E também o aluguel que o governo recebeu também pode cobrir o repagamento então, das dívidas, o repagamento dos empréstimos durante então, os 20 anos. Por isso, nós pensamos que temos de ter inovação tanto na solução tecnológica como na solução de negócios, para realizar então todas as partes ter o win-win. Yeah. Obrigado.
Thank you, Mr. Ho. Thank you for your response. I will come back again on my question about policy, because you did not actually respond to my question on the policy that we need to see. But we appreciate all your points about innovation, the need for innovation that actually is necessary. Monsieur Guichard Tsango, who is acting commissioner at ECAS, you are the REC, the Regional Economic Community for Central African states. So how is ECAS supporting its member states, its member actually to unlock the digital dividend and integrate broadband expansion into national and regional development agenda? We've heard from countries within the region, another country actually outside the region. We have heard about private sector, basically Unitel, which is Angolan, Clear Mobitel, operating in Zimbabwe and East Africa, and Huawei operating in Angola. So you have all those perspectives. You've put all of them together. Can you tally on them and tell us how does ECA support the member states of this region to unlock the digital dividend, and integrate broadband expansion into their national regional development plan? Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Amine, modérateur, pour avoir donné la parole. Donc, je voudrais aussi profiter de remercier le gouvernement de la République de l'Angola, la Commission de l'Union africaine et l'Agence de développement de l'Union africaine d'avoir permis que la CEAC puisse prendre part à cette table ronde ministérielle pour partager les initiatives, les actions que nous avons menées dans le secteur du développement des infrastructures numériques. Comme vous pouvez l'imaginer, la CEAC, en tant qu'une communauté économique régionale, a pour mandat d'accompagner ses États membres dans l'élaboration des politiques nationales, dans l'élaboration des programmes ou projets ou des stratégies qui couvrent le secteur. Et pour ce faire, au niveau régional, s'agissant du secteur des infrastructures, nous avons un cadre stratégique et une politique régionale en matière d'édification des sociétés et économies de l'information. Cette politique est articulée autour de 6 axes stratégiques, parmi lesquels nous avons un axe qui traite de la problématique qui nous réunit aujourd'hui, à savoir le développement des infrastructures large bande. Et en mettant en œuvre cet axe stratégique, nous avons adopté, les plus hautes instances de notre communauté ont adopté un plan d'action consensuel de déploiement des infrastructures de communication électronique, qui est ce cadre qui contient l'ensemble des projets sur les infrastructures numériques pour lesquels les États se sont accordés, les 11 États membres se sont accordés à mettre en œuvre dans notre espace sous-régional. Comme j'ai bien su le dire, il est à noter que l'approche qui a été utilisée pour élaborer ce plan, c'est une approche consensuelle. C'est une approche consensuelle et les projets qui ont été identifiés découlent d'un état des lieux qui a été fait auprès des 11 États membres Et cet état des lieux a permis de structurer ce plan d'action, à savoir, nous avons dans ce plan d'action un programme qui consiste à renforcer les infrastructures, les derniers maillons d'interconnexion de chaque État membre, pour permettre les interconnexions transfrontalières. Ça, c'est le premier programme. Le deuxième programme consiste à établir des infrastructures d'interconnexion transfrontalière entre l'ensemble des États membres, avec comme spécificité, c'est qu'il y ait au moins deux infrastructures. Le deuxième axe sur lequel s'articule ce plan est le développement des infrastructures qui sous-tendent l'économie numérique. Comme nous le savons, ceux qui m'ont précédé l'ont nettement fait remarquer que lorsque nous n'arrivons pas à stocker, par exemple, nos informations, lorsque nous voulons accéder à certaines informations en ligne, nous devons aller les chercher dans des pays qui sont lointains. Donc, parmi les infrastructures qui sont recommandées, nous avons les infrastructures de stockage de données, et puis les infrastructures de points d'échange Internet et nationaux et régionaux, dans la perspective de circonscrire en fait les communications nationales. Ce plan, comme je venais de le dire, découlait d'un état des lieux qui avait été fait. Et ça nous a apporté une solution filaire à travers la fibre optique. Mais avec l'appui de l'Union internationale de télécommunications, nous venons d'effectuer, il y a une année, un deuxième état des lieux qui nous a fait remarquer quelque chose. La solution de ce plan d'action était beaucoup plus efficace dans des zones urbaines. Dans des zones urbaines où nous avons une densité de population qui est importante. Et si nous voulons apporter une solution à l'inclusion numérique et aux problèmes d'accès, il nous faut donc traiter les zones rurales et apporter des solutions qui conviennent à ces zones-là. Mon prédécesseur, qui est, je pense, le DG de Huawei, a abordé la problématique. Pour les opérateurs, il leur n'est pas intéressant d'investir dans ces zones-là à cause du retour de l'investissement. Je ne vais pas revenir là-dessus. Mais pour apporter une solution à cela, la CEAC a mis en place un cadre réglementaire qui est une loi type pour demander aux États membres de mettre en place un fonds du service universel. Un fonds du service universel, c'est-à-dire qu'à travers ce fonds-là, c'est un prélèvement qui est fait auprès des opérateurs. Et puis la mise en œuvre de ces fonds-là devait permettre au gouvernement d'investir dans ces zones rurales. Mais force est de constater l'usage qui est parfois fait de ce fonds n'est pas ce dont le fonds a été prédestiné. Donc aujourd'hui, la CEAC s'est engagée à trouver des solutions idoines en mettant en place des réseaux communautaires. Des réseaux communautaires et la difficulté, comme je venais de le dire, la mise en place de ces réseaux communautaires nécessite des choix stratégiques en termes de technologies qu'il faudra utiliser pour couvrir ces réseaux communautaires et la durabilité du fonctionnement de ces réseaux dans la mesure où la mise en place de ces réseaux généralement est faite avec l'appui des partenaires, qui peut s'étendre sur 2 ans, 3 ans, 4 ans. Mais une fois que l'appui des partenaires est terminé, comment ces réseaux peuvent continuer à s'autofinancer. Là intervient la problématique de trouver le modèle économique. Le modèle économique qui convient, et ce n'est pas un modèle qui sera applicable dans toutes les zones rurales. Donc là, pour ce faire, je fais un clin d'œil parce que je sais que nous avons le secteur privé qui est là avec nous, qui ont déjà des expériences, qu'ils ont qu'ils ont déjà eu à installer de tels réseaux dans d'autres zones géographiques, dans d'autres régions géographiques. Et aujourd'hui, la CEAC est engagée à privilégier cette solution pour résoudre le problème d'accès, le problème d'inclusion numérique. Voilà ce que je pouvais dire aux actions que la CEAC mène en la matière. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Guichard. Sous vos applaudissements, mesdames et messieurs, ma dernière intervenante, c'est Madame Salma Tazi, qui est directrice générale au ministère des Télécommunications du Maroc, donc, qui est assise juste ici à ma droite. Je vais donc parler en français. C'est bon, Madame. Oui. Si on regarde en avant, d'après vous, quelles sont les opportunités que vous voyez en matière de collaboration transfrontalière, spécialement dans le domaine de la sécurité numérique, spécialement cybersécurité, compétences numériques, gouvernance numérique, pour justement pouvoir accroître notre capacité collective en tant qu'Africains pour accélérer notre transformation digitale et qu'est-ce que le Maroc peut faire dans ce sens. Et puis une fois que vous aurez répondu à la question, j'ai une autre question pour tous les intervenants et je laisserai les deux ministres conclure 1 minute par intervenant et puis ensuite les deux ministres vont donner la conclusion de ce panel. Allez-y, madame.
Je vous remercie. Donc, voilà, donc Tezi Selma, directrice des infrastructures cloud l'offshoring, ministère de la transition numérique et de la réforme de l'administration. J'ai le plaisir de représenter Madame la ministre Fellah Sarouchni, qui n'a pas pu être parmi nous aujourd'hui. Je suis également très heureuse de participer à ce panel ministériel, car je pense que depuis 2 jours, nous parlons corridors, infrastructures, routes, autoroutes. Mais je pense que dans ce panel-là, nous allons intégrer également la dimension du capital humain et l'approche sociale. Car je pense que nous ne pouvons parler de transformation digitale et de transition numérique sans parler de l'usager et de la ressource humaine. Je pense également que depuis 2 jours, nous sommes tous d'accord que nous, État et gouvernement, la vision est claire, les politiques publiques sont définies et les stratégies sont bien tracées. Je pense que le réel défi que nous avons tous aujourd'hui, c'est d'abord la mise à niveau de nos infrastructures. C'est l'accès à l'énergie et l'accès au financement durable. Je vais essayer de structurer un peu mon intervention pour répondre à votre question sur 3 dimensions essentielles que je considère très importantes pour réussir justement la transition digitale et numérique. Je vais parler de l'aspect de l'infrastructure, qui est quand même la colonne vertébrale du numérique. Je vais également parler des services publics, le e-gov, et de parler également de l'inclusion, notamment les PME, les TPE et les start-up. Et un 3e et dernier point, je vais essayer de parler sur l'accessibilité et la transformation inclusive. Et c'est là où je vais davantage axer sur l'inclusion numérique de la population, de nos populations dans notre continent. Je pense aujourd'hui que par rapport au premier point qui est l'infrastructure, le Maroc est globalement bien positionné. Aujourd'hui, nous sommes sur un taux de pénétration de l'Internet qui est aux alentours de 110% de la population nationale. Nous avons également une extension du backbone national qui relie les zones rurales aux zones urbaines. Nous lançons notre 5G la semaine prochaine, le 6 novembre, à l'occasion du 50e anniversaire de la Marche verte. Et aujourd'hui, dans le cadre de la stratégie digitale Morocco 2030, avec un budget de 1,2 milliard de dollars, nous cherchons à positionner le Maroc en tant que hub régional. Pas plus tard qu'en septembre 2025, lors de la 80e Assemblée générale des Nations Unies, le chef du gouvernement a donné le coup d'envoi de l'initiative D4SD, Development for Sustainable, Digital for Sustainable Development. C'est une initiative qui cherche à positionner le Maroc en tant que hub régional sud-sud. L'une l'un des projets majeurs de cette initiative est le projet, le corridor numérique émergent de Dakhla. Aujourd'hui, Dakhla a lancé son projet de port Dakhla Atlantique, mais nous allons également lancer un projet très important de la mise en place d'un data center d'une capacité de 500 MW, avec un coût total de 7,5 milliards de dollars. L'ambition étant de positionner ce corridor numérique intelligent sud-sud pour pouvoir desservir tout notre continent en fait. Aujourd'hui, nous sommes conscients que nous devons absolument se repositionner sur l'échiquier mondial et de pouvoir mettre en place des infrastructures d'une aussi grande ampleur. Nous sommes à la veille du mondial 2030 et nous ne pouvons penser l'infrastructure du continent sans justement des data centers. Alors ce projet de Dakhla, aujourd'hui, il sera adossé à 2 fermes éoliennes et solaires. Il sera également contractualisé avec les hyperscalers. Aujourd'hui, nous sommes en pourparlers avec 3 grands hyperscalers mondiaux pour venir installer leur région au niveau de ce corridor numérique intelligent. Et je saisis l'occasion de la présence du secteur privé, mais également de toutes les parties prenantes du continent pour pouvoir présenter ce projet et de solliciter le financement de ce projet qui est important, parce que nous sommes conscients que 500 MW ne va pas desservir le marché domestique. Le marché domestique ne dépasse pas les 18 MW. Mais aujourd'hui, les 500 MW sont essentiellement destinés au marché régional pour vraiment desservir tout le continent, surtout la partie ouest. Donc ça, c'était par rapport à la partie infrastructure. Le deuxième aspect, je pense, un des leviers majeurs de la transformation numérique, comme je disais au début, ce sont les services, le e-gov. Aujourd'hui, on ne peut pas parler de transformation numérique s'il n'y a pas de e-gov. Et le Maroc, avec tout un arsenal juridique qui a été amorcé à partir de 2020, notamment la loi 55-19, et avec plusieurs décrets d'application, aujourd'hui nous avons lancé ce qu'on appelle la plateforme numérique Idarati. Idarati, ça veut dire mon administration. Aujourd'hui, plus de 900 institutions publiques, ministères et collectivités territoriales on a pu les accompagner justement pour pouvoir avoir plus de 1164 actes administratifs numérisés sur cette plateforme-là. Nous avons également identifié plus de 500 procédures prioritaires que nous sommes en train de digitaliser pour pouvoir servir l'usager. Bien évidemment, il y a plusieurs autres initiatives. Nous avons le bureau d'ordre électronique. Nous sommes également en train de travailler sur l'interopérabilité entre les institutions. Et je pense que l'un des défis majeurs aujourd'hui du e-gov, je pense au Maroc et dans d'autres pays du continent, c'est de réussir cette transition numérique du e-gov. Aujourd'hui, l'un des défis majeurs, c'est de simplifier ces procédures, de les classifier, d'accompagner les institutions publiques, de pouvoir les digitaliser, de procéder à la mise à jour continue, d'identifier les procédures qui peuvent être supprimées et celles qui peuvent être dépassées. Et je vais parler de l'inclusion dans les services publics aujourd'hui. Aujourd'hui, nous ne pouvons parler de la transformation, de la transformation digitale ou de la transition numérique sans parler du soutien aux TPE, aux PME, aux start-up. Aujourd'hui, nous avons mis en place dans le cadre de la stratégie digitale Morocco, dans son deuxième axe, dynamiser l'économie numérique, plusieurs mécanismes, plusieurs outils pour appuyer ces start-up. Ça peut aller de l'accompagnement, du financement, et aujourd'hui, on ne peut pas parler de financement sans parler des PPI. On ne peut pas appuyer ces startups numériques, que ce soit dans la fintech, dans l'agritech, dans le health-tech, sans parler d'accompagnement, d'appui et de financement. Et le troisième point sur lequel je souhaite également mettre la lumière, c'est toute la partie accessibilité. Aujourd'hui, l'accessibilité, on ne peut parler d'accessibilité que si toutes les populations rurales, urbaines ont accès à ces services-là. Et l'une des priorités aujourd'hui que nous avons mis en place dans le cadre de cette stratégie, c'est la transformation inclusive. Elle ne peut passer que par l'accompagnement de la ressource humaine. Aujourd'hui, nous œuvrons au quotidien à accompagner les talents, les compétences, parce qu'on peut avoir les meilleures infrastructures du monde si nous n'avons pas les ressources humaines nécessaires, si nous n'avons pas les talents, les compétences que nous formons pour les préparer à l'avenir, pour leur permettre d'accéder au marché de l'emploi, on ne peut pas parler de transformation digitale. Et je pense aux needs aujourd'hui, neither employment, education, training, qui représentent aujourd'hui 1 million au Maroc, que nous cherchons au quotidien à renforcer leurs capacités par du upskilling, du reskilling, des formations initiales, des formations qualifiantes, pour pouvoir les accompagner à intégrer le marché de l'emploi et surtout dans les métiers du numérique. Car aujourd'hui, nous avons vu qu'on peut ne pas avoir de diplôme, mais on peut opérer dans le numérique. Avec beaucoup d'efforts, avec beaucoup d'accompagnement et beaucoup d'appui, on peut renforcer la compétence humaine. Et pour conclure sur votre question, comment est-ce qu'on pourrait réfléchir aujourd'hui sur une transformation digitale continentale africaine? Je pense que l'un des premiers majeurs, c'est l'harmonisation du cadre juridique au niveau du continent. Aujourd'hui, nous devons réfléchir vraiment profondément par l'harmonisation de tout l'arsenal juridique en faveur de la transition numérique. Le deuxième aspect, je pense, c'est la mutualisation des efforts. Aujourd'hui, je parlais tout à l'heure du projet du corridor numérique émergent d'Arla. Je pense que nous devons mutualiser nos efforts, nos énergies, mais également les financements pour pouvoir mettre à profit l'ensemble des budgets qui s'offrent à nous et l'ensemble des mécanismes possibles avec aussi bien les gouvernements, mais également les bailleurs de fonds et le secteur privé. Enfin, je pense qu'il faut mettre en place une gouvernance continentale, une gouvernance régionale pour pouvoir assurer cette transition sereinement pour les 15 prochaines années. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Madame. Sous vos applaudissements, Mesdames et Messieurs, Madame Salma Tazi, qui est donc directrice de Cloud Technology au ministère de la digitalisation du Maroc. Mesdames et Messieurs, nous allons conclure. Vu qu'il est 18h passé, je ne voudrais pas me retrouver entre vous et votre dîner. Je voudrais donc inviter les deux ministres, spécialement le ministre des Télécoms et Madame la ministre des Finances, à répondre à une question générale et qui est donc d'un intérêt certain pour tous ceux et toutes celles qui sont ici. Ministers, I have actually one question that would help you to provide as well your concluding remark. What integrated strategies and policy solutions you think should Africa adopt to build a continental digital infrastructure ecosystem, that will link broadband, data centers, digital IDs, and cybersecurity, so that digital transformation becomes a true driver of industrialization, job creation, Africa integration, of course, and ACFTA, obviously, since we've been talking about that. I would like actually Honorable Mario Oliveira, who is Minister for ICT, to respond. And Ms. Vera was telling me that if he responds, it's enough. I say, no, it's not going to be enough because she's the one who is keeping the money. So we would actually listen to him first and we'll go to the money next because the money is the one that will unlock actually this and make the response a reality. Honorable Minister, you have the floor.
Muito obrigado por essa oportunidade mais uma vez. Eu para responder essa questão, gostaria por dizer o seguinte: nós entendemos que o comboio da transformação digital no nosso continente está em marcha, já é uma realidade. Entretanto, para que possamos fazer com que esse comboio ande à velocidade certa e pare nas estações certas e tenha benefícios para nós os cidadãos, é importante que as nossas organizações africanas políticas funcionem. A União Africana tem um papel muito importante a desempenhar nessa matéria e, se calhar, eu começaria por dizer aqui, talvez chegou o momento, a nível da União Africana, termos um comissário para a transformação digital. Porque, não sei se existe, eu não conheço a estrutura completa, mas se não existe, eu acho que é a altura. Porque nós hoje temos as tecnologias disruptivas a acontecer um pouco por todo lado. A inteligência artificial está aí presente. A cibersegurança está aí presente. É necessário que apostemos igualmente na partilha de recursos entre nós africanos. Recursos tecnológicos e recursos humanos. De maneira que eu acredito que, caminhando nessa direção, caminhando na unidade, ali a colega de Marrocos falou na questão da legislação, há uma harmonia em relação à legislação africana, nessas matérias da inteligência artificial, da cibersegurança, da partilha de recursos, juntos, como nós dizemos aqui muitas vezes em Angola, somos mais fortes. E é o momento de nós apostarmos na tecnologia. E a tecnologia só terá o seu devido valor, e aliás, foi dito aqui no painel anterior igualmente, se ele chegar aos nossos cidadãos. Porque se a tecnologia se o nosso cidadão não sentir os efeitos da inteligência artificial, da cibersegurança, da partilha de recursos, da transformação digital, então nós não estamos ao serviço dos nossos países e do nosso continente. E por falar em serviços, eu não podia terminar essa sessão sem tocar num aspecto que é um reflexo daquilo que tem sido o trabalho do governo e dos nossos parceiros privados no que toca à transformação digital em marcha no nosso país. O nosso país realizou no dia 24 de agosto a primeira cirurgia robótica a uma distância de cerca de 11 mil quilómetros. Isto é, o médico estava em Orlando e o paciente estava em Luanda. E tudo isto é possível porque temos uma rede básica de telecomunicações que permitiu que esse serviço fosse possível. Porque as redes de fibra ópticas terrestres, a rede de cabos submarinos que nós temos ligando para o Brasil, os cabos submarinos nossos que ligam para Boca Raton em Miami e depois a rede interna nos Estados Unidos é um problema nos Estados Unidos, já a rede foi deles. Todo esse caminho foi feito graças a esse todo investimento contínuo e permanente que o país tem feito e que está na disposição de partilhar com o nosso continente, com todos nós. Portanto, é um exemplo de que se a transformação digital não chegar ao nosso cidadão, se o nosso cidadão não sentir os efeitos dela, então não estamos ao serviço da comunidade, não estamos ao serviço do nosso país, não estamos a serviço dos nossos cidadãos. Portanto, eu passo a palavra aqui à minha colega das finanças para me complementar naquilo que eventualmente, na parte do dinheiro diz respeito, como disse ali o moderador. Obrigado.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. A round of applause for Minister of Telecommunication. Actually, you are right. We need definitely a department of digital transformation at the African Union. There is none. In fact, there is a division of ICT within the African Union Commission. There is a unit of ICT and digital transformation within other NEPAD, but you don't have a full-fledged department. And that's actually quite interesting because we are the only, I would say, really regional continental organization that speaks about digital, but we are not investing. We are not actually elevating this program, to the level that it requires. But Honorable Minister, you are the member states, and the next AU summit is in January, February. So you really have the opportunity as Angolan government to raise that among the other African countries and to make sure that a directive is given to the AU leadership so that we could proceed with this recommendation. Minister Vera Esperança, you have the floor to conclude and to tell us, in terms of financing, how we can actually make happen recommendations emanating from Minister of Telecommunication and from the other participants. Minister Esperança, you have the floor.
Muito obrigada. Bem, sem dúvida que para que os recursos financeiros sejam mobilizados com mais facilidade, é necessário que quem os detenha perceba qual é a agenda, qual é a estratégia, qual é a visão de quem o esteja a solicitar. De modo que é muito importante este diálogo regional, é muito importante que haja aprendizado mútuo, no sentido de as boas práticas serem replicáveis entre os países da região, no sentido do quadro regulatório ser comparável e no sentido do ecossistema onde essa transformação digital ocorra também seja comparável, para que depois seja possível estruturar soluções de financiamento e de mobilização de recursos que possam efetivamente ter dimensão regional. Porque senão ficará muito difícil fazê-lo isso de forma cruzada. Aprender uns com os outros, ver o que o outro já fez e já fez bem, partilhar conhecimento, literacia digital e literacia financeira devem naturalmente fazer parte da agenda e otimizarmos todo o investimento que já foi feito pelos países em termos de infraestrutura e assegurar que dentro das nossas organizações regionais o diálogo também seja técnico, não é? Muitas das vezes acontece o diálogo político, mas depois ele se perde ao longo do caminho quando temos que assegurar que depois haja soluções pragmáticas e implementáveis. Começa o diálogo político e depois como é que ele se transforma em planos de ação e roadmap concretos, com metas, com entregáveis, com responsabilidades de parte a parte, monitoráveis e que possam ser tecnicamente discutidas para que depois, ao fórum político, sejam avaliadas e implementadas. De modo que essas diferentes fases de discussão dos temas, de rastreabilidade e de implementação, devem ser pensadas e discutidas de forma desapaixonada no seio das nossas organizações, para que também possamos sentir que as organizações estão a servir-nos e a servir o propósito para as quais foram criadas. No que diz respeito aos Ministérios das Finanças, we stand ready to support. Vamos continuar a fazer o nosso melhor no domínio da mobilização de receita fiscal ao serviço do financiamento dessas iniciativas, no domínio da harmonização também de benefícios fiscais que possam ser concedidos para startups e micro, pequenos e médios empresários que queiram empreender nesse domínio. O ministro das Telecomunicações referiu que temos jovens com muitas ideias, muito estudiosos e com vontade de fazer coisas. Temos um código de benefícios fiscais que temos que trabalhar na sua melhor divulgação para que essa juventude tirar melhor proveito dele, e temos que mais uma vez perceber porque é que determinadas soluções que estão a funcionar na região, porque determinados microempresários que estão a crescer mais rapidamente noutros países da região, em Angola, estão a ter dificuldades, né? Que tipo de obstáculos é que podem ser removidos? Isso só acontece com diálogo, isso só acontece com partilha. O tema da percepção de risco é algo que foi mencionado pelo Dr. Pietro, que está aí, não podemos deixar de considerar que ele existe, e temos também que tratar o tema de forma, digamos que abrangente e em conjugação de esforços. O tema de percepção de risco de África, né? Como é que ele é avaliado, quais são os indicadores que estão a ser considerados, o que é que podemos fazer para que essa percepção de risco melhore e que caminhos temos para assegurar que haja fluxos de capital sem dualidade de critérios, quando temos às vezes dois países com os mesmos indicadores, mas com percepções de risco diferentes por parte de quem tem que investir. É muito trabalho a ser feito a nível político, a nível técnico, mas estamos aqui para ele e vamos, sem dúvida, cada um no seu domínio de responsabilidade, fazer a sua parte para que o continente progrida, para que as assimetrias reduzam, e assimetrias não só do ponto de vista econômico e social, mas também do ponto de vista da inclusão digital. Obrigada.
Round of applause for Minister Vera Esperança. Thank you so much, Madam Minister, for your brilliant response. Ladies and gentlemen, just to remind you, the African Union have a digital strategy. We call it the Digital Transformation Strategy for Africa 2020-2030. And actually, this conversation have been guided by this master plan that aim to create an integrated digital single market by 2030. That's exactly what we want to do. And our AU Digital Transformation Strategy have 4 pillars that have been recalled here by all the panelists. Number one, we need to create the enabling environment. That's exactly what Madam Minister have been speaking about. How do we implement policies and harmonize regulations that would foster a conducive digital ecosystems? We need as well to build digital infrastructures. Absolutely, we all agree about that. We need to develop our skills, especially the human capacity, so that it's not only about digital literacy and digital skills for all citizens, but it's also really about having the appropriate number of technicians, engineers, scientists, extremely important. And then finally, digital innovation and entrepreneurship. You cannot actually build a digital ecosystem unless you have entrepreneurs and you have a digital innovation hubs and digital innovation environment that will allow you to do so. The problem that we face in Africa usually, of course, is the question about investments. And yesterday and today, we heard a lot talking about the risking. Of course, we talked a lot as well about how do we enable domestic, unlock domestic investments. Obviously, extremely important. And we are all agreed that all those things being bringing investments from abroad or raising investments from within requires coherent and disciplined policy approach at the government level. So it's the same here for digital. The principles that apply for transport, that apply for energy, that applies for water, applies as well to the digital ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you on behalf of ODNEPAT, on behalf of AUC, but also on behalf of all our partners and on behalf of the government of Angola, with whom we have organized this conference and this panel. I really want to thank you for your kind attention. I would like as well you give a round of applause to our panelists and also to our ministers, because they stay with us more than 2 hours despite their very extremely busy agenda. Madame Esperança, Mr. Oliveira, thank you very much for being with us, and all my panelists as well. Let's go for a group photo, then we conclude this panel. If the photograph want to, can we just move here a little bit, all of us?
Muito obrigada a todos por participarem neste painel. Concluímos o dia 2 do nosso programa desta cimeira sobre financiamento para o desenvolvimento de infraestruturas em África. Voltamos amanhã com mais um dia para a nossa agenda. Muito obrigada a todos. Thank you all for participating in this session. And tomorrow's session will start at 9 o'clock, so we'll be waiting for you all. Thank you. And let me remind you, please, for all of you who is interested in participating in the tour visits on Friday, please, you proceed to the exhibition tent for the signature. Thank you very much.
Ricardo.